Welcome back to Yamcha Sessions. Today we have Romen. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. How do you pronounce it?
Just like the speakers, Bose.
Like the Bose speakers.
Exactly.
So today we have Romen Bose.
Exactly.
And so a bit of context for the listeners, right? We got the PDF for the book yesterday. Okay.
Oh yeah.
So we are like you, also listening for the first time.
Yeah. But obviously we're going to be probing, right? And we're going to be asking. But I also read a bit of a summary. I listened to, I think like one podcast. I forgot the name of the podcast, but I listened like maybe half an hour in.
Okay.
I did what I could. I just got back from Australia.
Okay,
So you got to forgive me for that, right?
Good enough, my friend.
Okay.
Good enough.
But let me just... so I said about the author. I found it on books.google.com.my. So I'm just going to...
Very authoritative site.
No, but there is a line in there which I think will hook the listeners. Right. So you're an international correspondent with 20 plus years of reporting experience in the region.
That's right. That's right.
So you have worked, and this is the highlight, as the political communications consultant for the former Malaysian Prime Minister Najib Razak.
Our beloved
That's right.
boss school.
BSN. That's right.
For
That's
6
right.
years.
Yep.
So our friend Roman here would probably know what the lingo of this generation would call the sauce.
Oh yes.
TheSaucySauce.com.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
Most definitely.
Yeah. So I mean, but we usually start off the podcast with like understanding like how you got to where you are, and therefore it gives the listeners and us like an understanding of how you got to where you were, right? As a correspondent to Najib. So where did you grow up?
That and this is it. So I will start from start from the beginning. I'm Singaporean.
Okay.
So born and brought up in Singapore. But what people don't realize is I was born in 1970.
Okay.
Now basically that means I'm old man lah. Very, very old man. But that means I was only born 5 years after Singapore was independent.
Yeah.
So I was effectively a kampong boy.
Okay. Can say what you can say lah, but Singapore don't look like that anymore lah.
This is it. Basically, I'm from that era where my friends were all from kampong because my auntie used to live in a kampong.
Okay.
So, so I'd be playing with everyone. We'd be going to each other's house. We'd be doing the gotong royong, all of that stuff. And obviously, you learn kampong Malay.
Yeah.
Right? You learn the adat istiadat, the culture, all of that. And at that point, it was very similar, Semenanjung, whether you're on Singapore, Penang, or on the mainland, roughly the same thing. So that's the culture I was, brought up in.
Okay.
So when people ask me, are you Singaporean? Are you Malaysian? What are you? I tell them I'm Malayan.
Wow.
Yeah, you have to understand. You have to understand Malayan. So for me, that geographical, political distinction actually, they can piss off lah. Because I don't recognize it. I mean, basically, you eat bak kut teh in Katong, I will eat bak kut teh here in Taman OUG. I tell you, baby. It makes no difference to me. It might taste better here, might taste worse there, but it is still bak kut teh. So,
that one is like peppery, right? I think. Yeah. But okay.
You see, this is the thing. So, char kway teow there, char kway teow here. Nasi lemak there, nasi lemak here.
Yeah.
It is not like they're eating foie gras there, and over here they're eating teochew mui.
Yeah.
No, dude. If it's teochew mui here, it's teochew mui there. If it's foie gras there, it's going to be foie gras here as well. It's effectively the same thing. So I don't see myself, as separate. And I tell you, in the 1970s, I'd come up to KL and we'd be staying in the big hotel, which is basically one of these Chinese-run, hotels with a good morning towel, flask of hot water, and that's what big thing. Why? Because they got air conditioning unit in the room. Whoa, aircon.
That's what you call premium.
Exactly. And then driving down the Federal Highway. Never seen a highway in my life before. Federal Highway. Oh my God, traffic actually moving. So many cars. This was before ECP, PIE, all of that in Singapore. It didn't exist. None of that was there.
Wow.
Right? So you saw all of this. So, everyone respected the federal capital. And when you went up to Malaysia, you went up to Federation. From Singapore, you went to Federation. So, it's big. It's very big, And then see Daya Bumi. Oh my God. That for me at that time, that was like Twin Towers. When you saw something like that,
Definitely.
It's amazing. So you have to understand the perspective. It's very, very different perspective. So people from that generation, spoke a lot of bahasa, right? We understood one another so much.
I think your Malay already surpasses like mind. I think the moment you came in, I'm like, oh, confirm lah, my Malay is so shite lah, bro.
No lah, it's not just learning Malay, but it is understanding people,
Yeah.
right? Understanding the mindset, right? And that you're sharing the same mindset. We all share the same mindset, whether we use different languages or whatever. We have the same mindset.
Yeah.
We think this is good. We think this is shit. We think this is crap. But this this works for us.
Yeah.
All right.
More or less.
It's roughly like that, right?
Yeah.
And then you use the lingo to explain it. Of course, I'm not including religion or any of that in this. I'm just saying, these are common things that we have.
Yeah.
So once you understand that, it helps you understand people's thinking. So I think today what you have, countries like Singapore and Malaysia, the problem is they've grown apart. Why? Because there isn't this link anymore. They're not talking to people in the kampung. They're not actually sitting down and understanding, having a couple of beers, teh tarik, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And, and just talking shit.
For sure, man. But I think that's why we are blessed, right? I think in Malaysia, at least for now. I don't know. I saw this lady on Singapore, lady who's based in Singapore. She's like, Singaporeans lost it also. I saw like she's like recording people on phones and all that.
Yeah.
But a bit different lah.
But that's the thing. You see, so I think we need more of this people-to-people exchange. Forget the bloody government exchange. All that shit, that goes out the window, right? Because you know why? Because when you have people-to-people exchange, the government gets influenced. Why? Because people become government.
Oh my God. You know, right? I was just telling my wife this. I was like, because the Fahmi brought up the whole what's that called? The ban on freedom of speech of some sort. And I was just telling her, I'm like, don't you feel your freedom of speech, we took it for granted. we take it for granted every day, man.
Yeah.
The moment they just flip that switch, suddenly.
Gone. Yeah.
This is the reality of situation lah. Then
They're just people.
And then you want to talk about halal certification, also kena investigation.
Yeah, bro. Oh my God.
So, these like I said, so, the thing is, it is people who form the government, right? So what I'm saying is we obviously need better communication. We need better interaction.
For sure.
This is why Singapore, looks like they're just a little island down there and then, mainland down here. No, it's actually the same people.
Same people.
If they all they need to do is basically start talking to one another, exchanging. Look, and so for a very long time, right, the mentality was, oh my God, Malaysia or Indonesia is going to invade Singapore. What do we do? What happens if this happens? Or what happens if Singapore invades Malaysia? Oh my God, we can't have Singapore. We have to throw them out of the federation because, they might be, God knows what they'll do.
Yeah.
But the funny thing that people forget is that I got auntie and uncles in Muar, in Seremban, and in Kota Baru.
You cannot attack.
How to attack my uncle and auntie? You crazy You give me a weapon, you think I'm going to shoot them?
Do you think it's because you grew up in this state of transition, right? Is that why you found such an interest in politics and people and everything?
I think so. I think it was because it was shifting from one to the other. And I remember Malaysia that was so liberal, right? There were very few people wearing selendang, all the tudong, all don't
Dude,
have.
I think I saw an image of Tunku Abdul Rahman drinking Guinness. I'm like, dude.
Really?
Red wine actually.
Red wine.
That was his
His
favorite.
go-to.
Yes.
You can do?
I even know the granddaughter. Yeah, I mean he had multiple but no,
We will not
granddaughter.
go into that.
Yeah, who has mentioned this before
We
as well.
can.
This is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, I digress.
Wait,
But
so the old
old time.
Rahman really drank wine?
Yeah.
I mean, let's put it this way lah. The first generation politicians were educated overseas.
Correct.
So they were brought up in the traditions of these countries that were in, namely the United Kingdom.
You can Google that. So we have this TV screen, right? So if you need us to Google,
You
he
can
can
Google.
immediately Google and put out. So you can just Google Tunku Abdul Rahman and then alcohol.
And alcohol, yeah.
Confirm there'll be a
lot.
black and white, yeah.
There'll be a lot. There'll be a lot that comes out.
How is it a problem now and not a problem last time?
It's a great.
You see, and so that's what I want to say. So back then, you didn't have the tudong, you didn't have any of this, right? None of this. Then 1975, 76, 77 happened, right? The revolution in Iran took place, right? All of a sudden, Iran became completely Islamic, right? So the Iranian influence of Islam started spreading, came to Malaysia.
I
Right?
see.
And they came to certain groups like ABIM, right? There were all these activist Islamic groups, basically. And then they got energized by that. At the same time, you had PAS.
And if I'm not
that
mistaken,
was
PAS was
growing.
quite liberal actually at the time.
Exactly. But they were growing and they realized that, maybe we need to look at more of these Wahhabi kind of Islam. Maybe this is what we need to look at. How do we become more conservative? Look at the revolution in Iran. If they can have a revolution and have an Ayatollah take over the country, what about Malaysia?
Yeah.
This is something. So then all of a sudden you've got PAS that's making inroads, right, in all the northern states and what have you. Then you've got UMNO led by Datuk Sri, at that point before he became Tun, Dr. M, who took over in 1981, right? He was Prime Minister and they were looking at it and they said, hey, how do we compete with PAS? We need to outpass PAS.
We need to
pass, bro.
Because you need to capture the votes, right? How do we capture the Malay votes? We cannot allow the Malay votes to fracture. Because if PAS captures the Malay votes, we're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So
That
we
is
as
the
UMNO,
beginning.
we
Oh
need
my
to get
God.
it.
Isn't that what Mahathir said? Whatever he did during the time it
was for the vote.
it was for the Malay vote. Bro,
It's very clear. lah. So, okay. So it gets even more interesting. You see, so and because you guys don't know, I tell you the story. lah. And it is an interesting story.
YouTube
So I also want to caveat this, right, by saying that it's not that we are unaware of this.
Yeah.
Obviously, we are somewhat aware of this. And that's also because, the Sejarah history books that
Correct.
were,
Some of this is not in the book lah. So anyhow, so in 1981, so when Mahathir took over, he said, look,
Guinness.
we are this one goes without saying lah.
Guinness is top left,
The
bro.
whole gang.
Top left.
This
This
is
one, Reddit,
This
top
is
left.
it.
Bro, I
This is
cannot
it.
wait for the TikTok comments to come lah.
Oh, you will see it, man. You will see. I mean, oh my God, the haters are gonna hate, man. But-
Is that beer, brother?
Yeah, won't be surprised, man.
Wow.
Okay. So
Sorry,
hold
okay.
on. That one. Okay, no,
Wait.
man, I will later identify those people. So then he decided, okay, so I need to bring in these Muslim activists lah. These guys who are really hardcore. I need to bring in all the hardcore guys. Who do you think was the leader of ABIM at that time? One of the hardcore. Who?
I don't know. I'm going to be assuming it's
I
a
give
Muslim.
you a hint. At the moment, he is in Putrajaya.
Ah, serious?
Who?
Like I
The
said-
leader of ABIM was Anwar Ibrahim.
Oh, wow.
That was leader of ABIM. That Mahathir brought him.
That's why he went to
jail.
jail, is it? For sodomy?
I mean, we
Am
get
I
to
jumping
that
the bullet?
lah.
Am I
I think
jumping
you're
the bullet?
jumping. I think you're
You're jumping quite a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait. So the leader of Habib at the time was Anwar.
And Anwar was arrested under ISA before that
For?
for activities.
For being an activist.
Yeah,
Okay.
So he was
I remember that.
he was arrested. So he was brought in to help UMNO become more
Malay.
Muslim.
Wow.
Right?
How the
So as education minister, many policies that were introduced in the early 80s, he introduced these policies in the country. So look, I'm not saying anything that is not in the history books or that you cannot Google. You can Google this stuff and you can see this is where
So let's just be a bit more elaborate on this, right? So he would so you're saying that Anwar at the time he introduced a lot of elements into the education in order to
well, not just Anwar but Mahathir, right? Because who was education minister?
it was Tun M at the time,
Right? So these are the policies that he brought in because these were based on recommendations, that these
To
needed
sway
to
the
happen.
vote. Oh.
Just to
Because-
get the votes of the Malay people.
Exactly. And that was the beginning of the greening, as it was. So it was not PAS that led the greening. It was actually a own goal.
Own goal?
Wait, because NB and partners were not happy about this. Right?
Now, if you really look at it, right, from a step back, or at this point, several steps back, right, all they're doing is just playing this huge ass game, right, in which they're trying to sway people to vote for them in whatever way that's possible, So currently, right, if the trend, hypothetically speaking, if let's say the vote right now is to get somebody to vote for you, you do whatever it takes, lah, whether it's religion or whether it's something else. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean the reality is, and that's also what differs Singapore for Malaysia, because in Singapore they realize how dangerous racial politics can be. So this is why it's so much more based on meritocracy in Singapore, where they say, look, it doesn't matter the race or what have you. The bottom line is how well qualified are you.
Definitely.
And they don't use racial politics. Oh, vote for this guy because he's Chinese. Vote for this guy because he's Malay. Vote for this guy because he's Indian. No. They don't. And they even institute, right? The president has got to be from this particular race. After this election has to be from that other particular race, and that's it.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a rotation.
It is you know, I just want to also bring this up, right? We spoke to them before. And I did ask this question.
What did he say?
I asked, because my question was, you know, as a kid, I'm a Chinese kid, and I've always wanted to be a prime minister of Malaysia. And I asked my dad, I was like, hey dad, I want to be a prime minister one day. He was like, you can forget about it lah. Because you're not Malay lah. Then I asked to them, I'm like, hey, actually, is it true or not? Do I need to be Malay? So he goes to this long roundabout answer, which I'm not saying is a bad answer or a good answer. I'm just saying what he answered, which is we did a lot for the Chinese, etc., etc., etc. Right? Going around it.
Yeah.
But in the end, ultimately, we're still waiting for that proper answer, right? So we're just eyeing him.
Don't have.
No, he said.
Answer.
He said, we actually just do it for the Malay vote.
Yeah, he said that shit, bro.
No, because the bottom line is the Constitution does not say that it does not say in the Constitution that the Prime Minister has to be Muslim.
Muslim, yeah.
It doesn't. But if it says that the Prime Minister has to be Malay,
then
by extension, he has to be Muslim.
Yep.
yeah.
Right? But it doesn't say that in the Constitution. It does. The Constitution is silent on that issue.
The race, yeah.
But in order to do that, you've got to convince the majority of Malaysians to vote for you. And that is almost seems like an impossibility now, given how polarized Malaysians are.
Yep.
And given the fear that you have between the races.
Yeah.
And this is generated by politicians every single day. They do it. Now, PN is using this, to generate the fear.
Can feel. Especially during the pandemic lockdown period. That one was, I think, at its peak, where you can see it on social media everywhere. It's the, not greeting, but the bluing, if you will, right? You can feel it.
This is the thing. So as long as you use race and fear, right, it's going to be very hard to get anyone else in that position, because all you need to do is to say, hey, if we have someone else, all the heartland's going to riot. They're going to go amok. It's going to be another May 13th. And we use the spectre of May 13th. We continually use the spectre of May 13th to inform our dialogue, to inform the decisions that we make. But we have to realize things in May 13th in the 1960s was so different from May 13th, let's say 2024, 2025. Right? Because today you do not have a huge population of Malays who are below the poverty line. Right? You've got all of these Bumiputra policies and all helping the Malays.
Yeah.
So to have that kind of riot protest or what have you, the reason you had that was because of the economic disparity in the country. Right? The gap was so huge.
I'm not defending when people say that, because I feel that I personally don't say that. But I think when you live in a minority household in Malaysia especially, and you live in a city which, if you look at it, we are kind of like surrounded in some sense.
Yeah.
There is a little bit of fear. I remember at that time when we were voting for Tun M and all that, and we will get to it in a bit. I know your sentiments on this, right? But when I was having conversations with my friends, I can clearly remember, it was just over here, and we were having coffee, and they're like, bro, I think you better go back early today.
Yeah, man.
You felt that little tinge.
Yeah, you see, but again, I tell you, all of that tinge is perception.
Definitely.
Because the reality is you no longer have, yes, you've got B40. Of course, you've got B40.
Yeah.
Right? But they have got so many measures being allocated to them to help them. It is highly unlikely that they will actually rise up, and start attacking. Do you know when that would have been likely? That would have been likely just when Abdullah Ahmad Badawi Pakla stepped down.
Bro.
Because the economy was in such shambles at that point.
Right.
People had no money in their pockets. The economy people were unhappy.
Yeah.
They were very unhappy. And that's when all of these guys, you had Perkasa, Ibrahim Ali, all these guys going out saying, the Malays are being mistreated and what have you. And this is a result, and this is because of, all these non-Malays who are demanding more rights, demanding this, demanding that.
Wait, talking about Pak, I just want to ask, right? Honestly, right, what did he do? Because I only can remember that he was the shortest term Prime Minister.
Oh, I can answer that question. It's because he didn't want to do that bridge to Singapore. And then Tun M's like, bro, I don't like.
That's the bottom line.
That's the
end of story.
The main story is Tun M wanted to create this swervy bridge to Singapore.
Exactly.
And this guy was like, hey, I think better cut funds lah. This swervy bridge not worth it.
No, the reason why and the reason why he cut funds is because he knew the economy was tanking.
Yeah.
You need the money.
Yeah, why are you making a bridge for what, bro?
Exactly. And then in Putrajaya, you got 5, 6, 7, 8 different bridges that Mahathir was planning to build. costing don't know how much, half the money going to cronies.
Yeah.
You know, so Pak La said, no, I'm sorry, I'm just not going to do this. You know, I'm just literally
Sounds like a reasonable guy.
Yeah, Pak La did the good thing and he got axed for it.
Yeah, but
Only
then
some net stuff.
But then basically, you know, someone not happy because someone's businessman and their cronies not getting the money.
I also want to
so
add to this,
got
right? To the
problem
fact
lah.
that I also want to add, right, to this story that saying that actually Singapore didn't want to do the bridge also. Correct, right? Singapore at the time was like, I don't feel like it's worth it to do the bridge. And then Malaysia's like, I'm going to do it anyway. And then you go Badawi is like, I think you're right lah. Better don't do it. If you're not doing half, I also better don't lah.
Because Singapore said, look, we don't want to build a bridge. So Mahathir said, okay, no bridge, never mind. Your part will be flat. Our part will be up. So ships can go underneath. Therefore, it became the crooked bridge lah. That was the reason why it's the crooked bridge.
Okay.
Because it was crooked. Because halfway, you go halfway to
ship can't
the middle of the
pass.
streets. Then all of a sudden, it goes into the eye, into the air, basically.
I see.
Kesian Pak La lah, brother.
Kesian Pak lah. Correct.
That's the thing. Yeah, kesian Pak La, definitely.
Betul-betul
definitely.
kena, bro.
Because so he didn't want, and that was the fundamental reason, right? He didn't want to carry out all of these things. So the funny thing, right? The funniest thing is 2003, 2004, moment Mahathir steps down, BN gets the biggest ever mandate, right? In the next elections. Then within 5 years, by 2008, it is the worst performance ever.
Yes, and this was also, if I listen to that podcast, I keep forgetting the name of the podcast, but in 2008, it was something about 75% of them actually voted against PN. And then you were saying, because you were part of that, and you were saying, hey, I think, because you were under Najib at the time, and you were saying, I don't think the numbers look like you're going to win. Because you lost Johor, they lost Johor,
exactly.
right?
No. So I'm just talking about 2004 and 2008 because that was the first time that Pakatan Harapan, Pakatan Rakyat captured Penang.
Yeah.
I see.
Right, that was the first time they captured Penang, and they captured so many opposition secured so many seats at that point. Why did you have from 2004 all of a sudden by
A big
2008
drop.
you lost all that support?
Right.
It is because Pak La was being undermined,
Yeah.
and who was undermining him?
It was 2M lah, actually. Yeah.
The guy who
it's always
appointed
him,
him to that position. Yeah.
This sounds like a Sir Alex Ferguson Moyes thing. I'm just going
I tell you, if we write a House of Cards, man, this Netflix will blow up.
You mentioned this in the previous the podcast also. You were saying how like Netflix, please talk to me lah.
Yeah, exactly. Call me. I've got the material. You know, I can show you the stuff. You know, this is
Stranger than fiction.
It is.
Tun M feels like Danzo at this point.
Is it. And
Right?
someone was asking me, hey, how come Tun M could do all of that the first time round, but you know, second time round he couldn't do any of that. Although we say he's Machiavellian and all that, is because the first time round he had UMNO and BN machinery.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't have to say anything. He just indicated a hatchet man, somebody around would carry it out.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they had the machinery to carry it out. Whether it's through government, whether it's through political party, whatever, they had machinery. Second time round, he was in a minority party, minority government with no infrastructure to do anything for him.
Nothing.
So for the first couple of months, Perdana Putra, Prime Minister's office in Putrajaya, half of the offices were empty. And it's not because they had got a lot of space.
Because nobody can take the seats.
Exactly, no one to appoint.
Yeah.
They literally had no one to appoint. If now it was a BN government, all those places would be packed. They would have to get another annex building to fill these guys. But that means job will be done. Things would happen. And that's fundamentally the problem that we have with PH 1.0. Basically, they never expected to win. They won. Then they came in.
Then they have to get people that they kick out in a way to work with
That's
them.
right. And that was the hardest part. You know why? Because for so many years, you call all these civil, ni anjing kerajaan, you call them that. Okay, fine. Then when you get into government, the anjing kerajaan is still there.
I kind of need the Anjing Kerajaan's help.
I need the anjing, man, because if the anjing doesn't do his barking, I've got nothing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right? But then half of these people not only were spew, and you can understand now, of course, you spew that stuff when you're in opposition, you don't really mean it and what have you, right? You get into government, okay lah, we jump seong, we settle whatever lah. But the problem is, some of these jokers were drinking their own Kool-Aid, right? So when you drink your own Kool-Aid, you got a problem, right?
I don't even know what that means, but okay.
Dude, what that means is you go into the Attorney General's chambers and instead of using your prosecuting team, you appoint huge numbers of lawyers from outside the government to do the job of the AGC. Now, if all of these private lawyers are doing the job of the AGC, that means all the secrets, all the documents, everything in the
all
government
there.
is already now being leaked to
bad shit, bro.
whatever lah.
Yeah, it's out there. lah.
and then you appoint, and what is worse is you don't just appoint, basically you have a interview or whatever and select. No, you appoint your senior partner from your law firm, your mentor, all these people that you know. So level of conflict of interest through
Mad
the
lah.
bloody roof.
Yeah.
Right? Any of us, this is just any common person you know. If you're going to appoint somebody, this person must be scrutinized, right? Should go through a committee and decide.
Better.
No,
this one
person
is.
appointed.
So I got a friend who can do.
I know someone. I know someone.
Now, wasn't this what BN was supposed to have done? And we
then
didn't want this shit.
Yeah, they were criticizing BN for doing
Right?
this.
We don't want this shit.
And then they did it.
13 million. Oh, I know nowadays we talk about 2.6 billion all. But look, 13 million they spent on bringing these lawyers into the AGC.
That's a lot of money, man.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot.
For eternal sort of like a circle jerk, if you will.
Literally. And some of these lawyers, right, came in, they did whatever they did, and at the end of the day, actually didn't achieve anything.
I mean, if they were to
Sad.
achieve,
Yeah.
No. I mean, if they came in and they did the job
Maybe
and
it's okay
succeed,
lah.
okay.
Yeah.
But they came in, gave their opinion, charged the money, but at the end of the day,
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened because nobody followed up on any of their instructions because
Yeah.
half of them didn't even know what they were doing. They came in, addressing the job, then they had to adjourn, and some of these were international. In my book, you'll read, if you read, Shattered
shattered
Hopes,
hopes.
it's in there. It talks about palm oil, the WTO, all of that in there. And then it talks about Jolo's equanimity yacht as well. How it was actually sold for under its sale price. Although the court said it had to be sold at this price, they sold it at a price below. And why did they sell it at a price below?
Because they needed it.
No. They wanted to do the deal. And according to the Special Task Force, and this report has been published, this is not me saying it, so please don't sue me. This is a Special Task Force report saying that at the same time, there was a deal that was done with the group that purchased the yacht.
What? Wait.
Okay.
Wait,
what's the deal?
There was a backroom deal. They allege that basically the group that purchased the ship was supposed to get some discounts from the government on their income tax. The finance minister had refused to give them
All right.
those discounts because they felt that they didn't qualify for them anymore.
Yeah.
Right? But once the deal for the yacht was done, within I think a week, all of a sudden the finance minister approves.
Wow.
Who was the finance minister at the moment?
Sounds a bit sketchy.
I wonder, under Tun Mahathir, who's the finance minister?
Is it?
Lim Guan Eng, is it?
Yes.
No, but I'm struggling to understand the rationale here. So they managed to buy the yacht below the agreed
rate.
price by the court.
There was desperation to sell the yacht. Because as you remember, the publicity was that, it's very easy to sell. We're going to get huge amounts of money for
Right,
the yacht.
right.
It's going to be tremendous.
Yeah, that turns out no one
But
liked.
in terms of the number of people who expressed interest, they were not willing to pay that kind of money.
Got it.
So they needed to offload it.
They need to
I see.
undersell
So
lah.
I needed to give you another carrot for you to buy my damn yacht.
Which is the tax relief lah.
That's it. That's it.
Did he
That's
justify? Did Lim Guan Eng justify why?
No. Again, it's not Lim Guan Eng who was the one working this deal. He was the finance minister
That approved it lah.
That's it.
So was there a
That's all.
reason why he approved it? He mentioned or no? Don't
That
know.
one must ask him.
No, I really
Why?
like how we came from. So where are you from to Lim Guan Eng, bro? At this point.
No, we had a bit of a segue.
We can go back. We can go back. Don't really.
Let's
we
just
can-
stay here, bro. I love it, bro. I love it, bro.
So I asked, is that how you stemmed your love for politics, and then that's how we got to there? Yeah.
My
Bro,
politics.
we went like this.
Okay. We backtrack a little bit,
like
lah,
MiG
right?
29.
Like the bridge somewhere. Okay, wait. So you
Can backtrack.
we backtrack a little bit, lah, right?
backtrack,
So
backtrack.
this love, or at least the observation of what's going on, right? Especially because you're in Singapore and that transition where like Singapore is going through that huge growth,
Correct.
and then your neighbor is just like, Chilla, we got the federal highway, right? So you're growing. how did you get into your position where you are like,
So I must explain. So the thing is, like I said, Malaysia for me always aspirational. You know, because from the 70s, that's how you looked at Malaysia. So it's always aspirational. It was never, you never looked down on Malaysia. You always looked up at Malaysia. That was always the way. But because I went to kampong and what have you, and of course in school you had to learn a second language. And I am Bengali.
oh, okay.
So my dad said, I don't want you to learn Tamil because obviously, you know, you already are quite dumb. I mean, you know, to learn another alphabet is just going to be a serious problem. So why don't you learn Malay? It's all Romanized, you know, easier. And of course, you speak it with all these guys in kampong and all. So why don't you do that? And I thought to myself, what the hell, man? Why do I want to learn this damn language? When is it ever going to benefit me in my life? When am I ever going to use this?
Wow.
Right?
How the turns have tabled.
Exactly. And I must thank my primary one form teacher, Cikgu Sogya.
Wow.
I must mention her name, Cikgu
Sogya.
Sogya. Amazing teacher. She basically helped instill the love of the language.
I wish I had a teacher that instilled the love of Malay language into me.
Yeah, she was amazing. And then my mum hired a tutor as well to tutor my brother, my sister, and me. My brother was even worse than me in Bahasa. So the tutor, Cikgu Rohaya, she would call him Hantu.
Because
It was that bad, his Bahasa. But me, she said, you got promise. So she said, you know, and in Singapore, you know, we don't have SPM, we had PSLE, the primary school leaving
Examination.
Yeah, the examination lah. So that's at primary 6. That's your
UPS.
UPS, I think.
sorry, UPS, exactly. So when I did that, she said, okay, so you're going in for the exam. She said, if you score an A, in the exam, and she didn't think I could score an A lah. She said, you score an A, I will take you to McDonald's. And at that point, this was 1976, 77. McDonald's was like you know, you're going to
Luxury.
Maxim's. Yeah, exactly. You know,
Even in the 90s, it felt like that, man. I'm not going to lie, man.
That's the thing, right? So McDonald's, so I worked my ass off, and then amazingly, I actually got
An A.
an A.
So she brought McDonald's
But she
lah.
took me, oh my God, I tell you, it was so difficult because she's a Malay woman, right? And then how to take me to a McDonald's. So in those days, she had a car, so she was driving. So we did the drive-through.
Wow.
When the drive-through, I ordered my McChicken sandwich and fries. I remember I savored every last bit of it, you know. Sitting in a car, East Coast Parkway, you know, we sat there and I was eating it in the car. Oh my God.
So that's when she said, not only you got promise for your Malay, you got to make D out of it.
Exactly. And she learned lah. That's what you do, you know, carrot and stick approach.
Correct.
So this was it. Put the carrot there. I bought it hook, line, and sinker. So you know, so I did it until O levels. My
Wow, you did
GCSE.
Malay until O levels.
Yeah, I did it until O levels, and then okay lah, not so bad lah. So at least I had that. You know, I had that.
Foundation of the language.
This is it. Then I went to the US to do my degree.
Oh, sure.
So I studied in the US. My dad basically mortgaged the house once, twice, 3 times just to send all of us, overseas.
What the
So
hell?
yeah.
Goddamn.
So we were very lucky, very lucky. I mean, my parents basically they gave everything. I mean, they cut down their meals from 3 to 2 days a week to make sure that there was enough money to send us.
Wow, that's incredible.
So you know,
sacrifice.
yeah. So they really
Where
sacrificed.
did you study in the States?
Portland in Oregon.
Wow, Portland,
I was
Oregon.
in Oregon, yeah, I was
shoot.
Oregon.
You studied up north where I studied, my friend.
Oh, really?
I studied in California.
Okay lah. There you go. And
Shit.
of course, at that time, Portland was not the drug capital yet.
Not yet lah.
Not yet.
That time still chill lah.
Some of us contribute to it, but no. Not me. Sure, no. But yeah, so it was great. I went and did my degree over there.
What did you do? Degree?
And that's interesting because my dad wanted me to do engineering.
Of course.
He said, because my brother went there doing engineering, and I convinced my dad. I said, look, he's there doing engineering. Send me also lah. I'll do engineering lah. And then I realized in my first year that I bloody hate engineering.
It's normal.
You know, because I love history. My aunt would always tell me about, World War II in Singapore, all the interesting things that happened. And that's why I've actually written several books on the Japanese occupation. Second World War in Singapore. I think I've written about 6-7 books.
Wow.
About that. Yeah, that's my area of interest. Really, I really love that stuff. And actually that explains why I know so much about current Malaysian politics, because all of this actually goes back to the Second World War and before. So many things that have happened. Even even our race relations between the non-Malays and Malays can be directly linked back to what happened on the last days of the war. I'll go into that in a few minutes. But let me finish this.
No worries,
this
no
part.
worries.
So basically, I told my dad that I'll do engineering. So after my first year, I said, this is just tak boleh jalan lah, cannot. So my brother who was there at university, and he was in the final year, I was in the first year, and all of his friends were looking at me and thinking, yeah, dude, this guy sucks. Clearly, I mean, not really an engineer. So he said, okay. He said, look, Roman, the thing is, if you tell our dad you're gonna do history, he's gonna ask you to go back to Singapore right now.
Yeah.
And he'll be locking you up in the house for the rest of your life. It's not gonna happen. It's just not gonna happen. So he said, why don't you do a business degree, and then just do a major in history lah. So I said, okay, that actually sounds, feasible.
Sounds decent.
So I proposed it to my dad, and true enough, he accepted it lah.
Yeah.
He accepted it, but of course, I had agenda lah. So I said, okay, since I'm doing a degree in business, why don't I also do a degree in history?
So you double major lah.
No, I double degree.
Double D.
Double D. I got two pieces of paper I got. So I in the end, I got a BBA for finance and a BA in history.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
And my BA in history was on the fall of Singapore, Second World War, the Indian independence movement in Malaya and Singapore. So Subhas Chandra Bose, all of that, So all of that stuff I did. And I love journalism as well. So in my summer months, when I was not busy doing my 2 degrees, I got back to Singapore and I worked at the Straits Times as an intern journalist.
Wow, you would fly back during summer to do internships.
Wow.
So,
Damn semangat.
So okay lah. At that point lah. Now they're too lazy already lah. But back then, very hardworking. So and what was amazing, and another thing that really kindled my interest in history was the story that I broke. And I broke the story about the finding of the battle box. If you know what the battle box is, that is the nerve center in Singapore where Percival, the general in charge of all the troops in Malaya and Singapore, that's where they decided to surrender to the Japanese in that complex. It's like the Churchill War Rooms in London, basically. It's this underground bunker, the nerve center of the British military that had been forgotten about for years.
Wow.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still there.
still
Now
there.
it's a huge tourist attraction. I mean, you can go and visit it.
It's called the Percival.
It's called the Battle Box.
Oh, the Battle Box.
Yeah, you Google that, the Battle Box.
But by
Percival, General Percival.
Percival
Yeah.
sounds like some King Arthur type of name, no?
Exactly. But if you study Second World War history in Singapore and Malaya, at that point, Percival was the general in charge of all the Commonwealth and Allied forces. That's the one. That's the place.
The Battle Box.
Oh, I went here before. Yeah, it was a tourist attraction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, and that's the one. So as a rookie journalist, an intern journalist, I broke the story about the Battle Box. And I had to do research about it. Interview people. And this just really kindled my interest because I discovered which room the decision took place in. Because before that, they didn't know where. They said, it happened somewhere in that whole complex.
Got it.
But they had no idea which room it actually took place in. So I went through the records, just like doing detective work lah.
Yeah.
Then I pieced it together bit by bit by bit. This, in one of the official documents that came out, they said the discussion happened in the room of the Commander Anti-Aircraft Defences.
Then you
Which
have to
room
find-
is that?
yeah.
How the hell are you supposed to know which one? So I went around looking at all the rooms, and then in some rooms they had letters in front of it, OXXD or G Clarks. So what the hell do these things mean?
Then you
And
went to
then
do
one
research on that
other room, CAAD. What the hell? Then I realized, CAAD, Commander Anti-Aircraft Defense.
Oh.
So that's the room.
Oh shit.
So if you pull up that stuff just now, you had it there. The room where all these
discussion
guys
was
are.
happening.
That's the room. And I'm the one that chose. I'm the one that that identified the
story,
room.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You see that if you go down further, you go down.
Wow.
Stop. The one that your arrow is on. That's the one.
Wow.
That's the room. So I pinpointed that was the room, broke the story in the Straits Times. Huge, it was a half-page article in the papers. And then the national parks, all of these guys got interested and they realized, hey, this can actually be a big tourist
So they poured a lot of investment to it. Then that's when it became a tourist
and then
attraction.
now it's become a major tourist attraction.
your
in
name
Singapore.
there?
No lah.
Bro, I think it deserves to be there lah. Fucking hell, mate.
Well, it's now recorded somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, but I wrote a book. So I wrote a book called The Secrets of the Battle Box. Yeah, please, you want to buy, Google Romen Bose, Secrets of the Battle Box.
Give me all the links, bro. I'll put it in the description.
There are all these. And that talks about what happened in the battle box. The decisions that were made. How the war turned.
Yeah.
And how the British basically completely, lost the game. They lost the plot. And why it was, too many generals, too few Indians running things. There's too many chiefs,
Not
too
enough
few Indians.
execution.
This is the thing. This is the problem. And and major issues. Now so I talk about the end of the war, right? The reason why you've got such strong, such difficult race relations in the country. You have to remember, right? Prior to the Second World War, race relations were actually quite decent. Although the main non-Malays were all immigrants to the country, that wasn't much of an issue.
Got it.
But what happened was, at that point, right, there was no such thing as nationalism, right? There was no such thing as Malaysians or Singaporeans. There was nothing like that. The Malays in Malaya and Singapore were loyal to the sultans and the Raja. The Indians were loyal to India. And they wanted independence in India from the British.
Okay.
Right? So they supported Congress, the Congress Party, and the splinter party that was led by Subhash Chandra Bose. So that's the Indian community.
I see.
And the Chinese community also supported China. So there were two groups. One group were the communists with Mao Zedong, Zhou Enlai, all of that, and the nationalists who supported Chiang Kai-shek, Sun Yat-sen.
Got it.
So you had two groups, the nationalists and the communists. Right? And then the Indians, you had Congress. And of course, lots of Indians also supported the British, because they were the colonial power. So they supported them. So among that group, you had that.
I see.
And the Malays who believed in Raja and also thought that the British are penjajah,
Got it.
right? Occupying. So you had this huge mix before the war.
And they kind of like minded their own business, or yeah. Okay.
Roughly lah. But the nationalists and the communists didn't get along lah,
Obviously, yes.
They didn't get along. But when the Japanese invaded, because of the Marco Polo incident and what happened in China, how the communists and the nationalists attacked the Japanese, they had a visceral hatred
For the Japanese.
for the Chinese.
Wait, for the Chinese?
Yeah, the Japanese had a visceral
Oh,
hatred.
the Japanese had hatred for the Chinese. Sorry. Yeah.
Right? So when they came down, they carried out Sukching, right?
All the
extermination,
brutal-
exactly, of the Chinese, because they felt that this is the problem with the Chinese. And very often people say, hey, actually, we don't know why they had that attitude. Well, it's because the Chinese here were either nationalists or communists, and they viewed the Japanese as invaders, right? That's how they viewed the Japanese. Then you had the Indians. Now the Indians, because of Subhash Chandra Bose, who had gone to Japan.
Subhash Chandra Bose, is he your grandfather or something?
I wish he was related.
No,
I mean, the name is quite similar.
Exactly.
I apologize.
He split with Congress because Congress in India wanted the more non-violent path following Gandhi. Gandhi and Nehru, they wanted a non-violent path to independence. Subhash Chandra Bose said, no, we need military warfare in order to get rid of
The Penjajah.
the Penjajah.
Yeah.
Which are the British.
Yeah.
So many other countries did a similar thing. In Israel, Haganah did the same thing. They attacked the British, in Palestine in order to get Israel's independence. IRA in Northern Ireland also,
Right.
believed in the military arm. So Bose basically didn't have support from the Congress, and the British wanted to arrest him, so he fled. So first he went to Germany, then he went to Japan. And he worked a deal with the Japanese. And the Japanese said, great, yes, we'll help you get independence in India, but you help us.
Oh,
Because the main bulk of troops in Southeast Asia,
Is India?
British Indian Army. right? It's not just your British troops, but Indian Army troops.
Yeah.
So as far as the Japanese were concerned, okay, it's a marriage of convenience. And for both, it's great, right? Because we get the support, we get the British thrown out of India, and we get independence.
Right.
So for the Indians in Malaya and Singapore, a lot of them, although some of them were very loyal to the British and said, no, this we can't do it. A lot of them said, hey, Bose has got a point.
Yeah.
We support these guys. We can get rid of the British,
The British
in
Malaysia
India.
and in India as well. Yeah.
So as a result, this is how the Indians looked at the Japanese. Then you had the Malays. And the Japanese believed in the East Asia co-prosperity sphere.
I think this one was in the history books. It was kind of like the East. They did a lot of propaganda messaging. We're saying that, Asia untuk orang Asia.
Exactly.
That type of thing. Yeah.
And what that meant was for countries like Indonesia, for countries like
It's how you-
Malaysia, Vietnam.
how we united to get. Yeah.
Exactly. They were telling them you don't need colonial powers. You can get independence. So Ibrahim, Yaakob.
Yaakob Ibrahim.
Yaakob Ibrahim. Yaakob Ibrahim in Malaysia. All of these guys, fundamentally had the movement for independence.
Oh my God. I think that was in the history book.
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yaakob is in the history book.
And so they allied themselves with the Japanese, which meant the main bulk of the Malays allied themselves with the Japanese. So they were working in various, I'm not saying they were collaborators, right? Some were collaborators, of course. But then you had some from the Chinese community who were also collaborators, right? So on all sides, because look, we cannot judge what happened during the war, okay? Everyone did whatever it took to survive.
Yeah.
So we
They
looking
took whichever side they needed
Yeah.
to take lah.
looking, from this part of time, looking back, we cannot say, oh, this was right, this is wrong. Hey, if you are starving or your kids are starving, you'll do whatever it takes to feed your kids.
Yeah, 100%.
And so that's the thing. So then you had these three groups, right? So the Malays and the Indians roughly were working with the Japanese. Some of the Chinese were working with the Japanese. But the main bulk of the communists and nationalists went into the jungles. And they were fighting a resistance war. Then you had the British set up SOE, the Special Operations Executive Force 136, in the jungles of Malaya.
Right.
To fight against, to carry out sabotage attacks against
Guerrilla attacks and everything,
exactly, and to build a resistance.
Yeah.
So they had built up quite an infrastructure there with the nationalists and the communists. Funnily enough, during the war, the nationalists and the communists were not allied. They were fighting against each other and against the Japanese.
Not enough.
Yeah. Then only for a very short while, they were working with one another.
I see.
But then, 14 August 1945 comes, or 9th August 1945 comes, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, right? The bombs, right? Once that happened, on the 16th of August, the emperor declares Japan has surrendered,
Yeah.
right? But there are no British forces in Malaya and Singapore. At that point, they're planning from Colombo, India, how to get all the troops together to come and reoccupy.
Yeah.
So they are boarding ships. And the ships are going to take at least a month to
get
come
back.
over.
Yeah.
16th of August, the emperor says, that's it.
Yep.
3rd of September, the Japanese surrender in Penang Harbor to one ship. Right? Operation Zipper takes place, I think, about 4 or 5 weeks after that surrender. Okay? So you have about a month and a half between August 16th and the end of September, because that's only when the British actually reoccupied the whole of Malaya and Singapore. It took them that long to get the troops
Back
over
throughout,
on the
yeah.
ships,
Yeah.
right? So from the 16th, 17th August, the Japanese say, okay, we are not in charge anymore, so all our troops are back in the barracks. So there is no authority,
It's just like
Right.
freaking.
It's just a lost land. at that point.
literally, right? So all you have are the Indians and the Malays who work with the Japanese, and some of the Chinese who work with the Japanese, and you got the nationalists and the communists.
And then that's when the communists start to want to take over a little
That's
bit,
when
right?
the communists came out of the
Yeah.
jungles,
Yeah.
the nationalists came out of the jungles, and everyone wanted revenge, right? Just like in France, the Vichy, came out and they started killing all the Nazi collaborators. Same thing happened in Malaya and Singapore. We had effectively civil war for that month and a half. People were coming out, going into Chinese kampongs, going into Malay kampongs, just chopping and killing people.
Damn, bro, we had that in our history. Some
So
mad shit.
these are things that, now the thing is if you Google, you go and read the books, it is alluded to, but they don't talk very much about it.
This part I remember in the Sejarah textbook, it being how the communists would just be taking over, but they never explicitly said it's violent.
Yeah.
But the problem was it was chopping heads,
Yeah.
raping, pillaging, looting,
Yeah.
because they felt that they needed revenge. And again, it was not just the communists; it was also the nationalists.
Nationalists.
Again, the history we read, it's narrative that's written right by the victors. They write it as to
Oh,
how
yeah,
they
that's
believe it needs to be written. But the reality was, you had these two groups. Right? And so all of them, so the Malay kampongs started defending themselves. The Indian villages started defending themselves.
As they would, no?
Exactly. And it wasn't just Malays, it was Malays and Chinese and Malays also defending themselves. People who didn't believe in this
They
nonsense.
were just like, fuck it, man, I'll help each other out, just to not get killed. Neighbors, helping neighbors, the type
This
of thing.
is it.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes, today you see second, third generation, the fellow looks Chinese, Malay, but there's no Chinese blood. It's because what happened during that period, they killed the Chinese kid's family. The Malay family adopted this kid
Yeah.
and brought the kid up as an orphan.
I see.
Oh.
Because what do you do?
You're not gonna leave that kid there, right? Yeah. Wow.
So this is why so some of us we do our DNA might find some very surprising results in our DNA.
Although I highly recommend you do not do that DNA test, because all your DNA is stored in China somewhere, and then in the end they're gonna target you with marketing shit in the future. I just want to point that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as a result of that, the level of distrust became huge. And it was not because of, they identified it as, communists, they identified it, as nationalists. No, they just identified it purely on racial lines.
Yeah.
Right? It's the Chinese, or it's the Malays attacking the non-Malays attacking the Malays.
At that time, I'm very sure people are just in sheer chaos, right? Because it's no like communication via a phone, right? You're just like watching it or you hear about it, right?
Yeah. And then after that, of course, once the British came back, then the communists started agitating, right? They started building their force. They wanted to take over. Then you had the communist insurgency with Chin Peng coming out of the jungle. But don't forget, before the end of the war, Chin Peng was a hero, right? Because the number of Japanese he killed, all of these things that he did. It was amazing, right? He assisted the British in trying to defeat the Japanese.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It's that time where they introduced the daun pisang, the dollar or something like that. Right? It was
the banana notes. Yeah.
Something.
The currency was, it was paper money. I mean, it's basically banana. That's why I call it banana money.
Yeah.
They call it banana money because on the $10 note, it's banana trees.
Yeah. The
So that's why
image
it's
of
called.
banana tree.
That's why it's called banana money.
Yeah.
That's why when useless money we call banana money. That's the reason.
because
we
you
call
didn't
it.
even get to. Yeah.
No, because the money basically inflation, right? So you want to buy a loaf of bread, it costs you 200,000 ringgit or $200,000, right? So can you imagine the stack?
Yeah, that you had to used to.
I remember I used to have it in the house. I mean, my auntie and all used to, because we used to play with it because, and then the Chinese would use it to burn as hell money.
Wow.
Got it.
Wow, that's insane.
So, yeah. Back
Wait, okay, I need to really go back, right? Because we went from internship and you breaking the story of Battle Box to then
to
then explaining about World War II, right? So I can totally I think everybody who's listening up to now is like, dude, this guy clearly is into the history of this land, for sure.
Yeah.
But so you were doing your internship, but I'm sure your love for this is what struck you to go into politics in this region.
So what happened after that was I finished my my degree.
Okay.
And I was very lucky because my dad was able to send me, and I was able to push national service because all Singaporeans have to do national
You
service.
push,
right?
what do you mean by push?
That means I was able to defer it.
Wow.
Yeah, back then they allowed you to defer national service, so we're allowed to do it, and that was why my dad had to take a third mortgage in the house to pay a bond to allow me to be overseas.
Are you freaking serious?
Yeah.
Your dad is just the MVP.
Amazing man. Yeah, amazing man. Amazing. So then
My dad would have told me to fuck off. Right? I guarantee you that.
Well, that's the thing. So then I came back, right? And I came back and I served my national service. But because I had my degree And very few people at that time,
Possessed the degree
national
from-
servicemen
yeah.
had a degree.
Yeah.
So in their infinite wisdom, they said, okay, you've got your degree. So why don't you actually, and also medically, I was, as you know, I was fat. I was, I was what, 80, 90 kilos at that point. Right?
So
I
for
was
context of the listeners, right, we were talking about you being very obese prior to this. So
Exactly.
we will get to that in a bit. but
Exactly.
yeah, okay.
So
okay.
I had very bad asthma. I was, it was quite bad. So medically, I was downgraded. So they said, okay, this guy is medically downgraded. He can't carry a rifle, can't actually run. He can't do very much.
Wow.
But he's got a degree in history and a degree in history on Singapore. So they said, hey, why didn't you see what you can do in the military heritage department? So I joined the military heritage department in Singapore, and I co-wrote a book on battlefield sites in Singapore. All these World War II sites that you had. Where the Japanese landed, the factory where the, surrender took place. All of these things were in the book. And it was a guidebook. So it was not only for tourists, but specifically for Singaporeans. So they would know their history that, look, people say, oh, there's our country, we've got no history at all. No, there's nothing. No,
Plenty.
actually, there's a lot. There's a lot. But it's just knowing that, there is this kind of history.
Yeah.
So I did that, and then I worked in public affairs, did a whole bunch of different things, because I had a degree.
Yeah.
And so I got exposure to all of these amazing things. Then once I went to public affairs, we were filming. They were just starting video news. They had, they had a magazine, they had the magazines that, that they send out, the Pioneer magazine that everybody gets, but they wanted to do video as well.
This so this is 2005, 2006?
No, this is 1991.
Can do video, man.
Yes, they
For
had
shows
just
lah, on
started.
TV lah.
Exactly. I mean, but the thing is, they wanted to do like a news bulletin, right? To tell them, all these interesting things are happening and to educate people.
Okay.
Because just like any average person,
You would think.
you don't bother reading a newspaper or what have you. So this video thing was supposed to educate people on what's going on.
I think it was fair, I think. But
Yeah.
Singapore, so maybe like 30 years ish of history, people would assume that there's no history. I can understand why.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was doing this video and I'd never done TV before. Never done TV at all. So it was rubbish basically. The first, I think 10, 20 episodes were all shit. I mean, I admit.
I can relate. We can relate.
But I learned, right? Learn on the job, learn how to do it.
Yeah.
So then after I say, hey, look, I love TV. This is great stuff, right? So after I finished National Service, I applied to the Singapore Broadcasting Corporation, SBC. That is equivalent to RTM lah.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's before today's version of
MediaCorp.
MediaCorp,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, today is amazing, this huge thing. At that point, it was SBC,
Okay.
the Singapore Broadcasting Corporation. So I joined as a broadcast journalist in their news team. And that was fantastic because then I worked my ass off. I mean, you covered every story lah, whether there's a dog fair lah, whatever, court cases lah, you do it, everything, you cover everything. Then you work your way up. So I worked my way up to covering foreign affairs, which is what I really enjoyed. I really enjoyed doing
Also,
that
you
because,
climbed up in a way from the small stories to the bigger ones. Okay.
of course. I mean, you got to pay your dues, right?
Yeah,
Everyone has to pay your dues. So I paid my dues, worked my way up. And I really enjoyed covering that because all the foreign leaders who come to Singapore, I would get a chance to interview, So that's great. Even if it's just one or two questions, okay lah.
Yeah.
At least, because at that time, you didn't have Channel Asia, you didn't have any of that, right? So, that was it. Whatever you saw on News 5 was the news. So, and I remember vividly, one time my editor gave me, he gave me it's called dope, basically the news release or information. Okay. So he gave it to me. He said, hey, look, Dr. M is coming to Singapore. There's King Edward VII School of Medicine. Mahathir trained there as a doctor.
Okay.
In Singapore. And they're having a reunion. So he said, hey, why didn't you go and interview him? I said, hey, Dr. M is Prime Minister of Malaysia. Why the hell is he going to talk to me? And this was in 1993, 94?
Bloody hell, man. I was
Something like
two,
that.
man.
2 years old.
93, 94?
Yeah.
And then I was thinking, okay, what do I want to talk to him about?
That's literally what we went through.
You know,
Yeah, what the
what the hell do I talk to him about? And then I realized it was going to be the anniversary of the Causeway
Oh, shoot.
between Singapore and
You talked
Malaysia.
to Mike. Sorry.
So the moment I realized it was that, I said, okay, I know the question lah. And so I went there, I planted myself outside the auditorium. Of course, nobody will talk to us. They say, no press, no press, no press. But Dr. M, to his credit, you know, he came up to me and he said, hey, hello. Because he saw the media there, he saw the camera, he saw the mic,
Right.
Straight away went for it lah.
which was brilliant. So I interviewed him. And I got a soundbite from the Prime Minister of Malaysia talking about the Causeway.
Yeah.
You know, and what he thought, don't ask me what he said about the Causeway, lah, but I'm sure it was amazing, you know, at that point in time. I was just completely starstruck,
Yeah.
right? Because like I said, Malaysia, aspirational, get a chance to speak to Mahathir.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, my gosh, several dreams achieved right there. So it was fantastic. So, you know, so then my love for that, you know, grew for covering foreign affairs. And then if you read my first book, Final Reckoning, you will see all the stories. I broke a lot of stories, quite a few stories, including what happened in Cambodia in 1999, when Hun Sen, the Prime Minister, deposed Prince Ranarid, and they had a massive coup in the country. There was civil war and stuff, and I covered you know, all of those things.
Something the Rouge, right? Something Rouge.
Khmer Rouge, no. But this is after. This is after. This was the 1998, 99. You know, it was that period. Anyhow, so because I covered all of that, they said, hey, look, we are going to create a new position called an Indochina correspondent.
Indochina.
Indochina. So Channel News Asia was only just starting at that point.
Okay.
So I became the second Indochina correspondent based in Bangkok. And I covered Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Vietnam out of Bangkok,
Okay.
which was amazing. That was 6 years.
That's a lot, man.
Wow.
Yeah. So as a foreign correspondent, I covered all these
That's a
different...
lot, man.
This was brilliant. It was absolutely brilliant. You know, covering the
Yeah.
region, you know. And that was my love. Right, to be able to cover, speak to all these different leaders and
Yeah,
stuff.
man.
So, you know, it was great. I interviewed Thaksin in Thailand back when he was before he became prime minister, you know.
Wow, that's mad, dude.
Yeah.
Bro, Thaksin is like ex-owner of Man City, bro.
Exactly. So, you know,
Mate, what the shit?
so these are the things. I mean, you know, all of these guys. It was very interesting. I interviewed the junta leaders in Myanmar, right? I interviewed Aung San Suu Kyi. So, you know, it was wild. It was absolutely wild as a foreign
6
correspondent.
years.
6 years.
Wow.
6 years.
Great
And I met my wife in Bangkok.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Yeah, exactly. Mas lah, you know.
Is
what
she a
can I say?
Singaporean as well? Or is
She's British. She's English.
British?
Yeah. So I met her and then don't know why. 25 years, she's still with me. I don't know why also, but
I
I'm very
also
glad.
ask myself
I'm
that
very
question,
glad.
you know,
I'm very glad. So, you know, but yeah, so at that point, then I left Channel News Asia in 2003.
And work with Najib after that.
Oh, yeah.
Haven't yet.
2003, I left Channel News Asia. I worked with the UN for a short while. And then I got a job with the Singapore Tourism Board.
Sorry, let me just dial one step back.
Sure.
What were you working in the UN?
The UN had its regional headquarters in Bangkok.
Okay.
Okay.
And I had a good friend, Malaysian actually, who was working for the UN, you know, in Bangkok. And he told me, look, there's an opening here. Why don't you apply? He says, you're between jobs now. You know, you've left Channel News Asia. You don't know what you want to do with your life. Why don't you come and work? You know, why don't you do your communication stuff for us? I mean, you know, and they were having a huge HIV/AIDS policy that they were coming up with a strategy. So he said, why don't you help us with the communications on that?
I see.
So I said, yeah, actually, that sounds good. So for, I think 5-6 months, I worked for the UN, you know, doing that project.
Okay.
And in the meantime, I applied, for stuff, and I got a job with the Singapore Tourism Board.
Okay.
And they posted me to India.
Wow.
Going back home.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem. I'm not home because home actually is Malaysia, Singapore, right?
All right.
You know, so the color is like that.
misleading.
But the reality is very different. Reality is very different. So it was great. I mean, we went there. You know, I did 1 year in Bombay. It was very, very interesting. We brought back the Indian what is it called? IFA, the Indian International Film Awards, which is their version of the Grammys. not the Grammys, their version of the Oscars.
Yeah.
So we brought Shah Rukh Khan, Priti Zinta, Alok all of these.
Zinta.
Yeah, all of these guys. Who's the one that's
Amitabh Bachchan, is it?
Amitabh Bachchan. Not only that, what's her name? She's now huge in the US. Priyanka Chopra. Yes.
Chopra.
Yes. So all of them we brought down to Singapore. It was huge. It was that because we had Indians coming from all over Southeast Asia, all over Asia, from India, all coming for this huge event. So that was all fantastic. And in the meanwhile, I had applied for a scholarship from the British Council.
You're not enough, you SDV lah, what UN lah.
Not enough. Clearly not enough. Clearly not. So I applied for a scholarship and I got a scholarship from the British Council. The problem was that the scholarship acceptance came in at the same time as the STB job.
Oh.
So I went to back down. I said, please help me postpone this one for a couple of years because, I got a new job, need to earn the money lah. So they were so nice at the British Council and they said, okay, fine, we'll postpone it. So they allowed me to postpone. So after doing the STB for doing this big Indian thing, all of this stuff, I'd been there, done that.
Yeah.
And then I realized also working in a civil service job, not really for me, because I was a journalist first and foremost.
You need the juice, bro.
Definitely need the juice. Definitely need the juice. So then I said, okay lah, never mind. So I spoke to the guys at British Council. They said, yeah, fine. If you want it, it's there. So fantastic.
How long were you in STB
It
before you
was
decided
excellent.
to go?
About 1.5, 2 years.
Okay. And then you joined.
And then I joined, and then I took up the scholarship and they sent me to London. Of course, my wife was thrilled because she's from the UK, and she's got friends and all in London. So it was great. So we were there. And I did the 1 year. It was called it was a degree in transnational communications and the global media. A master, a master.
LGBTQ trans.
No, transnational.
transnational.
Oh, okay.
Transnational.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. That would have been interesting back then. I
needed to be sure, man.
Yeah.
Back 2006
that was
already.
2000, 2005, 2006, around that. So at that point, as I was finishing, I said, okay, I need a job now because,
After
I
scholarship.
got to feed the wife. And now by that point, I had a wife and 2 kids at that point. So got to feed the kids. What am I going to do? So I applied for jobs. So in the papers over there, all these different news organizations, I applied, didn't do anything. But one news organization was heavily recruiting and it was Al Jazeera.
Oh, I think that was the rise of Al Jazeera.
Al Jazeera International is recruiting. So I applied for the job. I thought, okay, great. I'll get a job in London, sit down here in the London office, work for them, do all of their stuff. The family can live here, no
can be
problem.
based there as well.
So I went in for the interview and they said, yeah, we want to hire you. I said, great. And they said, but for KL. KL? They said, yeah. So I said, okay lah, why not? Actually, I'm quite happy to go to KL, because as I said, again, in my mind, aspirational. Right? So KL, yeah, all right. So it took the whole family,
Moved.
packed everything, came down to KL.
How many years until you come back to KL? It's been how many years?
No, he's from Singapore. So this one time he never really lived
But
in
he
KL.
went to India, then he went to Bangkok, then he went to London. So it's been 10 years plus, is it?
Oh, in the region. Don't know, man.
I've been talking about since the time he went to Federal Highway.
Yeah, exactly.
He was never based in KL, bro. He's
Never
a
been-
Singaporean, bro.
exactly.
Okay.
No.
I mean, if you come from the Federal Highway, then
Quite a while, I suppose.
It's been a
couple of
while.
decades,
It's been, decades. So anyhow, so there we shifted everything, came down. And so that was 2005, 2006. So for 2 years, I worked
In
with
Al Jazeera.
I worked with Al Jazeera for 2 years. Then I realized that their editorial line and what I believed in as a journalist differed.
Okay.
Can you elaborate on a little bit on
Basically, I did not accept their premise that, if it bled, it led. And that means if the story bleeds, that means any violence that leads the bulletin, anything else is not important.
Because they want to showcase the ones that are saucy, lah, basically.
Quite
Exactly.
aggressive
Anything that was
shit.
controversial, anything that was, sexy in that sense.
They just
Right?
wanted to sell, lah.
So you're not interested in development stories. You're not interested in how the country, is progressing. What are the positives? It's always negative. At least at that point, that's how they were approaching it. So I didn't feel there was a place for me there.
I see.
You know,
But that's the nature of a lot of newscasters nowadays, I
until
feel.
today,
well, that's the thing. So, but all of us have a conscience, right?
Yeah.
And so we need to do things that are based on our conscience.
Hey,
And
2 years
I've-
there is...
So yeah, I did my time, and I was very lucky because in my Bangkok days, I had met lots of journalists, and one of them was the bureau chief of AFP in Kuala Lumpur, Agence France Presse, the wire service.
Right.
And I'd met her and her colleagues and her boss, who was also another good friend who I knew from Singapore days when I was working on the media there, and they were there. So if you're in the media, it's a very small world. You will know someone who will know someone who will know someone. So it's very easy to say if that person is a fake or not.
Yep.
Very easy. 1 or 2 phone calls, you know whether this one is a legit
Yeah.
or this guy is just, it's all bullshit. It's very clear. So they got me a job with AFP. I mean, the money was not great, because of course Al Jazeera were paying, big bucks,
Yeah.
Money was not great, but I was reporting what was actually happening. No one was censoring my copy. No one was saying that, I need to write it in this angle. I wrote what was going on. And that was the period where, of course, our good friend Tun M was agitating. He was upset with Pa'ala, and all these backroom maneuvers were going on. And it was great because I was going down on the ground. I was speaking to guys from PKR, DAP. I was speaking to everybody.
And AFP gave you a lot of liberty to do that as well.
Of
I'm
course.
assuming that's
Of
why
course.
you enjoyed it. Yeah.
Of course, and I spoke to Anwar Ibrahim, to all of them. I mean, Anwar, great guy, fantastic. Always give an amazing quote. Really, really good. He's a really, really nice, a gentleman. All these people, I'd be interviewing, speaking to them. So from Perdana Putra, you come all the way down here to Chowkit. You'd be doing the entire. So I got to know a lot of people. As a result of that, I saw what happened in the government, all the funny things that were going on, all of this stuff. And a lot of people say, hey, how come the government, views the media the way it does? I said, the problem is that, it is an issue of perception. Very often in the government, they say, hey, why does the foreign media give bad publicity to the government?
Yeah.
Why do they, write such negative things? And the reality of the situation, and this is something, please, if you guys are listening, please take note.
Taking the note.
This again, I keep repeating over and over, and still it doesn't bloody penetrate the skulls. The bottom line here is journalists, foreign or local, always take the easiest path. And what do I mean by that? If there is a story that is breaking,
You take
right?
the easier one.
what
compared to
we do is we call everybody. So we'll call someone from the government, we'll call someone from the opposition.
Okay.
90% of the time, the guy from the opposition will pick up the phone and talk to you and give you whatever quote you want.
But the government is the one.
90% of the time, the guys on the government side will either not pick up the phone, pick up and say, okay tuan, yang ni kita ada jawapan tapi dalam 2 minggu lah.
As usual.
Tunggu 2 minggu, kita boleh bagi press statement.
So basically,
You need a quote. I've got a deadline. Hong Kong wants me to file the story by 6 p.m.
Yep.
It is now 5:30 and you're telling me I got to wait 2 weeks to get a statement, whereas I've got Kit Siang on the phone.
He's calling
and
you to
he's
tell
just
you.
given me this long spiel about what's going. So how do you think I'm going to file the story?
I'm not gonna cite the government. I'm gonna fucking do whatever is placed on my plate
I'm
lah.
only going to be quoting whoever is talking to me.
Yeah, man.
So talk to
Absolutely.
me, right? And if you continue doing this year after year after year,
It's gonna be a cascading. It's gonna snowball effect lah. The perception is gonna be shite
So
lah,
then,
right?
as a journalist, who will I bother calling? Am I going to bother calling you, or am I going to call these guys?
Yeah.
And as a journalist, also as a normal human being, right? Although we are objective, but as a human being, which side do you think I'm going to be supporting?
Yeah, the guy who's actually nice, who wants to give me a statement, or the person that just tells me, Tuan, 2 minggu.
Tunggu sekejap.
Yeah, 2 weeks. I'll give you a statement in 2 weeks. No way, man.
And exactly, and now that we've got a PH government in there who should understand this,
No, they don't. They don't even
How?
do it.
how?
They're just repeating the same thing.
That's the brilliant irony of it all, isn't it?
You see, and that's the problem. Basically, you know that this was the situation. You know how you won the war. Now you're trying to lose it again.
Yeah.
Don't lose it lah. And everyone has got the confidence in you, the goodwill. Don't destroy the goodwill.
Yeah.
They want to talk to you. Give them a quote lah. Even if the quote is a holding statement, we all know what a holding statement is. Holding statement is okay. We are going to investigate. Okay lah. At least that we can say government is going to investigate. Betul tak? As opposed to nothing. Pak Las, elegant silence. How?
Elegant silence.
How? Cannot lah. Elegant silence.
Do you feel like it's always like when they get into government, that's when it starts to go downhill? I don't know why, Like no one is ever happy with government, man. There's no proper, unless you're a Singaporean. Sorry.
Hey, no. But you see, like I said in Shattered Hope, if you read the book, this is it. We voted these people in because you expected reforms, you expect this, right?
Same.
But the problem is once they got in, right? Once they got in, they were so, I don't know what word to use, confused that they just could not carry out the things that they needed to do. And the reality of the situation was, and the reality that still exists today is, and something that, hey, hello guys, please listen again. If you're listening, please. The civil servants run this country. It is not the politicians. Okay, you have to be nice to the civil servants. You have to work with the civil servants. The civil servants are not running dogs for any political party. They are human beings just like you and me. They have got feelings.
Yeah.
You do not insult them. You work with them. Right? Now, if the civil service is not going to work with you, nothing is going to move.
Yeah.
Nothing is going to move.
Yeah.
And that's why in my book, I outline it very clearly. You get all these guys that come in. You had Bersatu. Basically, they had 200,000 ringgit. That's it. That's all they had in their bank to fund the party. So when all these guys came in, all your volunteers and all came into government, you've appointed them in this position. They expect to be paid. They are expecting to make money. Right? They're expecting big salaries.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, half of them have got very poor qualifications. So you can't get big salaries.
Yeah.
But you insist that they get big salaries. As a result, what happens?
They
get no salary.
Or you get overpaid people who don't really know what they're doing lah.
Eventually, that's what happened lah.
Yeah.
But at the beginning, you had people who were not paid for 1 year. Can you imagine?
Wow.
For 1 year, Mahathir had to go and fight with the treasury to get them to change policy so that some of these individuals would get their salaries. I kid you not. You can ask these guys, they'll tell you 1 year, no salary.
That must
This is
hurt.
during the
PH 1.0.
1.0.
1.0. And the other problem was because the civil servants felt that they were going to be chopped. The heads were all going to be chopped.
I mean, if salary is not coming in for a few months, you would think that, right?
So this is how the civil servants felt, right? Basically, you're coming in there and you've decided now you're going to persecute, right? You're going to chop off all the top layers or middle layers or whatever because you believe that somehow they allied the BN party instead of working with these guys. In South Africa, they had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, TRC, when Mandela came in. Right? He took over from all the whites. What that did was you come, you admit you made a mistake, you admit what you have done. Forgiven, we move on because we need to build a country.
Yeah.
But in Malaysia, instead of using the Truth and Reconciliation, we use the Spanish Inquisition model, which is basically torture people.
Wow.
Oh, this one you accuse them, then after you put them in jail.
Refreshing.
And get them to convert. But what? Hammer.
Yeah.
But the reality of that, if you go into that kind of a system, people are not going to work with you, right? And then
They're gonna fear you, man.
at several different levels, they're going to jam, right?
Yeah.
Whatever you're trying to do, they're going to jam.
They're gonna hate you. They're gonna listen to what you say and then do the complete opposite. To sabo you.
Exactly. I mean, that's just human nature,
Yeah, I'll
right?
be pissed, right? That's all. It's as simple as that. It's not a very complicated.
So it's
equation.
not a racial issue. It's not it's not any issue except purely persecution because you've decided that these fellows are evil. right? It's not like they've done anything against you, right? If this fellow has committed a crime, Raswa, the fellow's,
Fair game lah, yeah.
fine, yes. Get the MAC, charge the bugger, settle him. Nothing, right? But this fellow was at the BN Kenduri back in 2016. I got a photograph of this.
So what?
As a result, he cannot do the job. Hello. How like that? And the problem is, so this was being carried out systematically throughout the coalition. And while this was happening, then you've got Mahathir, who basically, as you know, his idea, was very ultra in the first place, right? He didn't want to have to get the support of non-Malays to become prime minister, but he didn't have a choice because he wanted to kill Najib. He wanted to kill Patla, managed to do that, but he needed, that was it, revenge basically. I mean, my assessment is that it was pure, unadulterated revenge that he wanted. So he wanted to become prime minister
With no plan.
to remove Najib.
That's
Yeah,
it.
but when he came in there, then he no plan.
But
Actually.
after that, no plan. You know why there's no plan? Not? Because we had Vision 2020, remember not? Vision
yeah,
2020.
Wawasan 2020.
It
But we
was-
don't have Awasan 2040 or whatever. He just came in and then he
Apa nak
retire
buat?
lah.
So Wawasan 2020, it was amazing, carried out through the schools. We all knew, okay, this is the direction we are all headed in
Flying
there.
cars.
Yeah.
Here we go.
But he came in second time, there was literally no plan at all. And that's because his only plan was to remove Najib.
Najib,
That's all.
Why? Why remove Najib?
Because Najib did not support his son in the 2013 presidential 2013 elections in UMNO. So his son did not become vice president. In UMNO, he didn't become deputy president in UMNO in order to become president or prime minister. You see, Hisham got the support. Hisham got the support. So what that meant was basically the end of his dynasty. Right? Effectively, it was the end of the dynasty.
Besides himself, he cannot continue. Okay lah. So
Gone.
the
That would be
Mahathir
it.
name is gone lah, basically.
Exactly. So that, among many other things, and the Crooked Bridge also, because Najib refused to do the Crooked Bridge.
Basically, if you're not with Tonem, you're against
You're
Tonem.
against them, bro.
Yeah, I mean that's how. I mean, and look, that worked for the first 22 years lah when he was prime minister, right? That worked. Look at how amazing the country was, right? It did amazing things. But second time round,
Aiyo.
tak jalan.
I can still remember, man, when he was PM, right? And everybody, there was a glow, it was like a warmth, you know. And then when he resigned, it was just before COVID, everybody was like, wait. Wait. No, wait.
And you see, and that's the thing. So back then, even before the government was formed, he was thinking, okay, now I've got the DAP, I've got Anwar. I don't want DAP. I don't want Anwar. What am I going to do?
Then he just resigned lah, fuck it lah.
No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Muhyiddin, see how we can build a coalition.
Oh.
Build a coalition of all these votes that I can get so that I can form the government without Anwar and without DAP.
Because he don't want to give Anwar the
He does not want to give Anwar the prime minister.
Because he's scared because last time he going to send him into jail for sodomy. Then he's like, oh my god, if I give him the PM role now, IGG.
This is the star of Sheraton, right?
Yes.
And that started even before he got into Perdana Putra, right? The thinking, the planning already started before. So Muhyiddin then at that point started negotiating, talking to PAS, talking to all these different groups, talking to UMNO, right? But the problem with UMNO is Mahathir wanted all of them to resign from UMNO. He told Zahid, called in Zahid and the top leadership of UMNO, 45 minutes, gave him, I love the word, basuh kan mereka. Completely walloped as if he was the father and still president of UMNO. Walloped all of them, told them how disgusting they were, how disgusting the party was, how it was filled with money and corruption, and how all of them literally had to resign and basically the party had to be terminated and all of them had to join Bersatu.
I see.
And they had to be cleared and then join Bersatu. That was in his mind, that's what he wanted to do.
Okay.
But Zahid said, okay, interesting
but fuck off.
theory. Not gonna do this. So I need to find some other way around. So Muhyiddin was a little bit more willing to compromise.
Sure.
He's saying, okay, fine, never mind, let's discuss. Let's see how this how this works out. So all of this since 2018, 2019, they were working in the
this all
background.
behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes, right? So
Bloody
while
hell.
all this other wayang going on, and every other month Mahathir is telling Anwar, actually I'm going to hand over, but never there's any handover, no dates, nothing given, right? Then it comes all the way up to February. Okay, but by then there's a lot more that happened because Azmin Ali also is integral in this whole thing.
Because he wanted Azmin Ali to be...
He wanted Azmin Ali to replace Anwar.
Yeah.
He wanted Azmin Ali effectively to become Prime Minister.
But then, okay, so this is speculation obviously. But
All speculation.
Allegedly also, Azmin Ali was in this like sex tape, right?
Everybody has
Let
sex tape,
me
lah.
come up with this. In Malaysia, basically when you talk about political scandal, has to have a sex tape.
Yeah.
That's Malaysian style basically.
But you know,
If
right?
there's no sex tape, it can't be a scandal.
But we have spoken to someone of a someone. And I think, I think Andrew was here. I don't know if Pogi was here or not. That person had told us, you verify, bro.
You see, whether you verify, you don't verify,
Verify, bro.
at the end of the deal,
You have to have a sex
at
tape.
the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Why? Because sex tapes sell. Read my appendix 1 on the Carcosa sex tape.
Wait. What's Carcosa? That's why Andrew celebrated his 10th birthday. Carcosa Sri Negara.
The Carcosa sex tape. This was when Anwar was Sodomy 2. And they,
Sodomy too.
Yes,
Sodomy
this
part
was,
2.
Yes,
Wow.
this was the second time, and they didn't think that they would be able to nail him. So these were certain elements, and if you read the chapter, you'll see who they are allied to. His picture is on the front cover. Who they are allied to basically decided to set up a honey trap.
Okay.
And oh my God, I tell you. So you read it, it is devastating. It is absolutely devastating how they planned this thing. Oh my God. And they released the tape at the Carcosa. So one day we received a phone call. We all went there. The journalists were allowed into a room, had to wear a juba. Can you imagine?
What's a juba?
A
It's
juba
like
is basically
full black lah.
it's like a
It's like the
robe.
Iranian lady.
It's like a robe.
I think it's a black robe or something like that. Right?
It's, black or white robe. You wear a
Only
robe.
can see eyes, I think.
That is so that nobody would have a camera or whatever to film. Can you imagine? Not?
Wow.
So you
Took you into a room, you sat down there, and then on the TV screen, the laptop basically, they played this video of a man who looked like Anwar having sex with his woman and leaving his Rolex watch down there. And then they said, we got a copy of the Rolex watch. And then they came up with a statement saying, Anwar Ibrahim must confess to this because we've got all of this black and white. Oh my God, this was such a huge scandal.
This is the first sodomy, is it?
This second.
Second one.
After the second.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, while the second was in trial. All of this wayang transpired.
Let me just rewind this a little bit.
You want details? Read my book. It's all there, man. All the juicy bits.
I know. But they invite you to Carcosa. They
watch
ask you to
porn.
wear a robe.
Correct.
Then they ask you to sit down and watch porn.
Yes, that's right.
On a laptop.
and this was the Dato T trio. If you remember, there was Dato T. The letter T. Yes, exactly. So many people don't remember this, but this is all this transpired in 2010, 2011. Yeah, so
Spicy years, huh?
Dato T, and they were charged in the end for pornography. For showing pornographic videos to
how
the
good
top
was-
journalists in the country.
How good was the video?
Sorry?
How good was
Not
the
that
video?
good, lah.
Not that great, huh?
No, my key
Eventually I saw it. No, not that good.
my key takeaway here is so he's straight.
No, he's not.
You
Is
see,
he bi?
you
I'm
see,
confused.
I mean,
the
it could
thing
be
is,
lah.
whatever he is,
Actually, no, it's not a problem, lah. Actually,
okay lah. Let me be very frank. Okay, whether you're bi, tri, trans, or whatever, does that affect how you run a country? No, it doesn't.
Probably not.
Okay, so again, I don't care whether it's real, whether it's not real. For me, that doesn't make a difference.
actually, yeah. You're just a solid point. Like, even if I had a sex tape right out there, does that mean I'm a terrible podcaster / events director?
Exactly.
No.
No.
That means I'm still the fucking same events director and podcaster, right?
Exactly.
I just got caught
Makes
recorded
sex
only.
tapes.
That's it. As long as it's not animals, children, terrorism, okay.
Yeah, it's just sex with you. It's not like
For
not
God's
like
sakes.
we don't have sex also.
Yeah.
If I like a guy, I like a guy. If I like a girl, I like a girl. Like both, I like both.
That's the thing.
Why do we penalize this?
Again,
Because
so,
it's like, I think in Malaysia it's like sensitive, like, oh, sex, bro.
okay, no, that's fine. So like I say, because some people have religious beliefs or what have you, but as far as I am personally concerned, I just don't care. I'm not interested whether this is real, this is not real. All of them will go to court, they'll argue whether this is real or not. Hey, was there actually sperm on the mattress or not? All of this, they again, does it really matter? No, it doesn't make
Just a
any
sex,
difference.
man.
Well, that's a lot of wasted effort and time actually to deduce this.
But it's all scandal, right? This is all lovely scandal, and basically it confuses people and it redirects attention.
Yep.
That's what you want with this stuff. I mean, that's what these people want. So with Mahathir, right, in 2018, 2019, so the idea was to have this coalition to remove DAP and to remove Anwar. Okay. But within PKR at that point, Azmin and Anwar had already clashed. Right? There were several incidents and instances where both of them were just not able to work together. Things had gone to a very, very difficult point between the two leaders.
Okay.
And Azmin was now becoming closer and closer to Mahathir. And do you know the backstory of that?
No, I don't actually.
The backstory of that was it was Mahathir who introduced Azmin to Anwar.
Could you just say that again?
Was Mahathir
Mahathir introduced Azmin
To
to
Anwar.
Anwar back
way
in the
back when?
80s.
But then Anwar
90s.
and Azmin had a fallout.
Anwar and Azmin Azmin left with Anwar in 1989, right? When he was charged with sodomy 1, the first time when Mahathir fired him,
Yeah.
right? Azmin left with Anwar and they formed PKR.
Okay.
But Mahathir's relationship with Azmin predates all of that, right? Because he was the one who introduced Azmin to Anwar. So in 2016, 2017, the relationship started to be, they started to rebuild that relationship. The relationship with Anwar wasn't rebuilt. Why? Because he was in jail, right? So who was representing PKR at that point? Azmin. So Mahathir needed PKR support. Who do you talk to in PKR? Who's the leader of PKR at that point? Azmin.
Yeah.
And he knows Azmin from back then.
Yep.
So then you
Buddy.
rekindle the relationship, right?
Got it.
You start building that relationship. So Azmin and Mahathir started getting closer.
And that's why Mahathir wanted Azmin to...
Because he felt that Azmin was clean.
And also...
Because there was no sex tape against Azmin at that point lah.
And
right?
also because you already sent Anwar to
the
jail.
jailhouse.
So technically your next best option is probably Azmin. Like, you're not going to ask Anwar lah, bro.
So this is the thing, right? So even before he sprung his surprise visit to Anwar in the courtroom, Anwar didn't even know that Mahathir was coming to talk to him, to build the alliance, right? Anwar was going for a court case. Then all of a sudden he sees Mahathir in the court. And then he's supposed to shake hands with Mahathir.
Oh my God.
This is the bugger that locked me up. So,
It's kinda messed up,
and did all this shit. I'm supposed to shake hands with him.
Yeah.
But Adat in
Adat
Malay
showface,
culture, there's no choice. You have to shake hands with him. So he shook hands with him and what have you. Right? And his family told him, don't trust this guy. Don't trust him. But no choice, right?
Yeah.
The political reality was that, look, if you want PH to get into power,
You got to work with the guy. Oh,
work with
my
Dunzo,
God.
bro.
well, that's the thing. But the thing is they had a choice, right? They had a choice whether to do a deal with the devil or not. Right?
God, and they did it
And
lah.
Guan Eng, Kitsia, all of them lah. This was not one person decision, right? Everyone had to decide and agree to this, right? But that's the problem lah. You decided like that.
I think it's because at the time, like you said, it's perception, right? And perception was Mahathir is the hero.
The perception was that Mahathir bertaubat. That was it. That he had reformed.
Yeah.
Because he went down the Bersih rally and all of that. He was doing the stuff. So people thought, okay lah, give him the benefit.
Baka just
of
wears
the doubt
yellow and then that's it lah.
Done.
That's it lah. Just gotta wear yellow lah.
Because the thing is, the rhetoric against Najib was so
Yeah,
strong.
yeah.
People just anything but anything but Najib. I'll vote for anything lah.
Yep.
But they didn't realize, what they failed to realize is the entire ecosystem that was set up,
Sorry,
by Najib was set up by who?
Oh.
You're going to say Mahathir, is it? Holy
None other than
Yeah, what? He's the one that set up the entire thing. It's just the new face at the moment was Najib. It wasn't Najib that set up all of
Oh
this.
my God, wait. So do you think, right, he set this whole thing up, right? And then he made Najib the fall guy. Holy shit.
Some Kaguya stuff.
I don't know. That one I don't know about. But,
Oh,
but
but you think about it, it's fucking true, right? Because Najib didn't support his fucking son right at the time. What the hell?
Yeah,
bro?
yeah,
Playing 3D chess, dude.
Well.
He's for real playing 3D chess.
He is Izanagi, bro. He's done so Izanagi. He's just like reactivate, bro.
Yeah. So you see, this is how smart he is, and you have to respect Tun M. The man has got 5, 6, 7 different steps ahead. He's already been planning all these
today,
different things.
until today.
Even until today, you know.
The guy's gonna turn 3 digits next year, bro.
We must all respect him because it's amazing. I mean, I would never in a million years be able to figure that kind of
bro.
stuff out.
Yeah.
There's some 7D chess, wait, man.
Only 2 people I respect at that level, you know. Mahathir and the big fat Chinese guy, Jolo.
Jolo.
There's only 2 people. Anyone who can come up with such a complex thing and make the sitting prime minister a patsy. Anyone who can do that, wow, you must take off your hat, man. My
Yeah,
God.
true.
How?
Honestly, you
how to
command
do that?
respect for all the wrong reasons, but you
Yeah,
command
for
respect.
all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
All the wrong reasons.
But honestly, impressive.
But wow,
Yeah.
how?
like-
How, man? My God, cannot even imagine the links, you know.
Yeah,
How
the
from
intricacies.
Here to there, to here, to there. Oh my God. It's amazing. You know, you think it's fiction. You know, this is the kind of stuff you write for a thriller, you know, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah,
no, it's actually real.
Honestly, Netflix writers couldn't write this.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Come and
this
talk to
takes
me
it up
lah,
a notch.
please lah. Netflix, please, come and talk to me. We can do something. We can definitely do
Some
something.
Inception type of shit.
Wild,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. So this is the thing with Mahathir in 2018, 2019, right? So Muhyiddin is helping to build this effectively Malay coalition lah.
The PN.
PN
Perikatan
lah.
Nasional.
Yeah lah, the precursor of Perikatan Nasional lah. But like I said, the infighting and the damage between Anwar and Azmin's teams, his
Is
people,
beyond-
were beyond repair. So the belief is that it is someone in Anwar's team that came up with this sex video against Azmin.
I see.
God damn it.
Anwar was not aware that his team did
Did that.
this kind of shit.
Okay.
And this I completely can understand why, because under Najib it was the same thing. Half these jokers would be just going off the reservation doing don't know all kinds of shit. Najib has no idea what the hell these buggers are doing.
Yep.
And then they use his name. They go around saying, yeah, this is Dato Sri Najib doing all of this stuff. Then after the bloody thing explodes, backfires completely, everyone blames him.
Yep.
And then he's saying, what? Who did this shit?
Feels bad lah.
This is the problem lah. So that's why I completely understand. I know exactly how this shit works. You know. So, but the problem is once that happened, right? So in Mahathir's eye, Azmin dropped. Okay. And the other thing is Mahathir created the super economic ministry for Azmin. He gave him all the GLC. He stripped it from the finance ministry. So Guan Eng was stripped,
Holy.
right? In name, finance minister, but all your GLCs, all the money where the real things matter, transferred to Azmin,
I see.
right? So Mahathir believed Azmin could deliver. And now you can say I'm speaking on a racial level, but yeah, I am speaking on a racial level almost, because you finance minister, all the thing transferred to this other guy. What race? The finance minister, what race?
I mean,
How like that? So all transferred there. The problem is he didn't deliver. There was a massive issue in Felda. They had all these things to resolve, and Mahathir told Azmin, look, I want you to resolve these issues. He didn't resolve the issues. So it made Mahathir look crap. Why? Because Felda is one of your main voter base.
Yeah, man.
And you didn't solve this issue. And then now got bloody sex tape with some Sabah guy. Or in Sabah. What the hell?
It's always a sex tape lah.
Got Jack also, the Sabah guy.
That's right. And then so all of that happening. Then in the meantime, you got Muhyiddin here who's helping to set up this coalition. And Muhyiddin always wanted to be Prime Minister. Okay, he's always wanted to be Prime Minister.
Just gotta say, he wasn't
again,
the best Prime Minister also lah.
That's the thing lah. But
Yeah.
never mind. So I rewind the story a little bit. When Pak La stepped down, right? When Pak La stepped down, Mahathir wanted Najib to replace Pak La. But Najib said to Mahathir, no, I'm not going to topple Pak La. He's the Prime Minister. If he decides to step down and appoint me, I will take the position.
And that's why Tun M is the one that go and do this to Pak.
Tun M told Najib, you jolly well do this. And Najib was not going to do it. So what does Tun M do? He goes and speaks to Muhyiddin and says, okay, I want you to be Prime Minister. Go and topple Pak La. So he put his support behind Muhyiddin. And Muhyiddin thought, yeah, I'm actually going to be Prime Minister because I've now got Tun's support behind me to do this job. Right? But then Pak La in the end decided, okay, they worked out a deal with him, he decided to step down and hand it over to Najib.
Yes.
But then Mahathir had promised it to Muhyiddin. What? I promised you already, how?
Bye-bye.
So then the deal was, okay lah, then Najib becomes Prime Minister, you become Deputy lah. So then you can become Prime Minister after that, after Najib. But who would know in 2015, Muhyiddin gets kicked out.
Bro, what the fuck's going on?
To the end of his plans, right? End of his plans to become Prime Minister, right? So then he becomes President of Bersatu now with Mahathir as Chairman of Bersatu. So he thinks, okay lah, I'm a Bersatu head. I got chance lah.
He's gonna set me up again. My man Tun M is gonna set me up again.
Exactly. But then Tun M becomes Prime Minister.
And he's like, God damn it, man. The guy's 80 and 90 years old. This guy's still claiming the light.
That's it. But then he becomes Prime Minister.
During
But
COVID.
Muhyiddin, no. Mahathir becomes Prime Minister in 2018. But Muhyiddin is not Deputy Prime Minister.
Oh, shoot. Wait,
Yeah.
He's just
Home Minister.
Home Minister or some
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
So he's thinking, okay, when is my turn?
Then he's like, I'm going to give it to Anwar also, right, at that time.
Then Mahathir tells him, okay, build this coalition lah. So he thinks, okay, I build this coalition. Then I got chance in because I helped him build a coalition.
Okay.
This is my number 2 lah. And then sure, number 1.
But no
right. But then he sees that, okay, then he wants to put in Azmin. How? How are we going to work this deal? Because I don't want Anwar in there because that means I can't become Prime Minister. I don't want DAP in there because I hate them. I just cannot work with them. Although I have to work with them now in the PH 1.0 government, but I don't want to work with them. So what do I do? What do I do now? Mahathir knows this. He looks at Muhyiddin and says, yeah, this bugger is firstly too old. Because firstly, he was suffering from cancer, right? Stage 2 cancer. Then he recovered from that.
Oh, wait, who?
Muhyiddin.
Oh, shit. I didn't know he had cancer.
Initially he had cancer.
Oh, shit.
So he was out of action. Then he recovered, right? So at that point, he went around in late 2019. He was telling people, look, I want to be Prime Minister. So he told all of Mahathir's team, as far as I know from my sources, he told them all, hey, I want to be Prime Minister. How? Help me lah. Become Prime Minister. So he was lobbying. By February, Mahathir didn't want Muhyiddin, cannot appoint Azmin.
Back to Anwar lah.
Exactly.
God.
And if it's back to Anwar, how you think Muhyiddin is going to react?
Yeah.
He's like, God damn it.
Exactly.
Oh, this guy gonna backstab twice, bro.
The 23rd February 2020. Bersatu Supreme Council. That was the day of the Sheraton. Supposedly day of the Sheraton lah. 23rd Bersatu Supreme Council. The Supreme Council told Mahathir they're going to pull support from PH 1.0. That is it. It's going to have to collapse now because Muhyiddin knew from the PH Presidential Council that happened 2 days before that Mahathir effectively was going to hand over to Anwar lah. Because Mahathir said, okay, after APEC in November, there will be a deal. And that was a red flag for Muhyiddin. Oh, we got to do something about it. We literally have to do something about it. So once that happened, the Supreme Council told Mahathir, you have to do it. But Mahathir said, okay, you give me my time, give me 1 week until the end of the week to make the decision. Okay?
Then
so, end of the week. But at that meeting, Muhyiddin said, look, we already got all the SDs to go and see the Agong. We're going to submit the SDs to Agong as a motion of support for the Prime Minister. So what the SDs will do is to show the Agong that you have the full support of all of these guys, not including DAP and Anwar.
I'm still shocked you can do that, man.
So this is a motion of confidence by submitting all these SDs to the Agong. So at that point, Mahathir is sitting and he's thinking, okay, I've now decided 2 days already, I'm going to hand over to Anwar. The problem in Mahathir's mind with Muhyiddin's plan, okay lah, all of this seems nice, they can take over, but the people signing the SDs also include Zahid and Najib.
And
Najib.
Najib is enemy number 1.
Yeah.
Zahid is enemy number 2.
Yeah.
Both of them have signed the SDs. So if they've signed the SDs, obviously there must have been some conditions, right? And Mahathir do not want to work with Zahid or Najib. Right? He just refused. He's not gonna work with them. So he cannot accept the deal. He can't accept the
Because he
coalition.
will look like he's a fool. This whole time you've been freaking like
Yeah, you're
against them.
trying to nail them, whatever, and then now all of a sudden you're going to accept the SD.
Yeah.
So, so this is, I mean, and look, I don't know what the conditions are, but as a layman, logically, there must have been conditions. You're not going to sign the SD
Correct.
happy, right?
Yeah.
There must have been some kind of a deal.
Yeah.
So Mahathir says that all of the PN leaders after the meeting come and see Mahathir. They try to convince him again. Declare PN tonight lah. Declare. Mahathir says, no, I'm not going to. He's sitting down at home in his sarong, reading his papers. This is what Mahathir is doing. He said, no, I'm not. You want to submit? Go and submit to the Agong to show him that I have the confidence of the majority, because the Bersatu leadership, Muhyiddin told the leadership that, look, Anwar is planning to actually hold a coup. He's planning to submit all the SDs to the Agong to take over power. So we have to do something about it. So Mahathir said, okay lah, you submit the SDs lah. You go and submit the SDs, show that, but I'm not coming to Istana. I'm not going to the Sheraton for your evening cocktail hour. All of that is not going to happen. So you just go ahead and just do that lah. So they go to Istana. Muhyiddin from there calls Mahathir again. Mahathir says, no, nothing is happening. We're not declaring any PN or whatever. Then they decide, okay, fuck it lah. We're just going to do this. We submitted all of this. Old man not going to accept it. Fait accompli lah. We just do it as a fait accompli. Once we do it, he's going to have to accept it. So they all say, okay, gang, let's all send out a message. We all head down to Sheraton Hotel, the entire gang. Of course, when you send that kind of message, media, everybody gets it, right?
Yeah,
so
man.
Sheraton Hotel, packed to the gills lah, media, every bloody circus going on down there. Everyone in anticipation. Some ministers have already packed up their bags in Putrajaya.
Oh my God.
Already packed up their stuff already in Putrajaya in preparation for this. So the message is gone everywhere. So you think the message won't go to Mahathir?
Confirm
Probably
lah.
first to know.
Mukriz, Syed Saddiq, Rina Harun.
Yeah.
Come and see Mahathir. Tell him, sir, do you know this is what these buggers are planning? And Mahathir in the garden in his sarong. What? So he says, no, cannot. Tell them, no press conference. No forming of peace. So he sends Syed Saddiq. So Syed Saddiq sits in the car, rushes with Rina Harun all the way to Sheraton Hotel. From Sea Kembangan, rushing, bloody traffic, gets stuck down there.
But then I got convoy, it's okay.
Literally, with minutes to spare, the bugger gets to a Sheraton Hotel. All of them are there, happy, big smile. Everybody, big smile. You can see the videos lah. You just play back on YouTube, you'll see the videos. This entire wine, everyone walking in so confident. Then going there, Syed Saddiq tells them, sorry dudes, the boss says, no press conference, nothing. So that's why you see they all came out of the meeting silent. Nobody commented, nobody said a word because they were instructed. The next morning, right, 24th, the day Mahathir resigns, Anwar, Wan Aziza, Kit Siang, Mat Sabu, all go and see Mahathir in his house at Sri Kembangan. Mahathir says, I don't know anything about this plot. I'm not involved in it. I don't know what these guys are doing. Conveniently forgetting that the day before at the Supreme Council, they told him that they're going to pull out the support from Pakatan Harapan 1.0 and from PN at Sheraton Hotel.
He was 93 years old, maybe a bit senile. Give him that, okay?
Dude, whatever lah. I'm just saying, it's very interesting. So then Anwar Kitsang will come out, they make a statement, yes, we have confidence, the Prime Minister, knows what he's saying. But a few minutes after that,
Fucker resign.
Muhyiddin
Backdoor.
comes to see, because he knows, he's heard that all these guys have come to see Mahathir.
Yeah.
He comes over, and the night before they're pissed as hell, right? They want to form it, so Bersatu Supreme Council says, we have to form it. Mahathir is only chairman. He's not president of the Bersatu. You are president. Muhyiddin is president. Coup. Ooh. Right? Because Mahathir is just chairman of all these, he's not actually the president. The president is the one that has the executive power, right? So the Supreme Council decides they're going to pull out. So Muhyiddin tells Mahathir, we're going to pull out, dude. It's going to happen today. We're going to do it this afternoon. I'm going back to prepare the press release. We're sending this thing out by noon, 1 p.m. It's going to be there. So Mahathir said, oh, okay, all right. Then he goes there. And he totally merajuk lah. This is totally merajuk because the problem is this was his plan all along, right? He wanted to have this coalition in there, remove DAP, remove Anwar. But it was not being done on his terms. He was being forced to do what he had planned in the first place lah.
Yeah.
But not his term.
But not his term, not his way.
Not his timing either.
Not his timing either. And also a deal with the devil with UMNO. So all of this happened. So he merajuk lah. He said, I'm going to... So he spoke to his lawyers.
Resign lah.
And the biggest mistake, and this is age lah, the biggest mistake.
This is age.
The biggest mistake was that he believed he still had the support of all lawmakers. That everyone would still beg him to come back as Prime Minister. If he resigned, they would still beg him and they wouldn't accept anything else. That would be the final, the settlement.
Oh, that's why he thought he could pull that move.
So
that's
he
why
thought
he could
resign, exactly,
and
because
then
they would
people,
beg him to come back.
I see.
And when he came back, his plan was to form a unity government. Okay, what does a unity government mean in Mahathir's language? Unity government means ministers he gets to choose.
Okay.
None of the party leadership. That means people like Guan Eng, Kit Siang, Mat Sabu, none of them can be in cabinet. He will decide who is in cabinet.
This man, in his late 90s, thinks that he
will
can
decide.
resign.
Which means if he decides, that means all your coalition partners got no power. Only you have power because you are appointing which person should be minister, who is then beholden to you.
Correct.
As Prime Minister. So you have supreme and total control. At which point, UMNO BN and PAS say, F you, we want fresh elections.
Yep.
Kit Siang, Guan Eng and Anwar say, sorry, we are pulling out our support because that's not the deal. So
Crazy if you think that's the deal lah, bro.
Yes, and what does he do? He says this in live telecast on TV. He announces the unity plan.
Wow.
He announces the plan. So, I'm not making this stuff up. It seems like fiction, right? No, if you had watched the TV, of course, we're all worried about COVID lah.
But still.
Watch the TV. This is the drama that was going on.
And he labels it unity.
Calls it unity government. So the Agong,
It's more dictatorship.
the next day, the Agong tells him, sorry, dude, you just do not have the majority, support. Then he says, okay, we're going to call a session of parliament to decide who has the majority of support. Speaker of parliament tells him, sorry, we're not going to call parliament. That's not going to happen. So then Muhyiddin realizes, Azmin realizes, Zahid realizes, look,
There's a vacuum.
we got to do something here because this man clearly doesn't have the support to become Prime Minister. And Muhyiddin is saying, shit lah, how long I'm waiting already?
So he go lah.
How long? So I do a deal with DAP. I do a deal with PAS. I do a deal with UMNO. I do a deal with all of these guys who will support me to become Prime Minister. Since Mahathir is, in such a difficult position, he can't get the support. So he does that. So the night of the 28th, the 29th, he goes and sees the Agong. Night of the 28th, basically he goes and tells Mahathir that, look, I've got the majority support, I can form the government. What does Mahathir do? Mahathir tells him, okay, if you have the support, I will support you also.
Okay.
And I'm not saying this, Muhyiddin is one who's saying that Mahathir told him this.
Sure.
So the next day, of course, the moment this happens, DAP, Anwar, everyone finds out about it, right? So next day, the PH Council meets and they say, okay, we support Mahathir. Okay, because we cannot allow Muhyiddin to come in as Prime Minister and all these, unelected ultra-nationalist buggers coming in to run the government. How the hell can we have this? Right? So they agree. In the afternoon, Anwar goes to see the Agong to say, look, we've got the support. But in the morning, Muhyiddin and all these guys have already gone to see the Agong.
Oh my God.
Right? Submitted the SDs, whatever, have already said.
Early
that
bird
this
catches
is,
the worm.
This is the thing. So the palace then had the discretion to decide who do I want to choose. And the palace chose Muhyiddin.
And then backdoor government, that's why lah.
I cannot believe this happened, man. Like
To be fair,
so
at that
flaw,
time,
you know?
at that time, COVID lah. So a lot of people were scared as shit. So I think when you're in a moment of disarray, right, and then this type of shit is happening, people are just playing power, ma.
I still remember, like, we were so happy that Pakistan Harapan won, you know?
Yeah.
And then when we had the backdoor power, I just lost hope. You know? I'm like, we made a change and then
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah.
You know, I think Malaysians was very disappointed.
But you see, but that's the problem, right? The problem was, so instead of running the country, instead of doing what you were promising, you were out for vengeance,
Yeah, man.
right? You didn't work with your civil servants, right? You were trying to nail people. That's all you were doing. I mean, if you read the book, you will see every one of them are complicit in it. Every single minister. You come in as a minister, it is to help the country. Okay, so I say all that complicit, but I must say Syed Saddiq, at least he did undi 18. We have to give him that.
Fair game. That was
You have to give him. Yes, yes. Brought down the voting age to help people vote. People like that. So there are a couple of individuals like that who did it. But others within the organization, oh my God, all they were out for is vendetta. All they were out for is revenge. They were not looking to build the country. They were not looking how to develop. All the promises made, as Mahathir said, all of that is actually a guide. Manifesto is a guide. You're supposed to deliver.
Yeah, it's a checklist, man.
Exactly, right. We check against this every election, right? Whether you delivered or not. It was because, and why is it a guide? Because we actually never expected to win.
I like the excuse. That's some good shit.
Even today, I still cannot believe he actually said it. Yeah, we didn't expect to win.
It's like if I apply for a job and then the employer says, hey brother, you said you can do this. It's a guide lah, bro.
Yeah, exactly. My CV, I said I can do brain surgery, but patient died. It's a guide lah.
I can do it.
Because I didn't expect you to give me the job.
Yeah, exactly. I thought Panadol,
So, that's what I'm saying lah. This is the kind of issue. So this is why the government collapsed or imploded in such a spectacular fashion. Because the people who were supposed to stand up to Mahathir did not stand up to him. And do you know what? They could have stood up to him. Why? Because he didn't have the power base. He was a minority prime minister. If UMNO was behind him, then he would be a majority prime minister, right? But he only had 13 seats.
Yeah, that's
right?
like...
DAP, everyone at PKR had, many, many more seats, right? So you could force him. But the problem is that once you get into power, you don't want to get out of power.
Correct.
So if you had forced Mahathir, you told him, okay, you don't listen, we pull our support. What does that mean? Government collapses.
Yep. And you don't have power anymore.
You don't have power anymore.
Yep.
So what do you have to do? You've got to compromise in order to stay in power. Right? It's just logic.
Yeah.
Where did Mahathir did a mistake in this entire grand scheme? Not enough sex tape, is it? I mean, if he had a sex tape of Muhyiddin, this cannot happen, right?
If only lah, if only. But I don't think anyone wants to watch the sex tape either. I mean, it's just, my God.
I think in the grand scheme of things, right, if you look at it, to answer your question, it's actually from the very beginning in which he started this whole racial thing when he spoke to Anwar in the beginning to go and change the whole education system. Because if you change the narrative in the very early in the beginning, it kind of forms how people think. So if you go from the very early stages of our life, right, you wouldn't even think about racial shit, ma. You just want to play football, fuck off, go home and do whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
Then slowly it became to, right, you cannot be Indian if you want to be a prime minister. You cannot be Chinese if you want to be prime minister. You have to be Malay. Then it starts to fester lah, right? Then you grow older and then it starts to be like that Spider-Man meme where you're pointing at each other like, whose fault is it? And then in the end, it's actually like, it started from there lah, technically. If he really didn't play that race card, right?
Could have been done better.
It would don't play it. They should never have played the race card in the first place.
Yeah, then it would have been let's really look at your CV to see whether you're really qualified for the job versus whether I'm your friend.
Correct.
Or I hung out with you before. let's just run this country together.
We buddies kan. Kita buddies kan.
I don't know if that's a mistake from Mahathir's point of view.
He wanted to win in the very...
No, I think if you ask him today, and he would have no remorse. And he would say that's exactly what I would do if you turn back time again.
Yeah.
Right? I don't think from his perspective it's a mistake. It's a mistake from
a
Like,
macro.
how much of a shame it is to the country, that's no doubt.
Yeah.
But to him, my God, not a shadow of doubt, I think.
No. And there's so many people like that. There's so many people like that. And that's why I said in my book, I say at the end of my book, the situation you have now, right, with the new PH 2.0 government, you have the support of the majority Malays, support of the majority Chinese. Okay, you've got DAP that represents the majority. You've got PKR, hopefully with BN UMNO can hopefully hold the majority of the Malay viewers. Now is the time for you to push through the hard measures. Now is the time for you to push through the policies that really matter. Come up with the equality. I mean, this is some of the stuff that he's doing now, but you need to do more of this, because you have the mandate. You will be able to convince the people that this is what is needed to be done.
But right, I think the wound is too deep.
How lah?
The wound is so deep, man. You should go on TikTok and see comment section, dude.
That's the thing.
Some messed up shit,
No, but
man.
that's the thing. So if you don't start working on it now, when are you going to start working on it, dude?
You'll probably touch the bone, really.
Yeah, look, it doesn't matter. The important thing is at least you are doing something about it, right?
Yeah.
You are moving in, and that's the direction we need to move in. If you want Malaysia to be a stable country, you want to see development in this country, you want to see this country really, really skyrocket, right? This is what you've got to solve first. You need to work that out. We all have to work with one another. Right? Got to stop all this bloody racial nonsense and this fear of the Malays, fear of the non-Malays.
Yeah.
All of this has to stop. I mean, look, I'm not saying that some of this is not real. Yes, discrimination is real. Yes, racism is real. All of this is real. But that does not mean that we cannot work together.
You gotta put it aside.
Got to put some of this shit aside and just move forward. Why? Because all of us have got kids. All of us have got family. Everyone needs to be fed. We all have to survive.
Yeah.
Right? And the pie, ladies and gentlemen, the pie is big enough for everyone.
It's so weird, right? The country has so much resources.
Actually, a lot of potential, man.
That's why.
Right.
So why? Oh, I need to do this. I need to do that. Oh, I need to grab this. No need. There is so much. Help everyone and prosper thyself, prosper thy neighbor. This is the important thing.
Do you think they will ever equalize Bumiputra right to be Malaysians right?
I think all of that's going to take time, right?
Okay.
And we have to give PMX the time, the breath, the leeway to be able to do that. But of course, we hold them accountable, right? If they're not doing, we have to push them to move in that direction. But I tell you, at the moment, he is the best hope that we have in this country, right?
Our brother Anwar.
At the moment, yeah.
Sure.
Who else do we have?
I think we've had like multiple conversations where we always talk about like government related stuff, DBKL related stuff. And this podcast has been on for 5 years. We started out like really shit quality and shit. And we were just complaining ranting only, And now we like somehow find ourselves talking to people who actually have power to make changes.
Yeah.
But we always wonder, right? How come they don't have like a proper deadline? Or like a checklist. How come people in government don't have like a deadline or a checklist?
You see, this is the thing. You need to hold them accountable to that. Make them have a checklist. Make them accountable. This is your right as a Malaysian.
If you think about it, right, all of us have jobs, right?
Yeah.
It's like your boss will say, hey, can you just send this EOD today?
Correct.
All of us
Will
have a
deliver.
deadline. We deliver.
Yeah.
And we get paid, right?
Yeah.
Because these guys don't have deadline one.
So it's like, if they don't deliver, we go to their house, throw eggs at their house, is it?
No, if they don't deliver,
That's that, bro.
they don't deliver. Next election, that's it, dude.
It seems like 5 years is too long for punishment.
That's the thing, maybe every 2 years we have. But the problem with 2 years is you can't actually do anything. That's the problem.
I'm going to throw some eggs.
That's the problem. I mean, we need to make fundamental change. But look, we as Malaysians, see, I'm speaking as Malaysian. We as Malaysians ourselves have to make changes.
If you need a Singaporean to tell you this, right, we fucked lah.
What kind of change am I talking about, right? I'm talking about basic changes. We every bloody day complain corruption, rasuah, tengok ni, banyak wang, ni makan ni, yang ni dia makan ni.
But then-
Yet we on Cheras Highway, we're driving too fast, the cop stops you pass him 20 ringgit. RM50 ringgit.
Yeah.
How?
I just want to point out, I went to the balai although I was looking at my phone for ways. And that one also I got tangkap. I'm like, fuck it. I will still pay for the fine. I'm a good Malaysian.
No, and that's what we need to do, right? If we are complaining about the system, but we perpetuate the system,
point.
what do you expect? If we go and vote and then we see the candidate and we think, okay, same color as me, okay, I vote for the bugger lah. How?
You deserve it. You deserve
Everyone
what's
is,
coming,
if
yeah.
everyone does it, I'm not saying this is only Malays, I'm saying non-Malays do the same thing. True. Right? You go in there, you see, okay, this one my color, okay, I vote for him, basically because better than the other side, what?
I think such a Malaysian
how?
thing
Yeah,
to
it's
say.
such a Malaysian thing.
How? But we don't talk about it, right? These are hard truths. We refuse to talk about these kind of things, right? That we actually, this is how we think. We think we are very racist in the way of thinking. And why are we racist in the way that we are thinking? Because this is the stuff we are indoctrinated with, right? Through
100%.
politics. You're indoctrinated. You are taught to think in a racist manner.
Dude, even the forms that we fill in, right? I was thinking about it, right?
Religion, is it?
No, religion. Then there's also still like ethnicity. Like, why do you
Yeah.
need to know actually?
Why do you need race?
Just put Malaysian, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Malaysian, non-Malaysian lah, right? Like, what the fuck? Why,
So
I
you see,
don't get it,
so
man.
you see, now these are things we, as you move further up the line, these are issues. But fundamentally, we need to start changing ourselves.
No, it's
Right?
so tough.
We keep blaming government. We keep saying, oh, this government is shit. This government can't do this government can't do that. But we ourselves can make changes. Right? And we are not doing it. Why? Because we all give up. We say, fuck it, can't be bothered to do it.
It's so tough though, Roman. I have
How
to
lah,
say,
brother?
like, I just have to
It's
say.
not easy. It's not easy.
It's so difficult.
The same thing with climate change, right? We all say, damn, it's getting so hot. We must protest and what have you. Yet in the car, turn on the aircon. In the house, aircon the whole day. Even when out of the house, the aircon is still on. How like that?
But I think, okay, so I'm not defending this, but like, so my dad just went for this council thing where he was discussing about the new highway that's being built, etc., etc. And I just came back from Australia for work for a whole fucking week. I'm so damn tired, And he was telling me, like, the highway here, the road here, the piping here, the wiring here. I'm just like,
Okay.
Dad, I'm so tired.
Okay.
I don't even know how you managed to go to the meeting lah. Because there was a local council meeting lah. So I always talk about how like this place is so shit. You fix the roads and all that, right? But I don't even attend one meeting.
But you see, that's the thing. I'm glad your dad attends it, you see, because at least he is aware, he knows, and he will be voting with that knowledge.
He is, man.
And
Absolutely. I got mad respect for the man.
And
dude.
that's what you need to do. You need to vote with that knowledge.
Yeah.
And the problem with all our politicians is they are shit at telling people what they are doing and what they are not doing.
And
Right?
they don't even tell lah.
That's the problem. So sometimes they've done these amazing things in this constituency, right? And that constituency should vote for that party, man.
Right.
If you've done all of that shit, you deserve it. But they don't tell them. They don't even know that actually all of these things are happening.
Which I also have brought up before in previous episode. I'm like, I don't know why they don't have like a proper social media channel where they tell you like, oh, this week we have done
Hari ni
this.
saya buat ini.
Hello, come and talk to me. I show you how to do. Not
Like, I think
difficult.
like it's actually quite straightforward. You just have to pay like some kid to do it. Pay a kid to go there, do some Instagram stories.
Actually, this is what we did for Najib. This is what we did for him, before GE14. We went down to constituencies, we found out what they were doing, and we actually did a couple of video clips. So the constituents saw the video clips and it was very positive. The constituencies, they loved it. They said, hey, this is great. We're going to vote for this guy. But the biggest problem, they said, although I tell you I'm going to vote for him, I won't vote for him. Why? 1 MDB.
But I thought
it's a big deal.
Because that's it. The perception was so great.
Yeah.
No matter what they did at that point, the perception was just so negative. There was just no way to counter that. There was
I
literally
think,
no way.
if I'm not mistaken, it was also around the same time MH370 happened.
MH17, yeah.
Yeah, and MH17. And I think that was 2012, 2013, if I'm not mistaken, right?
2013, 2014, yeah.
Yeah, and I was in the US at the time, and I was lining up for sandwiches, right?
Yeah.
Right? So you just imagine in this like suburb, right? Chinese dude tries to buy sandwich for lunch.
Yeah.
And these two white women, I was like, have you heard of that country, Malaysia? Oh my God, those missing planes and that 1MDB scandal. Then I just like, wow, for the first time in my life, I'm like, I'm not going to say I'm Malaysian. I'm just going to be like, I don't speak English.
我是中国人。
Yeah, bro, I still remember that. I still remember it's called Arguello Market. And I was like, oh, I heard the turkey sandwiches here damn good. Go inside there, hear two women talking. I'm like, I don't speak English.
It's quite funny.
Bro, it was that bad, you know. It's like a suburban area also knows about this shit, you know.
But dude, I was there for MH370 and I was there for MH17 as well.
Oh.
I was at the meeting at KLIA.
Because that time you were working with Najib, right?
Yep.
I want to ask you,
Oh
is he in jail right now?
I
or
was
he's
there.
staying at his house right now?
No, jail.
Still in jail. Okay.
Is it proper jail or?
Proper
VIP
jail. No.
No
There's
tennis court, right?
You know, I tell you, I remember this. You know, I remember this when he was prime minister, when Najib was prime minister, and Anwar was in jail.
Someone has to be in jail.
Yeah, exactly. Someone has to be in jail.
With a sex scandal.
So I remember, and I remember what Najib did was he sent his personal physician, the prime minister's personal physician, to see Anwar, to be Anwar's physician in prison while he was in Sungai Buloh, in prison while he was there, to be his personal physician. And his personal physician requested, right, that Anwar be transferred to the Cheras Rehabilitation Center because of his back problems and what have you. And the rehabilitation center is different from being in proper prison, because rehabilitation center means basically you have got more facilities. You can also access your family. All of that can come, you can see and all of that. And so that was accorded to Anwar, you know.
Oh.
For the last 2 years, I think, of his incarceration, he had that. He was going to Cheras very frequently.
I see.
But,
What a privilege.
But that is not accorded to Najib. That is not accorded to him at all. So Najib just sits in his cell, you know.
Chill lah.
And his family only gets, you know, once a week visiting time or what have you.
see.
No one else can visit him. A stark difference from when PMX was in jail. But you know, that just goes to show, right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wait, so just to be clear, Najib is in prison where there are bars and then like there's a public toilet where you can see and then everyone watches you take a piss and shit. And
That part I have got no idea because I've never been in. I mean, they won't allow anyone else in. So, you know, unless you speak to family members, you'll know. I literally have got no idea.
Wow.
But I know he's in prison. He's got no access to phones. He's got no access to anything. I mean, you know,
What do they do
books.
with
He's got access to books. So, you know.
read
You should send him your books.
Maybe I should.
Yeah, you should send
maybe I
him
should
a book,
send him. Maybe I
bro.
should send him a copy.
we were at one point, like I think quite close to having a podcast with him as well.
All right.
It was so
Okay.
close. And
In
then
prison, bro.
Oh, in prison? Wow. How? I don't think so.
I don't know.
That one.
The time he said he
tried.
nearly got.
We almost got, but we couldn't.
Wow.
Not in prison. Before we were
Before,
because I had an event 1 week before he went to jail.
Right.
So I really met him, you know.
Right.
And the best part is that time with the 1MDB scandal and the MH370, all the planes.
Yeah.
So when he entered the event, right, everybody was standing and clapping for him. Then I'm like, what the hell is going on? Why are we giving him a standing solution? You know, we were having a good time. He was doing charity. People were buying his Manchester United signed jersey for like 50, 60K.
Yeah.
50, 60K.
Yeah, you know, and I'm like, where is money coming from, brother? You know? And then I went to him, I talked to his PR, like, bro, I want to do a podcast with you. And he's like, okay, boleh, next week kita boleh. So next week he went jail.
Yeah. No, you know, that is the funny thing, you know, because on the ground, right? If you go into the kampongs, you go and speak to the ato, the nene, you speak to these guys, right?
They love him.
They love him. You know why?
His
Because
charisma
he's a
is-
real person. And you know, and this is an anecdote I keep telling all the time. I was at his house in Taman Duta when he was prime minister. So it was a Wednesday cabinet meeting. Cabinet meeting supposed to start at 8 a.m. Right? 7:55. He still hasn't left his house in Taman Duta. Right? Got to go to Putrajaya. Right? Still hasn't left his house. He's supposed to leave the house. Everyone's rushing him. Sir, you need to rush and what have you. I needed to talk to him as well. And I didn't get 1 minute even with him because, so I was just standing there, you know.
Yep.
So he comes out the door, right? Heads down the steps to his car. And if you know the Taman Duta residence, basically from the car, the gate is very close. It's very close. And outside the gate was basically, I think, about 20 or 30 people, you know, in kampong, they're wearing the baju semua. Some of them holes in the shirts and stuff. They were all standing there and all of them got a piece of paper, something they were holding, you know. And all just standing. And these guys from Pekan, these guys from Kota Baru, they're from...
They came all the way.
From Muar. They came from all over, you know, all standing outside. And I thought, oh, these are actually fans, basically. They come down there to support him. No.
Actual problems.
All of them had some issue or another. So he walks down to the car, right? They open the door, and the guy's like, "Sir, you need to rush." Then he sees the people. Then he says, "No." Tells the guy, "Close the door." He walks around, tells the security, "Open the gate."
Oh, wow.
They open the gate. Of course, security flanks him. He says, "Please."
Sure.
So every single, I kid you not, 10 a.m. he finished. 10 a.m. he
Yeah,
finished.
you've got 30 people
Every
to cater to,
single person is like doing a surgery down there, like going to see your GP. Every single person. And then took the document, he said, he would write down there, yang ni, KP, this ministry, tolong, meneliti, see how you can help this fellow. See what can be done to assist this guy. Signed by the Prime Minister. To ask them to specially take a look at what these fellows needed. He didn't have to do that shit. It was not an election year. Every single, and it's not just Malays, non-Malays were also in the crowd. Right? All of them showing him this, the fellow. And these guys, if you can find them, they'll vouch for it, man. Whether anything was done or not, I don't know.
Whether the time that was spent and the effort to lend an ear.
Which is why they love him on the ground. Even today, they love him on the ground.
Gotcha.
Because at the end of the day, he was a caring Prime Minister. Right? He was willing to listen to the people's problem. The fact that he got duped and ended up being a patsy and all of this shit, yala, what can you do? But the reality is...
Sorry, can you just rewind that? What's a patsy?
Stooge lah. He became a sucker lah. Yeah, what? He got fooled by this guy, what?
Damn. That is such a shame.
But what is the reality? The reality is the fact that all of us use the MRT today to go from one side or another is because of the man. At one time, I remember we would all go to the UTC and you all could get your passport in 1 hour.
Bro!
1 hour!
I just want to say that. Oh my God.
Thank you.
A fucking machine also, God,
Now 3 months.
No lah, it's 1 day still. It's 1 full day. You apply online and then go
But
there
that
and get it,
1 hour.
Bro, you put in money, cash, the fucking passport come out, new passport.
And all the facilities, I mean your utilities lah, your JPJ lah, everything under one. Who did that? The Pan-Borneo Highway. Who brought that kind of development to East Malaysia? That's him.
I can already see a really good
And
TikTok.
you know who's the guy that called him? Some Chinese fucker.
Oh my lord.
Dude, it is what it is. Right? It is what it is.
On par with Tun M in terms of intellect. Right? I can't blame my GB.
Yeah. No, because you see the things that he did, right? Don't forget, he is the one that removed ISA, No one else dared to remove ISA. He removed ISA. And if it hadn't been for Mahathir, he would have removed the Sedition Act as well. Right? But it's because Mahathir at that point was still strong within UMNO. They were all lobbying against it. So he couldn't do it. Right? But he removed ISA, which was used against Karpal Singh. It was used against Kit Siang, against Guan Eng, against Anwar himself. It was used.
It's a terrible weapon to have lah. It's a terrible, and my dad always speaks about this. He's like, how people fear Tun M last time.
Yeah.
Anything also, he just like, just send him to jail lah.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
3 a.m. in the morning, knock on your door, that's it, you're gone.
That's it, bro.
You're gone.
What is the in something security act or something like that, right?
Internal Security Act.
It's like we suspect. You go jail already.
Exactly. And it's detention without trial, right? You cannot take it to court. It cannot be decided. SOSMA, within 28 days, it has to come to a court and the judge has to make a decision. Not the Home Minister,
It's a mad shit. It's a mad power.
The Home Minister from a different political party, the person being prison is from this political party, he can do whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah.
But the judge is not from any political party. The judge will independently decide whether this person needs to be detained or not.
Right.
So he did that, right? This is the guy that did all of this shit. And of course, nobody is denying 1 MDB didn't happen on his watch. Yes, you have to blame him for 1 MDB lah. It happened on his
He's the
watch.
person that got Jolo, and he's the person responsible for hiring Jolo. Is the guy,
You see, and this is the thing lah. The reality is that what Jolo did, as I said, genius, because he managed to purchase everybody around him lah.
You can fucking buy Paris Hilton, bro.
Literally. So all of these jokers got millions in their bank account in Bangkok lah, here lah, there lah. They got all this money.
Make Wolf of Wall Street, damn.
And you see, and one of the funniest things, right, that I found is, the governor of Bank Negara, and I keep making this point, and this is not refuted. Why? Because this is a point that MACC has also made, right? Governor of Bank Negara, right? He asked Governor of Bank Negara, look, they want to send me the Saudis want to send me the money in my name, and set up a bank account in my name. Governor said, okay, no problem. There's no issue. Then immediately after PH wins in 2018, she says, I never gave him permission to put anything in his name. I'm not aware of whatever money was transacted. Then we find out there was an MACC report that was leaked that indicates that she knew about it because the M-Bank chairman went to brief her every time the money came into the bank account.
Oh my God lah.
This is an MACC document. Not me saying, this MACC, of course, belum disahkan. But as we know,
But still.
And also, I think at that time, he was the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister at the same time.
Correct.
Which is now also for some strange reason, our Prime Minister is also the
That's
Prime
why.
Minister.
And what I find the most interesting is in 2015. So this is not 2018, 2015.
Okay.
CAD in Singapore, the Commercial Affairs Division, right? They are the ones that they monitor all the regulations in Singapore, especially dealing with commerce and stuff. They seized $195 million from the bank account of Zetti's husband in Singapore.
Zeti Suli, the
Governor of Bank Negara. If I'm not mistaken, you Google The Edge, they all reported on this.
How she got so much money?
Singapore told Malaysia this is linked to 1MDB Jolo money. 195 in 2015. Okay? This and the money put in the bank account of her husband and her children.
Wow.
In Singapore, not in KL.
To what extent?
Not in KL, in Singapore. And the documents were sent by CAD where? To Bank Negara.
To Zeti Suli.
Who was governor of Bank Negara?
G-News.
Until today, no action has been taken. The money was repatriated to Malaysia.
Oh, wow.
MACC came out with a press release stating that. They stated this black and white. No prosecution so far.
G-News.
How can that be? Because if MACC is explicitly making this statement, how can you make that statement and have no action?
Very good question, right? But then I find out that actually Zeti was supposed to be a witness against Najib in the trial against him.
But
This
Zeti
is
is
all
the one.
so complicated.
So if she's supposed to be a witness, that means maybe
She was.
all of a sudden things can be forgiven.
Wow.
I don't know. I'm not saying that this is the case. I'm just speculating. This may
Could you
be
just
the
wait,
case.
what's the full name? Zeti what?
Zeti
Akhtar
Suli.
Aziz.
Huh?
Zeti Akhtar Aziz.
Until
Bro,
which
can you
year
just
she was?
Google this
Until
shit?
which year she was the governor of the Bank Negara?
And she was
Governor Bank Negara, Zeti.
Yeah, she was governor until 2018. 2017.
Because it's no longer
2019.
Zeti. I don't see her name in
So,
the bank.
like I
account.
said,
Zeti
right,
Akhtar Aziz.
I did preface this by saying I'm not a very politically savvy person. Neither am I very familiar with the names. This is also partially because I don't really worship like people in ministries and power. And all that. I just don't like it personally. So I don't really follow. Which my dad always says, John, you should give a shit. Which I'm trying very hard. But can you just Google this Zeti Bank?
Zeti Suli.
No, not Zeti Suli. Zeti Akhtar Aziz.
I can't remember her name. So
ZETI. Zeti.
I gotta get Wi-Fi fixed up in here, but that is so freaking wild, bro.
Yeah, so the thing is, and you see, and the reality here, right? The reality in this situation is that we have to completely understand what is the standard narrative that's being sold to everyone. Okay? The standard narrative that's being sold to everyone is that Najib is
bad.
guilty no matter whatever, this is it. So all these stories never make it into huge headlines. They're buried somewhere in the papers, they're buried here and there. So you don't read about it. Yeah,
This is the lady.
Yeah. You can read about it. I mean, all you have to do is just type in Zeti scandal. You can just read.
Zeti. Why I say Suli is Aziz?
Well, actually, her PR damn strong, right? Actually, managed to hide her damn well.
And then she became she was either the chairman or deputy chairman on the Council of Eminent Persons under Mahathir. PH 1.0. You know the CEP, the Council with Daim, the elders, Council of Elders that was supposed to, help develop the country and stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah, she was on the committee, what?
Najib Desa workers. No. Sorry. There was an MACC article, I think, down here. Yes. MACC confirms. What the shit? Oh my god.
Zeti's husband is just a random dude, right?
Yeah, that's him.
He's a random dude.
How this Macha got 65 million? Don't tell me he saved since young also.
Start
Again?
investing young, bro.
Invest young, bro.
Again, I stand corrected. It's US 15.4 million. There you go. I stand corrected.
So even this Macha has this money and nothing has been taken.
Have you seen anything?
Cool, bro.
Have you seen anything happen?
No.
Wait,
So-
can I just read this real quick? UMNO Supreme Council member Puat Zakarshi said the government must set up a Royal Commission of Inquiry (RCI) into the 1MDB issue to make sure the people responsible are held accountable for their actions and that others are not made scapegoats. And this is in 2021.
This
So
is
this
quite
is
funny.
3 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And
Oh, yeah.
nothing has been done. So,
Nothing.
wow, this COVID thing very convenient, huh?
Very convenient. A lot of this, that's why I'm saying the issue here is that when people believe a certain narrative,
It's so hard to shift.
it's very hard to shift. So what I've always said is Najib has never gotten a fair trial. He has never gotten a fair trial because all of this nonsense you manufacture. You manufacture this shit. Just like when Anwar got tried for his sodomy, right? All of that shit was manufactured. Right? So you manufacture stuff to nail. If you nail him on something legit, yeah, that's fine. But this is manufactured.
Yeah, nobody really is given a fair trial actually.
And the funniest thing I find, 22 charges they filed against him. One of the biggest charges is this IPIC case, where he's supposed to have given don't know how many million to the UAE. There's some issue about this. It's a major case. They filed the charges against him, I think in 2018 or 2019, they filed the charges.
Okay.
Until today, 2024, it has not come to trial. Okay? From 2018, 2019, hasn't come to trial.
6 years.
But he's guilty.
Okay, has not come to trial. In the same year, I think within 6 months or a year of the charges being filed, the lead prosecutor in the Attorney General's chamber, the guy who's supposed to prosecute the case, and his entire team submit a memo to Tommy Thomas, the Attorney General then, submits a memo to the Attorney General telling him all 6 charges for this thing against Najib, all 6 charges cannot be defended. We are unable to defend any of these charges against Najib. None of these are going to stand in court.
So 6 months
because we
later,
cannot prove any of this shit.
Right.
None of this, is valid. And that every single one will fail. And that is the lead prosecutor and his entire team signing on. Not just one person on his team. Entire team signs the document,
That they cannot-
submits to the Attorney General. What happens? They proceed.
They proceed as
And-
guilty.
No, they proceed to prosecute.
Oh shit.
No, they're saying they cannot justify, but
So-
they're like, fuck it, I still go, I still jalan only.
But then what is the argument, right?
Yeah.
So what happened since 2018 is been postponed and postponed and postponed and postponed
And then eventually
and
forgotten.
postponed. No, still is being postponed now.
Because
Yeah.
there is no argument.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do but postpone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it. And that's the fundamental. So the thing is, it is not prosecution, it is persecution.
It's because
And-
they want to keep him in that state of like,
And my point is, if that is one of the main charges against him, what about the other 22?
yeah, man. It's just like, fuck it, really lah. Forgotten, really lah.
You know what I mean? I mean, justice must not only be done, but must seem to be done.
Yeah, man.
Right? So in this case, if one of these planks is so fundamentally flawed, shouldn't you be reviewing every single one of these planks? Shouldn't you even be removing this?
Should have a deadline also lah, just saying.
Correct lah. Correct lah. Correct. The judge should be saying, no, I'm not going to postpone anymore. You decide now.
Yeah.
Do you have a case or not?
Yeah, because like at this point, like the judge also retired, bro.
And how do we know all of this? Because of leaks. Right? Civil servants were disgruntled. They are the ones leaking these documents.
Right.
Yeah, because they are like, bro, I've been working on this same shit for fucking years, bro. COVID, and after COVID, still working on the same thing, bro.
You treat people like shit, this is what happens.
Yeah.
All your dark secrets. So you see, the thing is, this book has got a lot. But how much more will come out in the next couple of years, I don't know.
I mean, the good
Because
news
a
for you is
lot-
you can write a lot more books.
But it's like that. It's just, there's so much of stuff that happened. And initially, I thought 22 months, what happened? I couldn't be bothered. But then after I was reading my message, because since 2018, I was in exile. I didn't bother coming back.
You were exiled?
I
You
exiled
exile
myself.
yourself, okay,
I was
okay.
self-exiled in the UK. I did not bother coming back to Malaysia.
Excommunicando.
Because I did not know what the heck was going on here, and I knew they were going on a Spanish Inquisition. They were looking to nail people. Persecute, not prosecute. So I said, I don't want to be any part of this. I don't want to be anywhere near any of this nonsense. But of course, after being a journalist for 22 years, I got contacts everywhere, right?
Yeah.
So, and all these guys bitching and moaning, telling me, hey, do you know what this minister did? He did. Do you know this is what happened? Do you know this is the decision? So initially I thought, okay, nothing. But then I went through all of this that happened in 2018, and I said, hey, shit, actually, all of this needs to be recorded. People need to know what actually transpired. Because even until today, so many people don't understand, hey, what happened to PH 1.0? How come the government collapsed so quickly? What happened?
Actually, if you think about it, you really need to know the full detail as to what it is. Because if you ask Tun M himself, he's going to give you a roundabout answer. You ask people who were part of the Sheraton.
No, it is not just Tun M. It is all the parties involved. Nobody wants to talk about PH 1.0.
Hey, bro, before we continue, you want water or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I can feel like your voice.
I need the water.
The bottle.
Thank you.
I was like thinking, I don't know when to cut in.
Also, is the bottle empty because Nick been getting scared,
sorry.
I saw him going crazy.
No problem. Sorry, Nick.
I thought,
But so all this happened in 2018, and then you checked back all your messages up to 2020 because it's a 2-year gap, and then you check all it and you're like, okay, I think this should be in a book.
I think this should be in a book. And then I called up all these guys. So I was doing a lot by Zoom. A lot, that's why you see my book. A lot of the interviews all my interviews are listed. I cite every single interview, but of course I don't cite people's name because I'm a journalist. So, all of that, I'm not going to say who my sources are. But you see so many of them are Zoom interviews. So I call people, I say, hey, how? And of course, it's fantastic when you do Zoom interview because it's a private room, right? Somebody's sitting there. So they tell you all the shit. This is what happened. This is how. So not only do I have transcript, I got black and white also. I got entire evidence. So anyone wants to challenge me, please. No problem.
It's damn wild, man. Okay. So after all this entire thing, right? You write your book and you're based in the UK. And then you decide, why decide to bring all this up in 2024? I mean, how long did you take to do the book?
6 months.
6 months. So, I mean, I'm assuming then COVID lah, right?
See, what happened was the first book I decided, right, was Final Reckoning. Final Reckoning was about BN's last days in power and Najib's fall.
Okay.
And that was because I was so involved in it, right? I joined Najib's team in 2013, 2014, around that.
I'm assuming Final Reckoning, you have a PDF, or do you have an audiobook, or do you have a...
Yeah, PDF. I'll send you a copy.
Okay,
No
I'll
problem.
have a look. We'll definitely do a part 2 for this.
Can.
Okay,
Can.
so you go through all this, you do your first book,
Yeah,
and then...
I do my first book. So I write that. And that was very difficult to write that book, because I was in tears when you were there and you saw everything that happened. I mean, it's just so traumatic, the entire process. But it was cathartic as well. After writing it, I felt, wow, this is great,
Yeah.
But then the problem is the story doesn't end there, you see. So with the fall, the story doesn't end because all the raids on Najib's house, all of these things that took place, basically that was a story that needed to be told. And even the raid on Najib's house, right? We saw all the handbags, bags of cash and what have you. Yeah. So what's the real story? The real story is all those bags of cash that you saw, right? All came from the Prime Minister's office. Okay, because the Prime Minister's office, being the president of UMNO, he kept all election funds. And election funds in Malaysia are not done through checks. Election funds in Malaysia are done through cash. Okay, it's a cash economy when it comes to elections. So somebody needs 50,000 or 55 million because they need to
go in there in the vault.
They go into the vault and it is cash.
It's
okay?
Scrooge McDuck type of shit.
wow.
This has been UMNO's practice continually. This is PKR, this is DAP. Everyone practices this.
So you don't need to really
This
rob
is
a
not
bank, lah. You just need to rob
Cash.
the government. lah.
Yeah.
Is it because it's not recorded also?
No, it's not because it's not recorded, because it is convenient. And during an election, basically you see, okay, this area, this fellow needs all the bunting, he needs to set up this, he has to have some
branding
kind of
and
show, whatever it is that he needs to do, he needs the funds to do it.
Kasi.
So immediately you're able to access and do it. So I can understand the rationale for doing that. But that was the funding that they had. So that's UMNO money, right? And UMNO accounts for it, right? All of this is all accounted for, you know. So this is not, oh, you give your buddy here, give your buddy, no. This is literally all accounted for. So what happens? 11th of May, 10th of May, they've lost election. The civil service freezes entire of Perdana Putra. All government offices are frozen. So civil servants, political appointees, all cannot go into the office. Everything is sealed,
I see.
right? Because change of government.
Yep.
Right? And nobody knows what's going to happen. First time this has happened, right? So everything is sealed. Then instruction comes down for Mahathir, you have to vacate the office within 24 hours.
What the fuck?
Of course, BN wasn't expecting to lose, right? Yeah. So all the money, everything is still there. What?
Got it,
You know,
got
their
it.
files, their paperwork, everything is still there. So then they have to go into the office in that same day, they've got to clear everything out. So what happens? All of this cash has to be cleared out. So they take the cash and Najib was trying to find out where the hell can I store this shit? Because this is, I can't bloody put this in PWTC. There's not enough, not even a secure area to do it. So he said, okay, fine. I'll put it, in my house where I actually have a facility to secure this. Oh my God. So his kids have got apartments in Pavilion.
Yep.
So he stored the cash there. This is UMNO money that is being stored there. Right? So all of this is UMNO funds, right? And the same police officers that took the money and put it in Pavilion are the same ones 2 days later that went in there and raided the room.
Oh my God, bro. This is so fucked up lah.
How like that?
Set up.
But did they label that money? Did they label that money as he took from 1MDB or what?
Of course, the moment you saw it come out, they say, oh, we believe it's linked to 1MDB. All you need to say is, I believe it's linked to 1MDB. What?
And then people
So for
believe,
4 years, the money got stuck, right? They stuck it in the basement treasury of the treasury building or don't know what. And in the end, the federal court, not just the high court, federal court said this money is not linked to any criminal.
it's UMNO's money.
It is UMNO's money. Can you for F's sake return the bloody money? And they've not returned the money. And all the handbag, all of that, right, they took, right, have to return. Because again, the court ruled none of this is from illegal transactions or what have you.
So the reporters reported to Malaysian load of crap.
No. It's the way it's phrased. That is why the perception is that way. Is we believe that it's linked to 1MDB, and just because that sentence is structured that way, it's believed. Malaysians are very easy to read the headline but not the article, bro.
Correct. So everyone thinks, it is all 1MDB, wow.
Gone lah.
Has nothing to do with 1MDB.
Genuine question, if it's all in cash, how do we explain the handbags?
It's improper.
That is her wealth. I mean, they are rich.
Sure, okay.
So they've got, God knows what they've got lah. I'm not that kind of, kind of rich. I've got no idea, right? You know how upper class lives, I've got no idea.
Yeah.
Right? What they have, I'm sure if you raid Mahathir's house, you'll be finding all kinds of stuff as well.
Probably.
Maybe not handbags, maybe shoes, or maybe, I don't know what. But, each of them have got their different, stuff. But that's the reality of the situation, right? But you accumulate a lifetime worth of collection, right? If you are that loaded, right? I go to Robert Kwok's house and I take all of that and say, hey, this is actually all from criminal proceeds. Yeah, you believe what?
Yeah.
Because in a million years, I would never expect to see so many things together.
Correct.
But if I see all those things together, I see cops carrying the stuff out. In my mind, guilty, for sure guilty.
Understand.
This is perception, right? And the reason I can say they're not guilty because it's the federal court under PH 1.0 saying return the damn shit.
Yep.
But no one will ever listen to that part because the return part is not so sexy.
Correct. Return part is buried somewhere. It's all buried. So nobody knows that this stuff is all returned. Then the political persecution. Sharil Samad, MP for Johor, right? Got $1 million, 1 million ringgit from Najib to pay for CSR events in Johor. Okay,
Cash, is it 1 million?
1
cash
million
to pay?
cash or check or whatever lah, got to pay for CSR. He took it out from his pension savings, his money. He took 1 million to pay for the event. This 1 million was to replace the 1 million that he had spent. Okay, I got all the documents, everything, all proven, right? All submitted to the Attorney General, Tommy Thomas. What did they do? Prosecute.
Oh my God, that means the fucker took out all his money to go to his CSI event, supposed to get paid back, and then got prosecuted. The guy
And
took out all his money.
it took bloody 4-5 years. Got through the entire thing out. Now he's suing Tommy Thomas and the government of Malaysia for effing him.
Fair enough, honestly.
Which will take a long time because it's going to get postponed.
Of course lah.
Oh my God.
But you see, these are the kind of things that happen, right? That's what I'm saying. It was the Spanish Inquisition, right? It was and again, all of this, I'm giving you very, very brief details.
These
Read
are
the
brief,
book
yeah.
and you will see I give the exact citations, the exact quotes.
Yeah.
And I stand corrected by everything that I say in the book. If whatever I said here was incorrect, I stand corrected because read the book for the definitive version.
Okay, so in
I have to say that legally lah, because I don't want to get sued for
for sure,
what's
for
being
sure.
said.
Slander.
I respect that. But okay, so why 2024 go to platforms and ask to be on podcasts to promote the book then?
Because the bottom line was the first time I wrote Final Reckoning,
Okay.
it came out just as COVID was ending. So I couldn't do this. And of course, there were no such things as, major podcasts or what have you.
Yeah.
And all the mainstream channels were not interested.
They were I'm sure they are terrified lah, bro.
Of course, what? Because they're afraid. Don't know what
thing.
direction, so they're not happy to talk about it. But these are things that Malaysians need to know. They have to read the book to understand what actually took place. Because otherwise, year after year, we get the wool pulled over our eyes. We forget what happened.
It's so
and we
tough.
get screwed or sodomized again.
Or sex tape.
Exactly. And we wonder, what the hell happened?
Yeah.
Why are we in this state of affairs?
It's like a constant fuckery, Every
So
year.
that's why I wrote Final Reckoning, and that's why I wrote Shattered Hopes. And why is it called Shattered Hopes?
Because we really wanted, and then it got shattered.
Exactly. We were hoping, harapan. Literally harapan kita.
Boom.
And what happened? And so if we don't learn from this, when are we going to learn? That's why we have to hold our politicians accountable. We have to hold the government to account to deliver what we want them to deliver. Because it's so easy to promise, and then say, oh, sorry, it's a guide. And then take all of our votes and put in a government that we never ever wanted in the first place.
It's so wild, man. Some wild shit, man. This makes House of Cards Kevin Spacey look kind of vanilla,
Correct. Because of all the interplay. I tell you, the interplay.
the way-
so much. We got everything. Even sex, we got sex scandal. We got everything, man.
This shit, right? The way, right? He says a story. It's kind of like you read the story, you're like, okay. And then, right, flashback. The paneling in Naruto becomes black, and then you talk about the past, you're like, what?
Oh yeah.
That's quite crazy, man.
And look, that is only 10%, right? Whatever I put in the book is only 10% of what actually
So
transpired.
this is like the Reader Digest version, is it? It's the Reader Digest
Correct.
version.
Because the publisher said, look, you cannot exceed 250 pages. So
Actually, okay. So when you go to Penguin Books with all this content, and I'm assuming your first book is also with Penguin, right?
Yep.
Like, what were the challenges? Because when you
Well,
go
the
to them,
first thing basically they said they don't know whether they want to go ahead with it because it's a lawsuit waiting to happen, right?
It's
because
quite
all the
politically-
allegations.
yeah.
Because my first book, I allege a former deputy prime minister, the top 3 civil servants of the Malaysian government, all plotted a coup to remove a sitting prime minister.
that is probably
That's Muhyiddin,
yeah.
Zeti, Akhtar Aziz, Qasim, all of these guys. Agani Party. I name names, right?
Yeah.
I name names. I made the allegations. All were made black and white.
Yeah. And it's in a book
It's in a book.
with citations and references, right?
Exactly.
So
So
it's
it's all
basically,
there.
but it also feels like sort of like an attack. So I think Penguin would probably be like, yo.
Well, that's the thing. So they said, look, are you sure we are not going to be sued? I said, I don't know. I said, of course, I've had my lawyers take a look at it. They've had their lawyers take a look at it. But at the end of the day, they realized that what needs to happen is you publish the truth. And of course, everyone has got a different version.
Yep.
Right? Everyone's got a different view. So you cannot discriminate against people's views just because maybe you don't agree with it. But if it is a view that's based on evidence, it is substantiated, and the argument stands, then that's fine.
Right? Because then it's just statement of fact, really. It's not a question of
Have you ever
This is it.
like come across challenges because of the books or the interviews that you've gone through with the local
you see-
government? And
Well,
then,
you
like,
see, the thing is very often governments or government-controlled media are unhappy, unwilling to
Definitely.
cover. Why? Because they don't know where their political masters stand on it.
dude, I'm just gonna say okay, a lot of people who work in media, right, have got a family to feed.
Exactly,
man.
they do. And I 1000% understand that.
They can't afford to.
Like high risk,
You
no
cannot
reward.
you cannot afford to rock the boat.
It's so difficult for them, lah. So I totally understand if they can't. take
That's
a
why
side, you know.
when it comes to the issue of censorship and things, it is very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And you cannot blame journalists for what they do, because just like the Second World War, where people had to do whatever they did to survive, it is also very similar today. You got to do what you do to survive. That is
no shame in that.
so I don't blame them. But that does not mean I am going to stop writing what needs to be written and get the message out there so people understand and people can be held accountable for their actions.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of respect for people like you to be able to do this, right? But what are some of the things that you have come across that?
Oh, so many. I mean, so many publications just refused. I mean, to publish. I mean,
I think
they
the publication is one thing, lah.
yeah.
But like, okay, so you were
whether I've
saying,
received phone calls and stuff. Yeah, sure. Sure. I mean,
actually,
the calls, the interviews.
I gotta say, bro, your cojones, right, to come to Malaysia is damn mad.
It's a good thing that you're not living here, lah. You know, I think that's a good
you
start,
see,
right?
the difference is, and I think the reality of the situation is, as I said, this is only 10%, right? There's 90% more that can go in. So for every single individual that I mentioned here, I'm only talking about 10%.
So what?
of what
This
actually
is
happened.
just Fellowship of the Ring, lah. This
Yeah,
isn't even Twin Towers,
This
here, lah.
this is not even the main course, baby. This is just appetizer, right?
Oh,
Just
shit.
appetizer. So if you come after me, then I give you the main course, lah,
Yeah.
and dessert.
Yeah.
So do you really want the main course and dessert?
So you're
I
telling
don't
me you
think
got
do.
cards, you got sex tape and everything.
I don't know what I have. I mean, I'm not saying anything, baby. I
Is,
mean,
the,
it's
is
just,
the main course and dessert in due time, or
well, it depends. Let's put it that way.
Can it be launched here?
Depends. Sorry.
Can you launch it here?
Well, it depends. Again, it all depends.
Depends,
It depends on what the circumstances are. If I'm, pushed in a certain direction or what have you, maybe.
But okay, so currently you're based in KL, like you still.
Well, no. The thing is, I've got my own consultancy, so I live in London, but I come down very often to KL, to Singapore, to the region. So because I've got clients everywhere.
I see.
So
And you've never been like stopped or anything like that?
Well, I'm sure, as you know, my phone will have been tapped, my laptop, whatever, all of that's par for the course, it's expected, right?
It must be so difficult being in that position, bro.
No, but you know what? You know that they're doing that, so fine, go ahead. I've got nothing to hide.
How's your
Go for
your
it.
wife and your kids feel about this?
All good.
My wife thinks I'm crazy, but she thinks I'm nuts.
It's a good start. It's a good
Really?
start.
Yeah. No, she thinks I'm nuts. She thinks I shouldn't be doing this stuff. She thinks, why are you rocking the boat? Why are you saying this stuff? And I'll tell you the reason why. Because I care, right?
funny
Because I
house.
believe, not just believe, I am Malayan.
Yeah.
Ini tanah air saya.
Oh shit, bro.
Yeah.
I do not want to see this country, that country, all of these countries go down, that kind of way. It cannot happen. Not on my
respectable.
watch. Not on my
super
watch.
respectable.
So you have to do it, right? And again, I die. I'm an old man, right? So
Hey, chill lah, brother.
not so bad. joking.
40 years old.
Joking. Just joking.
Took a deep turn right there, lah, bro.
But the reality of the situation is it needs to be said, right? These things have to be said. They need to come out, right? We need to understand who these people are, right? And we have to also understand that the truth very often is stranger than fiction, right? And there's so many narratives, right? All these different narratives and all these messages being sent out to us. So we need to understand, right, that, okay, this is a narrative. This is what happened. And a lot of us just don't understand history. And that's why history is so important, right? Because if you don't know what happened in 2004, you don't know what happened in 2020, you don't know what happened in 1989, you're not going to understand the story. But if you know that back in the 80s, Mahathir knew Azmin and introduced him to Anwar, that changes the perspective
context
of
is
things,
key.
right? That changes the perspective of things. Understanding that, knowing the background.
But it's also tough because, like you said earlier, history is only written by the victors,
Winners.
right? So technically, we don't really know the full extent because currently, if you were to put it into the terms of a person that could understand, we are still in that warring phase, right? No victor has been decided. So the history hasn't been decided. So
Well-
technically, you are still writing the book, lah.
Well, the thing is, victors are usually the ones in government. Lah.
Yeah.
Those are the ones controlling, right? The narrative. But I don't care who's in government. I just write what I witnessed and what I have interviewed and experienced. That's what I write.
It's so
and,
tough.
and this book, the second book, is not the same as the first because the first one comes from a first-hand experience, right, of being in government, being at the meetings. This one is pure journalism because this comes from all my sources,
Yeah.
right, and my analysis of the situation, right. So this is like a Woodward Bernstein, all the president's men about the Nixon White House. This is what this kind of, and Malaysia is not used to that, right? We are always used to a book that's actually negative or one-sided.
Yep.
Right? We're not used to a book that actually wallops everybody. And this book wallops everybody.
I think it's fair game, lah, because everybody's got skeletons in the
Whack
closet.
lah, everybody's.
It wallops UMNO, it wallops DAP, it wallops PKR. Everybody gets walloped.
Which is also very challenging for the average Joe because I think a lot of people would like to see a good guy versus a bad guy, but they don't really understand that there's no real good guy versus bad guy. Because every good guy had a bad past and every bad guy is a good intention.
Exactly.
And sex tape.
And exactly. And that's the thing. I mean, you need to understand that there are different shades of grey, right?
Yeah.
And that's the thing. That's how these things work, especially in politics. You know, all of them have got different shades of grey, and everybody's grey. So
Oh my God, it's so difficult.
Your politic lah, brother.
it is hard. I mean, and it's hard to understand that this is actually the way things take place. We always think it's black and white, right? This is good, this is bad.
Yep.
And that's how it's portrayed. So the whole 1MDB issue was portrayed like that. This is good, this is bad. Then we find out the husband or bank governor got this much of money. How?
You know, it's so difficult because nobody is honest as well. You know, everybody wants to protect their own ass. And the moment you have so much wealth and power, you just don't want to give that up as well, right? And everybody that wants to leave a legacy of goodwill, right? So they don't want to tarnish anything.
And that's the thing. The problem is
Oh
to
my
live
God.
to live a legacy of goodwill, live a good legacy, you need to do something for the country, right? As opposed to just what's helping your pocket.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the reality today is that very often many of them do what's helping their pocket.
Of course.
And then we're seeing now we're seeing, when you look at Malaysian politics today, the scary thing is, how we are moving more and more towards fundamentalism in this country. That is a very, very worrying trend. That's a very worrying trend because you're seeing more and more of the youth actually voting for PN. They're voting for PAS. So it's going to reach a situation where, and I don't mean to scare people, but it's going to reach a situation where we might have a PAS majority government.
Oh, damn.
And if we have a past majority government, the decision is going to be whether they follow a more liberal UAE style government
Or not so
or
liberal.
an
lah.
Iranian model.
Right.
Which one are they going to follow? Because the reality is that most likely it's going to head in that direction. Given that,
Economics also point in that direction. lah. A lot of people.
and that's why I say we have to make the change now. We need to put in these reforms. We need to get all sides, all the various races to really start making changes, to trust one another so we don't fall in that trap. We don't end up in that kind of a situation.
I know I'm sidetracking a little bit, right? But how old are your kids?
My eldest is 21, 19 and 14.
How do you explain to them, right, the complications of this and how do they take
You
this?
It's very hard. It's very hard for them to understand because, these are the next generation, right? And
But I mean, are they Singaporean or are they English or?
they're English. They're English.
Okay,
They're
okay.
English and Singaporean because until the age 21, you're allowed to have dual.
I see.
And then after that, they need to make a decision. So for them, basically, when they look at this situation, it's like any young person in most countries, they are not interested in politics, and they don't understand the finer points. So for a very long time, they thought, oh, Najib is very guilty. They thought 1MDB, yeah, exactly. Because, you read what you see in the papers, right? In the Guardian in the UK, there's only one side that's put in, and that's the only version that comes out. So you don't hear about, oh my gosh, this is what the bank governor did, or this is the kind of things that happened at Attorney General's chambers. All of this you don't hear, right? All you hear is that, oh, this amount of money disappeared.
It's what they read and then what.
Yeah,
they
and then
paint
you
of
see a
the
picture of the handbag and cash.
Yep,
Okay
it's
lah.
the headline news and the picture. That's about it.
That's it. I mean, so that's going to shape your perception, right? Because you're busy with your gaming devices, you're busy with all of that stuff, So it's all peripheral information, right? So it's very hard for them. It's very hard for them to really get a good picture of what's going on, and it's similar to Malaysian youth here in Malaysia and Singapore. Same thing. It's very hard to get because who's going to tell them about all this? Are they actually going to Google? Can they be bothered? No, because they're looking at what is going to be the new trend on TikTok.
But Andrew has always told me this: you don't know what you don't know. So how do you Google what you don't know?
That's true.
It's
There's
so
the
difficult.
known knowns and the known unknowns and the unknown unknowns. This is McNamara in the Vietnam War. This is it.
So how do you know what the problems are if you don't know
even know the problems
How do you
are.
Google it if you don't know the problems,
Yeah.
right?
Watch
Yeah.
Yamcha session.
Yeah.
No, I think.
Well, yeah, you should watch Yamcha session. I mean, definitely. I think that's important.
I think if you build a foundation of knowledge, you begin to not only know more of what you should know, but also know a lot more about what you don't know.
Correct.
Yeah, but I think the foundation of knowledge is also very difficult because of the education system that has been structured around the whole system in which what they prioritize is important. So because of what they prioritize, like, oh, you know what's important in the Malaysian education system? Whether everything should be in English or BM. And then because of this whole debate, right, you forget about what is the true context, what's the meat of it all, right?
Yeah.
Which is the history questionable? Is it not questionable? Is what to Google, Wikipedia to read? Is it legitimate? Is it not the type of thing, right?
I mean, and then
So tough.
and the problem then comes to how you teach in schools, right? History itself. Is Hang Tuah real? Is he not real?
Bro, they removed Hang Tuah, bro.
They remove Hong Tuah.
Yeah, it's no longer in the history book.
Some mad shit.
Because allegedly he's no longer Malay, he's Chinese. So they remove.
So you see that the reality then is that if education, if all of this gets shaped and colored by politics, it is very hard.
Yeah.
Right? It is very hard to get your kids to understand the history of this country because the reality is so strange from the reality that they live in.
How am I supposed to explain to my kid that the Prime Minister of Malaysia, the 4th Prime Minister, is also the 7th Prime Minister?
Not only that, but how the 7th Prime Minister became Prime Minister, then decided to form a government, to collapse his government, and then create a new government. Huh? What? What? He had a government, he didn't like it, so he formed another government on the side to collapse this government and form that government. And then that government actually threw him out and formed themselves.
Yeah. Because they were like,
That's the
bro.
essence of it all, though. Yeah. That's the TLDR.
And the biggest achievement of that government was how long it stayed in power. That's all.
Yeah.
It did nothing else. That was the single biggest achievement of PN, is how long it managed to hold on to power.
I don't even know, right, how this information is going to come out in a textbook, right, for kids to learn.
It will
from.
never be out, I think.
Yeah,
No, it
it's-
will
it's
not
very hard.
completely, but like they would say, right? Like Bapa Pembangunan, Bapa, all that type of thing, and then
I think
it
it's
will be-
stopped.
How do you say Bapa backdoor? I don't know.
I don't know.
Pintu belakang.
Bapa pintu belakang.
It's going to be so challenging.
And then after Bapa pintu belakang, Bapa blur. I don't know. I mean, it's just, how do you, it's just...
It stopped after.
No. Bapa pintu belakang, then Bapa
Sabri.
Defi.
Papa Daffy.
Defi.
What's Defi?
Defi, that's his son.
Huh?
His son is a big rock guy, very famous celebrity in the Malay heartland, Defi.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait. So isn't after
Ismail
Muhyiddin is Sabri, right?
Yeah lah. That's his son. That's Ismail Sabri's son.
Oh.
Daffy is his son, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, and he's a big celebrity in the Malay heartland.
Oh, that's why Bapa Daffy, because it's
Oh, Bapa Daffy. Okay.
Daffy's his son.
Didn't the Bapa term stopped after Mate?
I thought so, but
Like after Mate, there was no longer Bapa,
no
bro.
more, no
It's
more
a joke
bapa.
lah, bro.
You went to joke lah.
I was winging it lah, but
Pala has got no bapa, I think. No bapa.
oh my god.
Too blur to get a Bapa.
How would you advise people then to learn then? Because you see the way it's structured, right?
Yeah.
In the whole landscape of how the algorithm is on TikTok, on Instagram, it's always short-based content. So people's attention spans are going to be super short. Coming on a podcast and speaking for like a couple hours, right, doesn't exactly consolidate all the information needed either.
No.
Right? Reading a book could do it, and even that, I doubt it can encapsulate the sentiments in real life in which you experience. The best you can do is the book lah, or maybe a Netflix special lah.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But even that, right, is so difficult to capture everything. So how would you encourage people in the younger generation to at least...
You see, it's not just the younger generation. It is people in my generation. People
Yeah, actually, that's true. That's all generations. Because even my parents now are like the people who told me not to be on my phone are on the phone more than me now.
That's right. So everyone,
Right.
right? Everyone, if you've been through this, you have to write your perspective. You have to get your view on paper. It has to be on record. I don't just mean TikToking it or Instagramming it. It needs to be in a book or even a blog or what have you. But the views have to be out there, right? In order for people to know, people who know must write about it. Otherwise, how is everyone else going to know? Right? If everyone clams up. My book, Final Reckoning, is the only book, and this is what I find amazing, the only book to give a perspective from the BN side. Only book.
That is so sad also at the same time.
There were so many people in the government in higher positions in doing all kinds of stuff. Who am I?
Just another matcha.
Another Macha wrote the book. And all these gang? Kosong.
Actually, I forgot to ask, right? How did you get into that position in which you were working under Najib?
So then I was at AFP. And at AFP, what happened was I got to know all the foreign journalists in Malaysia. So, and as you know, I like to talk to people. I like to makan. I like to minum. So we'd meet up very often with these guys. And the biggest complaint that we had is that, we should have a foreign correspondents club, which would justify meeting up every Friday to
Drink,
have a nice session, makan, whatever lah, you know. But the problem was, every couple of years from the 1980s, they would come together. All these journalists would come together. They put a group together, submit a proposal to form a Foreign Correspondents Association. And the Prime Minister for 22 years kept refusing and refusing and refusing. So
on what claim? Like why? Like
because they felt the foreign media was antagonistic.
but then we go back to the original position in which, because you don't even give them a statement, but okay, all right.
But but that continued, right? That continued. So I met up with these guys, and so I spoke to some of these guys who had done it earlier, and they said, Roman, don't bother. It's not gonna happen. You know, these guys are just not gonna do it. Okay. So I thought, okay, fine, never mind. Then one day I heard Najib became Prime Minister in 2009. So I heard him give a speech, and he said, look, we want to engage the foreign media. We want to speak to the world. We need to get our message out there. And I of course, being a journalist, you've got contacts in government. So I spoke to his people. I said, look, does he really mean that? They said, yeah, he really means what he's saying. So I said, okay. So then I sat with a couple of my friends. I said, let's try and form a foreign correspondence club lah. They said, okay, we'll sit you, because you're buying the makan, so okay lah. We'll be on a committee, we know it's not going to happen, but never mind. We'll be on a committee, we'll sit there. Because you submit this to the Registrar of Societies, Home Minister will just say no, and Registrar will come back to you 6 months later telling you, sorry.
But as long as you bought it.
But you buy us makan, okay lah. So, so I bought them makan.
That's like a good deal, Good deal.
I said, buy them makan. So bought them makan. Then after that, we submitted the paperwork. But as we submitted the paperwork, I spoke to my guys in Najib's office. I told them, look, We are submitting paperwork. You say that he is, serious about media freedom. He's serious about engaging this. So here's a proposal. Here's a chance to prove whether what he's saying is true or not. And I think they responded within a week saying the Prime Minister has agreed that you should set up this kind of.
So those your friends all ate their words.
So then we submitted the paperwork was submitted to ROS, and then within 2 weeks ROS approved.
Wow.
We could not believe it. We said, wow, really? They approved it. So nobody could, in the region, all these guys, really, you guys got approval to do it. We have never been able to do it. So we got approval. And not only that, after we got approval, we said, okay, we got to have a launch, right? Then we need to have a VIP for the event, right? We need to do some fundraising. We need to collect some funds to help us with the drinks and organize events and what have you, right? We need to do something, right? So, okay, we have to organize a launch. So, who do we invite as VIP? Okay, so they're giving all the names. So I just said, okay, let's invite Najib lah. We invite him.
I mean, he approved it, right?
You approve, yeah, sure. Yeah. But of course, in the right mind, who the hell? Fat chance this bugger is going to do it lah, right? So then, okay, submit. So then we asked all these other fellows to do. Then all of a sudden, email came. Prime Minister has agreed to launch the Foreign Correspondent Club. Ha! He's agreed. So the bugger comes down. The old Equatorial Hotel, not the new one. The old one, he comes and he launches the club.
You should have asked for $1 million or something.
Cannot, later you go jail.
That's what everyone tells me. That's why I'm not in jail. Because I never asked for $1 million. That's the reason I'm not in jail. Because I never asked. So he approved it.
And we launched it.
He launched the club. So I sat there and I talked to him, and it was great, right? But at that point, I was headhunted by a company in the UK, a political risk firm. So they said, hey, we've heard about you. We need somebody who has got Southeast Asia expertise. You're a journalist. You've got a thick black book. So we want you to come work for us in London. So I said, okay. And then he said, we're going to pay you 10-20% more than your salary.
I just want to be clear. Thick black book, it means contacts. Okay.
Contacts.
Yeah.
Because obviously if you're a journalist, you got a black book on every, with names for everybody in all departments.
I just do this because, just in case. I don't want to work on assumption. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
So they said, we need someone like that. And political risk, basically, you need to assess the risk in the country economically, politically. So let's say you want to invest, you want to set up a power plant. So you need to know whether the government is stable.
Yeah.
Whether the people in the country are, this is an investment from the UK, whether they like the people from the UK or they hate people from the UK. You need to also understand whether the government is likely to nationalize it.
Ooh.
Or is the government likely to go bankrupt? At which point it's going to...
unique job, man. It's such a unique job.
So it was fantastic because you have to do all that analysis. The only way you will know that is if you've got contacts in the country, right?
Yeah,
if you're able to call up people and ask them, hey, how? Then you're able to assess the situation. So it's called business intelligence. That's what you do. So all this one, because you're going to invest 600 million to set up a power plant.
And they trust you
you need to know what the hell, whether this is legitimate. Because, and then the other thing is, you go into bed with his partner, right? On, his financial black and white looks perfect. Right, his all his accounts look perfect. But actually, this fellow is allied to this other dictator and they murder people and violate human rights and don't know what all. You go into bed with this guy 1 year down the road.
You could be the guy that gets murdered.
You're going to be, the whole thing can explode. So you need to know, right? You have to go to due diligence on these people. So that was the kind of job lah. So I said, okay, this is great. They're gonna pay me. They're gonna pay me 10%. 10% more. Move to UK lah. So move to UK. So pack everything, wife, everything all ready to pack. But then as president, because I was president of the Foreign Correspondents Club, given that I paid for everybody's lunch and makan.
Fair game.
So I got the. So as president, you get basically just like other, foreign leaders or foreign ambassadors or whatever, you get 10 minutes with the Prime Minister as a goodbye courtesy call.
Wow.
Oh.
You get to shake hands, take a picture, smile. Because foreign correspondent, right? So, So, but funny thing is, what happened before that, just a couple of days before, Bersih 1.0 happened.
And sentiment.
Bersih 1.0, the riot, took place.
Yeah.
So I was on the ground. I saw what happened. I saw how the opposition on the ground basically signaled for their people to pull down the barricades and to run across, the padang next to Sultan Abdul Samad to, charge towards the police. How all of that happened, I saw all of it. And I saw how the cops basically not only pushed people away, but then they charged after them, beating them brutally abusing the people, water cannoning when you didn't need to water cannon, firing tear gas, pulling people and beating them.
So
These
it's
were people
both
who are
sides
running
lah.
away, they were beating them.
But it's both sides because you could see them signal, the Bose people signal that they want to go past the barrier, although they're not supposed to go past it.
Correct.
And then you see the police on the other side going like, you know what? You want to play that game? I play rough also.
Because I
Okay.
went to speak to the guy in charge, right? I went to speak to the guy in charge, and the guy in charge said, "What to do? This is what happens, no? You challenge us. This is what happens to you." And he could have called them back. He could have asked them. But then in the media the next day, the Prime Minister comes out and says, this is all the opposition's fault. They are the ones doing this. So when I met him, I drafted a 2-page document. And I said, "Sir, this is what happened at Bose 1.0. So what you were saying is bullshit.
But you're not
Right? Because it's
completely-
not just the opposition, it's the cops as well who were involved. These officers who were there were the ones
Totally,
involved just as much as the opposition. So you have to take action against both sides.
Definitely. I think it's fair.
At which point Najib said, "Wow, this is interesting. I didn't realize." So a 10-minute meeting became 45 minutes.
Ah,
A bit too long.
Very
that's
long.
how you know it's a good sign.
So 45-minute meeting, at which point he said, "Hey, Roman, why didn't you come and work for me?"
Oh.
So I just packed everything.
I said, "I just packed everything shipped in the container, all headed to UK. Sorry, I can't do that."
I pay for you lah.
So that's what he said. He said, "I pay for you." I said, "You pay for me, so no use, because the bottom line is I got to put my kids in school in the UK and all. Now they've moved there. I cannot move them all back to Malaysia." So he said, "Okay, never mind." He said, "I give you my email, my phone number. You message me lah. Whenever there's an issue, you just let me know if there's something that happens. You just message lah." So I said, "Okay, fine, no problem." So then I started messaging him, right? Then the message from once a week or once in 2 weeks became once every day. Then almost became 2-3 times a day. Then he said, "Hey, can you help me draft a report on all these things that you are telling me?" So I said, "Okay, fine." I said, "This is how you need to handle the media. You need to, this is how you need to look at it." And sentiment analysis
Yeah.
was brand new at that point. They did not understand. DAP, PKR understood it. They understood the importance of social media. BN did not know the importance of social media at
You
that
were late
point.
to the game lah.
Very late.
Yeah.
Very late. So I was giving him sentiment analysis. So we go online and analyze what people were saying on Facebook. Because at that point, Facebook was the biggest, Facebook and Twitter were the biggest.
Isn't Najib at the time one of the biggest people on Facebook, like talking about Man United?
Yeah, he's damn funny and very active, bro.
That's the thing. He got active,
Because of that.
but he didn't understand how this tool could be used. He knew it was important, but he needed to understand how important this tool was and what it could be used for. So I showed him that you could actually understand voter sentiment based on social media. He had a team that was also trying to do a similar thing.
What is the team doing lah?
But I mean, fair credit to them, they were trying their best. Yeah. But the problem was that they were so detailed in their analysis, right? They were just saying, "Oh, this is this percentage, this is this percentage." They were not explaining what this meant.
You're seeing the forest from the trees.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. So you need to understand what these figures mean, right?
Yeah.
This means that these people like this policy, or this means these people hate this policy. This means these people are going to support you. This means these people are not going to support you. So all of that stuff. So on a regular basis, then he started asking me, look, if I can help him with that kind of stuff. So in the end, I was working in my day job, and in the night I was doing a night job for him.
Oh my lord.
Double
I hope you're
degree.
getting paid lah, bro.
No.
What, you doing pro bono work?
Yeah, to help the country, right? This is the bottom line. So at that point, then I said, look, if I'm going to be doing all of this for you, he said, "Hey, then can you fly down?" I said, "Yeah, okay, I got 1 or 2 days of leave." So I flew down for a weekend. Then he said, "Hey, can you fly down another weekend?" I said, "No, I can't, because I got a job to do." So he said, "Okay, then in that case, why don't you come and work for me?" I said, okay,
8%
but I
English.
got to support my family in the UK and whatever. You says that's fine. Basically, you invoice me for the work that you do. I will pay you I'll pay you for your work. I will match your salary. I will match your salary. Yeah, in the UK, I'll match the salary.
Yeah.
So I said, okay lah. If you're gonna match my salary and I work, I mean, who wouldn't be thrilled working for the Prime Minister of Malaysia? I mean, and he matches your salary.
It's all work from home.
You know, and you are and you are helping work on national policies that really make a difference in people's lives.
Exchange. Yeah.
You know, wow. You know, so the National Reconciliation Policy after GE13, right? We drafted the policy, right? For cabinet, for him, for the unity minister to push through. All of that we drafted.
And you were doing it work from home.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. Doing it before it was cool, man.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's just how it went. So then, at that point, at that point I was just flying in to help. Wow. Right? So I'd be in KL.
Your previous employer must have been fucking pissed.
Well,
man.
no. At that point, I resigned. I mean, I resigned from my job because I was working, full time for him, helping him with these policies. But it was very difficult, right? Because the reality of the situation was I was 8 hours behind. Right?
Yeah.
When I get up, 8 hours has already passed in Malaysia. So when I go to sleep, everything is quiet. When I get up, everything has exploded.
Wow, it's quite stressful.
So it's trying to catch up.
Yeah.
And the worst thing is when I had to take a flight. Because when you take a flight,
You lose the hours.
you lose
the hours.
12, 13 hours you lose.
Yeah.
So before you get on the plane, again, everything is nice and silent. The moment you land, the phone bloody explodes because this has happened, this has happened, this has happened, this has happened. And how do you help sort this out? And the other problem is with the Najib administration, the Najib White House, is that everything was in silos. So nobody knew what anybody else was doing. And this is a fundamental problem. There's a fundamental problem. It was great to do it that way when he was Deputy Prime Minister. When he was a minister, it was great. But as Prime Minister, that didn't work. That didn't work because he was being attacked from the outside and Mahathir was attacking him as well at the same time. So it was very difficult to manage all of this.
I think the attacks are also whispers, right? So it's kind of like you will go to this faction, go to that faction, and then it will cause a lot of unrest.
And there were so many people advising him as well.
Aiyo.
So, so he had to listen to all the different, and mine was just one voice among all these other people who are
the way you
providing
tell this story, right? It makes it feel as if, actually Najib is a person that actually tried to make everybody happy, right?
and ended up making nobody. Yeah.
But everybody's trying to take advantage of this man.
This is that is the reality. That's why I say reality is stranger than fiction very often.
And he's just trying his best to put out fires, right? And he finds you.
But again, he is human, right? We must all understand he is a human being. He's not a superhuman. He's not God. He made mistakes. Okay, he made mistakes like everyone else does.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big mistake.
But of course.
I mean, if you're a prime minister,
Of course. That
you
is
set yourself up
huge.
for-
That was a huge mistake, right? But who would have imagined that every single person around you would have been purchased? So all you are being provided with are filtered information. Who? Would you have imagined that? Never, not in a million years. But that was the genius of Jolo. He was able to do that. So all the information that got filtered into him on 1MDB was all literally filtered. So he was not getting the real information. And people like us didn't have any information, right? We didn't know what was going on
Yeah.
because it was only this group that surrounded him that knew what was actually happening. And of course, the guy in the center, you don't tell him anything. He's a mushroom lah.
Just there.
What a
Right?
damn shame.
This is it.
Sorry, side question again. Have you ever met Jolo?
Never. It'd be interesting to meet him. I don't know how I'd react also if I actually met him. I don't know how I'd react.
No, if you had met him as well, right? I think if you had
Well, you see, again, at that time, right, no one knew how complex and how crazy all of this was, right? Everyone thought at that point it's just Mahathir trying to nail Najib.
Fucker was also damn hidden because I don't think anybody spoke about Jolo until the thing
Well,
came up.
the main reason why it all came out was because of Xavier Justo, right?
Sorry, what's it?
Justo, Justo, this guy that worked for Petro Saudi.
Okay.
Petro Saudi was this company in the UAE that basically was doing deals with 1MDB. And that's how a whole bunch of money was siphoned out through this deal with Petro Saudi ABAR, AABAR.
How it was started. I read
So
this.
yeah, exactly. So so if you go in, I'm not going to go into the full details, but Petro Saudi was one of Jolo's allegedly main cogs in the siphoning of money and what have you. So Justo was working in Petro Saudi. He was an employee, but he was disenchanted by these two guys, Tariq Obaid and Mahoney.
I also want to say, right, it's incredible how you remember these names.
No, I tell you, it's it's one of these things. I mean, it's great that you're a journalist. Being a journalist really helps, and that you love trivia. I mean, because I love trivia, that's why. So these two guys, and they were just mentioned because the Swiss court, I think, just found them guilty. Of this whole 1MDB scandal. It was in the papers a couple of days ago. So these two guys refused to pay Justo because Justo demanded $2 million to pay him off as a separation agreement. And they refused to pay him. But in the meanwhile, from the IT department, he was able to download all the emails. So he had the exchanges between Jolo and these guys and what have you about all these money trails and everything. He had all of that stuff. And he blackmailed them. He told them, look, pay me $2 million or we can count him. They refused to pay him $2 million.
Okay.
So at that point, Justo went looking for people to sell it to. So he found Claire Castle Brown at Sarak Report who didn't have the money. And he found Ho Ketat and Tong Kui Ung at the Edge, the owners of the Edge. And they promised to pay him $2 million.
Which they didn't.
Oh no.
They took all the information from him. They used it. They provided it to Wall Street Journal. They provided it to Claire. All of that, all of that came out. They didn't. He sued them and lost. But after Pakatan came in 2018 or 2019, Ho and Tong had a change of heart and they gave him the money.
I hope with interest.
No.
Oh, that's tragic.
They just paid him the money and they admitted that they had cheated him.
Okay.
Okay lah.
All right.
Conscious lah. Good conscious.
But did they apologize? Probably
No.
not. Yeah. So does it really count? Not really.
Not really. And the reason they gave him the money is because if you ask me, my opinion is the public pressure was so great. You had to pay back. You had to pay him back. You couldn't not pay this guy, right?
Yeah, I
he
mean,
gave you all of
service,
this
bro.
stuff. Yeah. And so using that, they were able to piece together bits and pieces, and then that's how the whole thing unraveled. So if that hadn't happened, right, if that hadn't happened, none of us would know. Najib wouldn't know today. None of us would have known what had transpired because it was just such a web. Such a web that
so
was
interlocked. Even with all the information at play, like years later.
Yeah.
You still don't
even
really
even today, I don't think we've got the full picture. Even today, I don't think we've got the full
Yeah,
picture.
it's so convoluted.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
And that's with Netflix specials.
Exactly.
There were Netflix specials on this shit. And then
Exactly.
people still do like I saw money not good, money leave country, money bad.
That's the thing lah. So at the end of the day, when you look at this entire thing, right? When you look at this entire thing, and I look at Najib. Yes, he is responsible for a lot of things. But is he guilty of all these things that he is being charged with? I do not think so. Is he the mastermind of all of this? Remember, he was only charged for 47 million ringgit in the bank account, and I think 4 billion US is in somebody else's bank account. So I think the mastermind is the one that's got the 4 billion, not the
poor man
47
that's in
million.
jail now who can't even access once a week with his family. And
So like that lah. That's the reality. But again, none of this you will see in the mainstream. None of this you will read about as the main narrative, because until today, certain individuals still say Najib is the mastermind.
Why do you think Anwar, right, is he doesn't deliver justice to Najib? Do you think it's because of also perception that if you do that, then it looks as if like you are siding with the bad guy?
I think for Anwar, it is a very difficult situation because he has come in on a platform of reform. So he cannot take extrajudicial actions, non-executive actions. The courts have to rule it, right? It has to be the legal. So he can't. His hands are tied.
Yeah, because if he did anything, he would look as if like he's plotting something or he's doing
Exactly.
something.
That basically he's going against the promises that he made to the people in the
Yes,
first place,
correct.
right? So he can't do it. Although as much as he wants to do it, he really wants to do it because look, he needs Najib's support if he wants to get the Malay votes in the next election. He needs it, right? Zahid's not going to be able to deliver it. You put Najib down there in the Malay heartlands, they will vote for him. They will give him their vote because he's won their hearts. He's had their hearts since 2018, 2019, and you've seen it, right? That's how BN won these by-elections.
Yeah, and most Malays in kampungs are very communal, and then they love that whole like you care about this, you listen to our story.
And today, not just Malays but non-Malays, those who've been following what's been going on and who are disenchanted with what happened in PH 1.0, they are sitting down and thinking, actually, things were actually much better. Things were much better under that administration than what we're seeing now.
I think a friend of ours who's on the podcast quite a lot, his name is MJ. He also mentioned this plenty of times where at that time I remember economy was at its best as well in Malaysia.
So you see, fundamentally that's the bottom line, right? So he is someone who can help the country. Whether you can get him out, I don't know. What the future is going to hold, I don't know. But should he come out? Yes, he should come out. Is he guilty of these things? No, I don't believe he's guilty of these things. I believe a lot of these he was persecuted on a lot of these charges. Charge him properly, charge him on legitimate things. Fine. I've got nothing to say about that. But don't put him in on trumped up charges.
And fucking have a deadline lah.
So basically, there was an interview with Najib and I think Al Jazeera. His answer was, I really don't know. It's really, I don't know.
I mean, and that's why I say truth very often is stranger than fiction.
I really just feel so much sadness for this man right now.
Yeah. When I watched the Al Jazeera interview, I didn't quite feel anything about it. I was like, this guy's probably full of shit or just getting some fluffy answer. What the fuck is I don't know, right? But I mean, with proper context and nuance, maybe there's a lot of it's truth. You just don't know.
And the reality is, right? The reality is, let's be very frank. Everyone wants to hold on to power.
Yeah, that
right?
is
Everyone
the
wants to
common
hold on to
denominator
power.
lah.
So as this thing was unfolding in 2017, 2016, 2017, 2018, literally the administration was busy in trying to figure out how the heck do we resolve this shit so we don't lose power. We can't appear as if we were complete idiots and this guy completely bamboozled all of us, right?
Which he did.
Which he did.
Yeah.
Which he did. And if you had actually come out with that at that point, that might have helped. So on the 3rd of July 2015, this is after the Wall Street Journal came out with the big headlines, right? 2.6 billion, 700 million in Prime Minister's account. The account numbers were all listed. So I went to Perdana Putra. I went to Sri Perdana, his house in Putrajaya. Went there, I would document all the account numbers. So he said, "Oh, Roman, you want to see me?" I said, "Yes, sir." This was about 1, 2 in the morning. He had, he had some prayers before that. He was doing, and this is what he does, right? I mean, basically the guy is not sitting there smoking a cigar, drinking, having a party. The fellow was actually attending some function for orphans or whatever where they were giving funds to. So the fellow finishes that, right? Then he's got to see me at 1 or 2 in the morning, right? So the bugger is completely exhausted. He said, okay, what do you want? I said, "Sir, you saw the newspaper headlines." He said, "Yes, I don't know what is going on." I said, "Look, okay, before anything, these bank account numbers, are they your accounts or not? Can you please verify?" He looks at I said, "I don't know." I said, "Sir, can you check?"
I don't know.
Can you check? He said, "Okay, wait. So he took the paper, went to another room, picked up the telephone, made a call. Half an hour later, then he comes out. This is about 2:30 in the morning. Comes out, he says, "Roman, don't worry about it. It's no big deal."
What does
I
that
say, 700 million. What do you mean no big deal? He said, "Yeah, this is from the Saudis. This is the bank accounts I told Zeti about. They wanted me to put my names on. I put my name on it. Zeti said it's all okay. So don't worry. This is the money I'm holding on trust. And the majority of the money, 260 million came in. 250 million we transferred out because we didn't use it for election expenses. So we only spent about what, 5 or 10 million of the money that came in. We only spent the rest of it. We sent back to the Saudis.
And then he said it's a
He
donation.
said it was a donation from. We got black and white letters from them. So he said, "Don't worry about it. It's no big deal." I said, "Sir, it is a bloody big deal because it's 700 million. So if this is the situation, why don't you tell everybody that this is?" He said, "Yeah, actually, we should do it." I said, "All right, have a press conference tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. And tell the people." He said, "Yeah, this is Mahathir putting them up to this all this bullshit because this is it's all legit." So I said, "Fine." So I went back. 2:30 in the morning, me and my team, we worked until 9 a.m.
Oh God.
Drafting the statement, listing this is what happened, everything listed, everything listed. And then we said, of course, this basically Mahathir is trying to use this to nail Najib's reputation. So all is drafted, sent to Perdana Putra. So all document out there. So waiting, 9 o'clock, okay, 10 o'clock, waiting. 11 o'clock, okay, where's the press conference? Sunyi.
Huh?
11:30.
Why?
12 o'clock. Quiet.
I mean, it's lunchtime already lah.
Malaysia timing.
12:30, I drove to Perdana Putra. Went up to the Prime Minister's office, 5th floor, I still remember. And they asked me, "Do you have an appointment?" I said, "No, I don't have an appointment. I need to see the Prime Minister." Stood outside the door. So outside the door, waited. He was in a meeting. He comes out of the meeting and he's busy going into another meeting. I said, "Sir, what happened to the 11 o'clock press conference?" He said, "Oh no, I was advised that I can't talk about this because this is a bilateral thing with the Saudis. So I can't mention the royal family until I clear it with the royal family."
Who advised?
And then I find out, he was advised by these people around him.
Not to do the thing.
one on the payroll.
Right. Jolo's payroll.
They told him not to do it because it is bad. And of course, they are full-time employees,
Why
right?
he hire you, lah,
And he trusts all these guys, right? They are in the office. They are sitting in his office on the 4th and 5th floor. They are the ones that told him, "No, don't do this. You cannot do this because it's going." So he
But then, by right, he can do that. It's just that.
of course, I drafted the statement. I got a copy of the statement.
Fucking 12 hours, Dave.
That's right. And if he had released that statement on the 4th of July 2015, we would not have any of this today.
My God. Really?
But because these guys around him, look,
they all worked together to tell him. He was fighting an uphill battle.
And the bottom line here is if you trust your people, right? Of course you trust your people, right? You're paying them good money. They are all your officers and all your officers around you are telling you the same thing. And then who the hell am I, right? Who the hell am I? I'm just some consultant telling you that you should be doing this. And all the guys around you are telling you, "No, don't do it." So don't do it lah.
And then, if it was any of us, we would have felt the same thing.
And then after that, they tell him what? They tell him, "Oh, so sir, basically you cannot say anything. You cannot do anything about it because the bottom line is this needs to be investigated. So as a result, you can't say anything about this." Because at that point, the AG then had been appointed, right? Apande, to start investigations and into what was happening with So they told him, "You can't say anything." But he had to say, he should have denied it right then and there. He should have said, "Look, this money was donated by the Saudis. We are going to investigate to find out all these allegations made against Jolo. We are going to investigate now. We are setting up a force to go against all of this. That's what you should have done right then and there.
Yeah.
But because you kept quiet, you didn't say anything. All you did was you just attacked Mahathir at that point, which was valid lah. But because all you did was that, so everyone was sitting saying, "Hey, bloody hell, Wall Street Journal is saying this, Sahara Report is saying this," and then you are not even denying the thing, you're not even saying anything.
And then this Zeti lady also go and...
Exactly. And then you must understand how the government works, right? The government works like this, The government works like where you can have all the cabinet ministers, all the ministries and all, right? But everybody waits for the Prime Minister to say something before anything happens. So they will never respond. They always wait for the Prime Minister. Even currently, it's like that. All the ministers and all, they'll never say anything. They all wait for the Prime Minister to say something. Then it comes. The buck always stops with the Prime Minister. So with YMDB, it was the same thing. No one would say anything because they're all waiting for number one to say. Only when number one says something, then they can say. So the government was in paralysis. because they didn't know what was going on. None of us knew what was actually transpiring. Why? Because this ring around Najib had kept the information so tight, and they made use of this silo, right?
Yeah.
In the offices where nobody knew what anyone else was doing to benefit themselves. And this has come out in court,
It's a strategic planning, bro.
right? This has come out in court, but it's been dismissed.
Not postponed.
They must have,
All of these arguments, dismissed.
must have been paid top dollar to be so well coordinated, right? Because I'm sure there's like a lot of them.
You see, the thing is, you don't need that many. There was 4 or 5 of them. That's it.
Okay.
Because those are your key advisors, right?
yeah.
So the guy that does your economics, your main KSUS,
accounts.
your main principal private secretary. Because principal private secretary was the one handling all the bank accounts, all of the details, all of that. He was handling all of the stuff. Your economic advisor is the one who is negotiating with IPIC, negotiating with ABA, with all of this, doing all of that negotiations for you. Your head of travel, your foreign affairs head, that would be arranging meetings and all. Because Najib would turn up in cities and all of a sudden Jolo would be there as well.
Oh,
What the fuck?
How the hell is Jolo there?
yeah.
Right? He doesn't have Najib's schedule. How the hell is he there?
Correct.
Right? That's because we find out that the foreign affairs advisor is also on the payroll. Lah. So these are the questions you have to ask. You have to ask. So what kind of advice were they giving Najib?
But I think over time also, you probably just take it for granted. You're like, oh, why is he? Never mind, it's okay. I'm quite in a rush.
I mean, he's just a random Chinese guy there, right? Who the hell cares, like, really?
And at the end of the day, if he's able to help and he's able to assist, right? Because that's what Najib thought. Najib thought that this fellow is actually going to be able to help, rationalize the IPPs, bring all of these things in line, do all of these things for the country, right?
My God.
But in the end, none of this happened.
So, okay.
So a lot of people are going to say, hey, Roman, you're talking bullshit. I don't believe a word of what you're saying. He's guilty as sin. Fuck off.
Guilty as sin.
Okay, fine. And look, if that's your attitude, fine. That is your view. But I am telling you what I saw, okay? Do you know Najib? Have you sat in a meeting with Najib? Were you there? No.
I mean,
Your entire,
not many people got an offer to work with him either.
your
lah.
entire hatred is based on what you have heard opposition politicians say about him, what you have read in the Wall Street Journal and on all these online portals. That is how you have created your opinion of this person. Have you even talked to him? No, you have not. I am telling you, after having met the guy, sat in the meetings, witnessed this stuff, this is what happened. That's all I'm saying.
yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But there are still people out there who will tell you that the COVID vaccine has got all kinds of alien organisms inside and the government is using it to monitor you, so I'm not going to have a COVID vaccine. It's like that, conspiracy. People love conspiracies.
Not gonna lie, that's what I thought about the vaccine.
You
I
see?
was damn scared, man. I'm like, dude,
You see?
there's no way.
So
It's too coordinated around the world.
I rest my case. This is the thing. So perception
Yeah.
makes a huge difference. Whether they've got evidence or not,
Doesn't really matter, actually. Yeah.
is-
Perception
it-
drives your decision making, fundamentally.
That's
God
it.
damn.
That's it. But that's why I would say if you really want to understand, read Final Reckoning, read Shattered Hopes. Is it a biased account? Fuck yeah, it's a biased account. Why? Because obviously I work there. What? Sure,
Yeah.
of course it's biased. But is it as objective as it can be? Yes, I believe it is. Because I'm saying what I witnessed. What I didn't witness, I'm not writing about.
Fair.
Because I did not witness. Did I witness the meetings between Najib and Jolo? Did I witness the meetings of him? No, I didn't.
But this is your point of view, lah.
But this is what I witnessed. Right?
So after that entire fiasco in which you ask him you should totally release his press conference and it didn't work out, and then he walks through that meeting and he says like, hey, my advisors told me don't need and all that. How did you respond? You're like, okay lah, that's it lah.
Like,
I said, no, sir, I disagree. I said, I think you really need to do it. Then, of course, he went off for another meeting. So,
then what happened
that
after
was
that?
the end of the meeting. Well,
disaster.
I'm a consultant, right? Basically, I provide my advice. So, if you don't take my advice, you don't take my advice. And so then it became a nightmare for us, right? Because now we need to fight the fire, right? And it was insane. It was insane because even before that, right? January 2015, December 2014, already the whole 1MDB thing had erupted. July is when Wall Street Journal came out with the article. But by December, Mahathir was already saying, mana 46 million or mana 62 million disappeared to? Where did the money disappear to? He had already asked that question in December 2014. And everyone was wondering, how come the government's not responding? No response, zero response. And they're saying, 1MDB lost his money. Where's the money? Where's the money gone to? So I spoke to Arul Kanda. Arul Kanda had just come in January 2015 as the CEO of, and I said, look, can I get a copy of the accounts? He said, yeah, sure. So he sent me a copy of the accounts. So we went through the accounts and we saw there was no 62 million or whatever missing. There was no money missing. We did not know at that point all the wayang that was being carried out in the background, where different ways it was being siphoned. But in the accounts that was produced by PwC, by all these reputed accounting firms, that now we find out have been fined for God knows doing whatever the hell it is on the documents. We accepted the documents at face value, right?
Yeah.
Because if the balance sheet all showed no money is missing,
yeah.
Exactly. I mean, I'm not going to go and ask people to say, hey, hello, you sure or not?
Yeah, cannot be, right?
Right. If PwC signs off on the thing, I see the bloody stamp on it, I say, yeah, okay, this is legit, man.
Yeah.
So what we do is we work out a FAQ. So every single point that Mahathir made, we were able to rebut because we had the statement there. And we gave 1MDB a copy of that for them to use.
You have the copy still?
God. All they got. It's online. I mean, you can see this stuff online. But what happened? So we submit the FAQ to the Prime Minister's office for them to upload on najibrazak.com for the website, to put it up there.
Yes.
For 2 months, it wasn't uploaded.
Ayo, my God.
Why? Because it was being
Internal
blocked.
people,
It was being blocked until this one guy I knew in the team.
Ayo, my
Very
God.
courageous boy. So I talked to him. I said, look, and he also said, look, we have to do something about this. His conscience. And I appealed to his conscience. I said, look, you have to put this online. People need to know. So one day, he just pressed the button and he put it on.
Oh, he just said, fuck it.
He just said, fuck it. Put it.
Is he still alive? Is he still here?
Yes.
Okay.
He's still alive.
Just need to make sure he don't have any sex scandal, any sex tape.
No. But I can't mention the name to protect identities.
Protect the man.
He pressed the button and oh my God, hell fell on him. Everyone, all the top brass came and said, you're going to be fired for doing all this bullshit and what have you. But then Najib saw, he said, oh, this is fantastic. Yes, this needs to come out. Because in January, I'd already shown it to Najib. He'd approved it. But his people refused to put it up because it's this team around him.
My
They refused.
God.
So it went up online and automatically sentiments were down to 46 or 47%. It went up to 52. After the FAQ came out. Why? Because it was the first time there was a response to all these allegations
fucked
being
up
made.
shit that's happening.
Exactly. And at that point, UMNO, everyone, the ministries, everyone had something to use, right? They were able to talk to people and say, look, this is, go and refer to this document. This shows you all the stuff. So that's how these things work. But of course, we did not know at that point all the wayang that Joel was carrying out or allegedly carried out in the background. We didn't know about any of that stuff, right? We just followed the paperwork. Yeah.
So, okay. So,
And sentiments improved until July when that Wall Street Journal and all of that came out.
Gone.
And from them, it was just downhill. There was just no way to help. Literally, there was no way to help. We tried, but there's nothing that could be done. I mean, because it was so devastating, right?
Yeah.
Coming out with all of these, and because nobody even understood how it was linked, and even he did not understand.
and it's so strange, right? Because he is the one that, I don't know who really appointed Jolo, to be fair, But I'm going to
Jolo
assume,
came with the Terengganu investment fund. He was from that. He was as part of the Terengganu investment fund. That's where his role was. He helped set it up. And then it was renamed as 1MDB.
Wow, it's quite sneaky the way he got in also.
He came in as part of that deal, as part of that that fund.
Wow.
So this is where that connection is. Like, if you want to know the connection, that's where if I'm not mistaken, his son knew him. His stepson knew Jolo and all. So it's not like he's unknown. He is known, but his involvement came in from that. But nobody knew that he was going to be able to do this, and he caught him with this guy. So, and then you send money from here, you send money to this account, which is named almost the same, but got 1 or 2 letters changed.
What the fuck?
This is like a calculated attack, man.
So that's the thing. So the paperwork, right? You approve the paperwork. Who goes and check, unless you are the accountant or whatever, you assume is the correct one, right?
But it's quite hard.
But actually,
the paperwork is thick also. So you're going to have to be really, really particular
to check through all of that.
Yeah.
So the bottom line here is, this is the kind of deals that happen. What can you do?
So when the shit hit the fan and everything went downhill, right? How did you... So you try your best to put out the fire and everything.
We tried our best to explain what the situation was. But it came to a point where there was nothing that we could say, because every day they were coming up with this new allegation, that new allegation.
Yeah.
How to prove? Because we got no information.
It's like it's a barrage of attacks, right?
Correct. And so they're saying, oh, this one, he went to spend this money with Paris Hilton drinking champagne and this and that and that. Okay lah. So what does that have to do with Najib? We don't know. What's the connection? Where's the money? We don't know, because we don't have the paperwork, right? Yep. Then Attorney General is investigating this. This is, the task force is investigating all of this stuff. But there's no report. How are we supposed to know what exactly these buggers are doing? But it was in complete chaos. I tell you, literally it was in complete chaos. So I go down there and ask them, can you give me information? No information to give. They also don't know what's going on. But then I didn't realize the guys are asking were on the bloody payroll lah.
Yeah, man.
That's the root cause of everything, actually.
After all, not after all of this, right? Whilst this is all happening, right? Did you manage to have a conversation with Najib after this?
Yeah, I mean, he really regrets trusting all these guys. But what can you do, right? At that point, these were the guys that you trusted, right? They were the ones that were handpicked. Who would know that they would be so corrupt to accept all of this money? It's like being backstabbed, by your closest people.
It's like being in the middle and everybody stab at the same time.
Yeah. This is the bottom line. No? This is the bottom line. So that's why I feel very sad. Very often I feel very sad. I look at the guy, because he was left holding the bag.
When you explain this to your wife, right? How does she respond?
Again, she says, "You are crazy. Why are you getting involved in all of this?"
That's exactly what a wife would say.
Yeah.
She's protecting your interests.
Yeah, exactly.
Your family as well, I'm assuming?
Yeah, of course. I mean, because at the end of the day, like I said, I am Malayan, right? So, this is my land.
My God.
I need to set the record straight, right? I saw all of this. If I don't say this, if I don't put this down in a book, if I do not do all the best, in good faith, if I do not do this, then can I live with myself?
No, I don't think I could either if I was in your position, man.
No.
Because you know that justice is not being done,
Same thing, what? I mean, I'll give you another example. So, there were so many people who wanted to meet Najib when he was big. So many people want an appointment. So I had one of these businessmen. I will not identify a race. A businessman approached me. 2 of them. But this guy approached me. He said, Roman, I understand that you've got very good connections with the Prime Minister. I said, no, I don't. I don't have any connections. He said, hey, can you help me arrange an appointment? I said, no, I can't help you arrange an appointment. He said, yeah, I'm sure you can lah. No problem. I just need 15 minutes. I said, oh, why? Why didn't you? Oh, I have to talk about some business deal. I need to arrange.
The moment you say that, I know what that is. But okay.
So, yeah.
Sounds like a MLM
as you know. So I said, okay. He said, but don't worry, I'll make it your while. I'll give you 1 million ringgit. Where you want me to transfer? Just let me know which account.
Wow.
Where you want. No problem. I will just transfer. I said, thank you very much for your generosity, but sorry, I don't accept money and I really can't help you. I can't make the appointment. But then I find out 2 weeks later, this bugger has an appointment. How?
Someone
sold out.
Because somebody sold out.
Yeah.
And who sold out? One of the guys.
One of the 4 to 5. Yeah. I mean, might as well actually, if I were them.
Well,
Right, I already sold out once.
is it.
I might as well.
they say, well, yeah, if you already done it, you might as well,
Right? If
you
I'm
know.
gonna rob a bank, I rob the whole bank lah. You know?
What's this
So
five
for me,
again?
where's my conscience? Can I live with myself? Can I go to bed at night and sleep thinking I did this shit? No way. Can't do it.
I don't think I could either.
Yeah, can't do it. And this is why, MACC, none of them have anything. Because they don't do this shit.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, MACC has also spoken to a third party that also does investigatory stuff as well, right? What happened to that?
Postpone?
I don't know lah. Everything postponed, disappear, what have
Stay.
you. At the end of the day, I've just lost interest lah. Because at the end of the day, the fundamental thing here is we know who needs to be brought back to justice. Okay, and for so many years, you mean you cannot find him
Yeah.
and bring him back? Bring him back lah. But the problem is,
Bro, how many years did the fucker probably become a woman, really lah?
but you see,
He go and do sex change and shit. I would have done that if I was Jolo.
Yeah.
I'll become J-Lo, bro.
but maybe
Fucking
not as
hell,
good
man.
looking, unfortunately. So, but you see, the thing
J-Lo.
is, the thing is, I can understand why he hasn't been found so far. Okay, or hasn't been found lah. Because if you are a good businessman, you do business in Malaysia, you will be paying both sides. You'll be paying these guys and you'll be paying that guys because you don't know who's going to come into power when. So basically, hedge your bets. So if I was Jolo, I would be hedging my bets as well. So bringing him back might not be a very good idea.
Right. Because it
For certain-
bought both ways lah anyway. So
Somebody knows, they just don't want to tell only. lah,
Exactly, yeah. So could be. I mean, again, this is all speculation. I'm not saying that this is what actually happened. I've got no idea. But that is a possibility, right? That is a possibility. Very strong possibility.
yeah.
That's so fucking crazy, man.
brother. Everything today we heard.
That's why I tell you the truth is stranger than fiction, dude. The truth, when you actually learn the truth, you think, really? You mean this guy, he really did this without even knowing what was going on? Yeah.
Actually, when I told my wife this,
Yeah.
because she was like, how can you think Najib is a good person? I'm not saying he's a good person. I'm saying I think when you reach that third level of wealth also, right, you don't even know your bank account. And she was like, you're trying to tell me you don't even know your bank account. I'm like, I'm telling you, man, I've met rich people.
They don't know.
They don't know,
don't
man.
know.
So, and she's like,
Correct.
in disbelief lah. Right? Which most of people here, understandably, we would be in that position too. We'd be like,
course.
I don't believe. I know my bank account number. But if you're in that position, how many bank accounts you have,
Correct. I mean, and that is the bottom line. I mean, when you look at the kind of wealth, right?
Yeah.
You look at the places that they stay, the kind of things that they
You
do.
think they care about all these small things? They don't even care, man.
It's different. It's a different world. I mean, from what we live in. So what we accept as real for them is very different.
Yeah.
Their level of real is different from our level of real. And I'm talking about all the top politicians in this country. They're all like that. Every single one of them. Have you seen the houses? Right? I'm not talking about just BN. I'm talking about everyone. PKR, DAP, all of them. Have you seen their houses?
I went for a run at Damansara Heights and I ran by KJ's house before, when he was in government. And I felt like his house quite normal lah, actually.
Maybe lah.
But that's maybe just one of his houses.
Maybe.
lah.
So you see, again, my point is if you see normally the main residences of these guys, it's amazing.
Oh, I saw Mate's house at Putrajaya, man. Holy bro, it's like a big ass estate, man.
Yeah.
It's all amazing. I mean, when you see all of these places, it's really
How they
amazing.
maintain? Actually, the
Pay money
maintenance
lah.
is the mad one.
But nothing gets maintained, as you know.
Oh.
That's the problem. Nothing gets maintained. That's why everything looks so grey, so drab.
Yeah. So after this entire thing, I feel like we should finish up. I feel like everybody's
Go along.
Whitey is dead, bro.
so tired. I so kesian her also. I just want to ask like a couple more questions.
Ask away.
Right after this entire Najib thing, you realize there's no hope. He goes to jail.
I didn't realize there's no hope, lah. Basically,
What can you do?
I thought there was, right. In that sense, yes. I realized there's very little I could do to help him. There was very little I could do. And actually, I advised him. I told him the day after he stepped down. I told him, sir, I think it is good if you actually try and get away from Malaysia because I think Mahathir is going to nail you. I said, I think Mahathir is going to literally, nail you to the wall, and that's going to be the end of you. So I said, sir, if you got any way of getting out of the country, you should get out of the country. He says, no lah, I'm going to go and play a game of golf in Jakarta and I'm coming back.
This guy damn chill, right?
And he said, what, get out of the country? He said, what are you talking about?
my house.
I have not done anything wrong. They can look at whatever they want. No problem. I have no issues.
Famous last words.
Okay lah. So this is but for him to actually say that, knowing that you've just lost the government, you lost everything, and he's just going to sit down there and stay chill, what does that tell you? Does he think he's guilty? If he thought he was guilty, the moment he had left, the moment he had lost, he would have gone.
Built, yeah.
Right?
But I don't think this poor man knew
So
shit
what
he was in.
So what's even better? The guy is going to go to Jakarta to play golf. Right? He's got to fly at Subang Airport to go. So they got a couple of suitcases, baju all, to go. All of a sudden, someone leaks the manifest of the flight from Subang Airport. You get 200 people running to Subang Airport, stopping the dictator from running away from the country.
Just go
Because we have to save Malaysia. He's running away. He's running away. Yeah, wait, 2 suitcases. Shouldn't he have 100 suitcases of gold and dollars and all of that running from the country?
Oh my god! And
So he couldn't play golf. He couldn't play golf. Then they confiscated his passport. Yeah. Poor guy was sad.
Well, guy was sad. Just go drop.
Can't even play golf, bro.
That's the thing lah. No, we got invited lah. So if I say okay lah, at least take a break. Have a week down there, just chill out lah. After all, I'm not prime minister anymore. Fuck, I can do whatever I want.
oh my
It's like that
god!
lah. And all these jokers, they were standing there. Every vehicle that went by, they opened the window, opened the door. Oh, as if they're going to lynch the person inside. My God. Is it what? Adolf Hitler? What are you doing, man? 200 of these jokers, they stood outside Subang Airport. They'll picture, Google lah, you'll see a Malaysia Kini, you'll read any of the portal, you'll see. And at that time, they thought, oh my God, did he line up people and kill them? Was he Pol Pot? Was he Stalin? And yet, you have to save Malaysia from what again are you saving?
From this man would dominate the Jakarta golf course.
Oh my God! We can't have that, man. We can't have that.
Was it? Wait, did Mahathir announce a public holiday?
That's another good point.
Public holiday?
So one of the campaign promises was Mahathir had announced that if PH wins, there'll be 2 days of public holiday.
Nice.
BN said if they win the election, they will declare public holiday, but not immediately after the election. On the night of the election, basically even before PH was declared the winner, because they didn't declare on the night itself. The night itself, they didn't declare. Because the Agong was not going to swear anyone in that night itself. But by 2 a.m., and you see, the only person who can declare this, right, is not the Prime Minister, it is the KSN, the head of the civil service. He's the one that's got to sign the paperwork to say, okay, public servants, 2 days of public holiday, right? And the KSN was supposed to be working for the sitting Prime Minister or the caretaker Prime Minister. Najib was still the caretaker Prime Minister until he stood up and conceded. At that point, he ended being caretaker Prime Minister. Right? That happened on the day after, the 10th of May. But at 2 a.m. on the 10th of May, the document was signed declaring 2 days of public holiday, even before PH was declared a government or a new Prime Minister.
So we had holiday before we had the government that said that it would be a holiday. Fantastic.
How?
We didn't know we were having the holiday.
I probably didn't complain about it.
I probably celebrated.
Of course, everybody celebrated. I heard all the honking, the flag waving and all that were going on. Yeah, because people thought it's a new era, right? You're going to have reform, all of this inequality, you're going to get rid of, the rot is going to disappear. All these promises, That's what everyone was
Guide.
expecting, right? Everyone was expecting that, right?
Yeah.
The first couple of months. And then don't forget, what happened to the 1 trillion debt that Malaysia had?
Yeah, where is it?
How come it disappeared all of a sudden? Huh? I thought we 1 trillion, we owe the money, we don't have 1 trillion, then now? Magically, 22 months, magically we solved the 1 trillion.
It sounds like it's very sentiment heavy, you know. That's the thing. It's only after like another second term of this government do you realize that these things are popping up again. You're like, hey, I thought you were supposed to settle.
And
then,
what is worse is everybody thought Malaysia is bankrupt, 1 trillion, so everybody contributed money, remember or not?
I remember we gave like 135
we all
million or something.
we all
right?
give the money, right? Everybody gave the money. Where the hell did the
I
money
gave
go?
$50 lah.
I didn't donate.
You
lah.
mean that 5 million helped to close the 1 trillion?
Wow, that mad, right?
That one helped to close the gap. Wow, hero, man.
Magic.
But I'm surprised that Malaysian actually were able to accumulate like
No,
hundreds
because
of
it was the
million, man.
goodwill, right? At that point, everyone believed that this government was going to reform, right? Or the nonsense that you had from BN, the racial epithet, the way they were running things, the level of corruption. Everyone thought, okay, with this new government, we are going to see the change. So everyone chipped in to do it.
What happened to the money?
I don't know. This is a good question. The thing is, it went into a treasury black hole. And that's it. Once it goes in a treasury black hole, nobody knows where the money goes to, what is allocated to. Or
When you say
whatever.
all this, you realize it's so sentiment heavy. It's so sentiment heavy. People only feel. It's not even like a numbers thing anymore.
Correct.
The numbers, right? It's just part of the sentiment only.
Correct. Because the
Fucking mad, really.
creation of the bottom line was the moment they got in, blame everything on the previous administration.
Yeah.
So everything Salah Najib, even Hujan Salah Najib is like that. Everything you blame. You blame everything on the previous administration. The problem is they tried to do it for too long.
You can't really blame
Right?
anymore, do you?
By the second year, you can't blame the previous administration. It is you. If your MPs are now justifying why the Prime Minister can call the Chinese pendatang and not responding to that, what are you saying?
Yeah.
You are at that point no better than MCA.
Yeah.
No better.
But if you look at the last few years or so, right, the way they structure certain policies also is quite strategic, Like the moment they got into government, they give a lot of like nice benefits, They do a lot of high subsidies. Then the second year, the reality check kind of hits. They are like, actually, we better remove the ceiling prices, stuff like that. And then prices go up, chicken rice goes up, people start complaining. Everybody starts leaving the country. Oh, I think work in Singapore better, SGD is better. And then the third year comes, right, and then they're like, oh, actually, next year's election year, so we better switch it back again. It's all sentiment related shit, right?
It is.
It's damn fucking crazy.
It's so agenda-based, man.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not just agenda-based. The problem here is that we need to get away from policy being set by newspaper headlines. This is our problem. Our problem is our policies are all being set based on headlines and what people are saying and how they're reacting. It should not be.
It's so sentiment based because the
yes.
moment they read the headline, it's a reaction.
Exactly. So we are not being proactive. We are being very reactive in our policy, which is the wrong way to do things. We need to come up with policies, the changes that we need in the country, get the buy-in from the people, and then push these difficult policies ahead. Right? That's what we need to do. We need to stop all this nonsense, whether there is a Sheraton move, a Dubai move, or whatever move. Stop all of this. Stop it. Just focus on government, right? Stop trying to ban, the use of the internet by certain groups.
Yeah, it's
Stop trying
ridiculous.
to stop trying to control these kind of things.
Ridiculous.
Focus on what we need. We need more jobs in this country. We need an economy that we can be happy with. We need a ringgit that can help us go on holiday, for God's sakes.
Yeah, man. Absolutely.
These are things that need to be worked on, not all this other nonsense. All of this is irrelevant.
The topic is always about some weird shit rather than what is supposed to be moving the country in the right direction.
And look, I agree that something needs to happen in the Middle East. The situation is bad there. I agree. But fundamentally, I would like to see rice on my plate. I would like to see more jobs here, and then please feel free to tackle other global issues. Tackle the issues here first.
Actually, that whole movement also, right, I find so strange.
Which movement?
I don't know whether I should bring it up.
Yeah. I know exactly.
The way you're structuring, I know what you're talking about. So
Exactly.
obviously, you know, it's a very sensitive thing to bring it up, right?
It is.
I find it so strange how like we care so not we, but a majority of Malaysia care so much about that.
Yes. Yes. And I think caring about it is great. But
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
But it's just that, when you don't look at the problems that you have in your own home, you're starting to look at your neighbor and you're like, I think my neighbor's problem very big deal. And then your house is on fire. And you're like, but their house quite bad also. Better donate to their house.
Correct.
That's how I feel.
Correct. So you're not the only one. I mean, there are lots of people, a lot of people who feel the same way, but they are afraid to say anything. Why? Because then they end up being famous term is cancelled.
Yeah.
Right. So they are afraid to say anything about it because
Jokes on them. We've always been cancelled.
Can't cancel us.
Can't cancel us. We've already been cancelled, bro.
that's why I talk with you guys. You see that? I know you're cancelled, so that's why. That's the main reason. But yeah, I mean, so fundamentally, when you look at it, this is what you're talking about, right? This is what you're talking about when you look at policies. That's how that's the main stumbling block that the country is facing at this point. It's not focusing on what it needs to focus on. It's focusing on everything else. And that's because to focus on this is very hard, lah. It's hard to focus on these issues. It's hard to do these things, and also because there are lots of different agendas.
I think it's the deep-rooted culture, dude, actually. When you go back to the early part of the conversation about how Tunem and Anwar had shaped it to be a very race-based. I think about it, every time I look you look at the origin point, right? It's because of that. I mean, the way to change it, I have no idea. I'm not like a fucking sociology major where I know how to shape culture. I don't know I don't know the solution. Hopefully the solution is talking to more people and then like people are like, oh my God.
I realize.
My eyes are open, my ears are open.
Better than keeping silent.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, right? That's why I write books. I say all these people, they need to write, they need to get their views out there so people understand, okay, look, you can have a differing view and maybe the truth is somewhere in between all these different views.
Yeah.
And that we don't just accept this one particular view and then we get completely disenchanted. Then we don't want to do anything about it because we are so frustrated.
Yeah. I mentioned this story a lot. So if you listen to this podcast, I feel like, maybe you're a bit frustrated by listening. But when I was young, my dad used to say butter is very good for you. And then like years later, he says margarine is very good for you. And then later he's like, hey, actually, I was wrong. Butter is good. And I was like, Dad,
So what's good?
what is good for you? And he was like, I was like, you gotta pick a side, I don't even know what you're saying is true or what's not true. And he's like, it's the problem with you. What? You learn one thing and you take it for gospel. Life is always you learning. You should read different things and then you put together your own opinion. And I was like mind blown, I'm like, holy crap, there's some wisdom, I'm like, maybe I don't know anything. Maybe the star is full of shit. Maybe the star is also very good. Maybe Newspace Time is full of shit. Maybe Newspace Time is very good. But you got to read everything.
I mean, and that's the thing. And that's the thing. And it's very hard now because we have a diarrhea of information.
And you don't want
literally it's a diarrhea. Everybody has got a spin. Everyone's got a take. And that's the thing. So you don't know what to do. But that's why I say you need to look and listen to as many people as you can, and then you decide. You decide what it is. As a journalist, I have to do at least 2 to 3 sources in order to decide for myself whether what is being said is truth or not. I just don't read one side. I've got to read at least 2 or 3 sides telling me that, look, this is a valid thing and it's coming from different people to know that it's valid.
Sounds like some thesis again, man.
Well, no, but that's how in this world today with deep fakes, with all of these things going on.
Yeah.
That's the only way to verify what even the Benar website, all of this,
Benar ke?
It's hard to even believe because you don't know what agenda these guys have. So that's why you've got to use 2 or 3 different sites. And this is a major problem in the US, right? Because it's so polarized in America, between the Democrats and the Republicans. It's hard to believe what's coming out because half the stuff the Republicans are saying is nonsense. Half the stuff the Democrats are saying is nonsense.
Actually, 90% of what Democrats have been saying, I don't even know what they're saying.
Yeah. So it becomes very hard, So in this world that we have today, and then of course you've got all these guys, manipulating social media for their own specific agenda, non-state actors from different countries who are getting involved in elections and doing that.
Yep.
It makes things very complicated.
Complex, man.
It's
very
so
complicated.
crazy. It's so crazy. Actually, you know, do you listen to Joe Rogan by any
Joe
chance?
Rogan, no, I don't.
You don't?
But I know him well, yes.
Yeah. When I listen to Joe Rogan, right, and like when you listen at the complex situation that's happening in the US, right, and you're just thinking like, damn, luckily I'm not in that situation. And then I like turn around and look at Malaysia, I'm like, she quite fucked up also like over here. Because over there it's kind of like how Facebook and Instagram and they're all doing censorship in some way.
Yeah.
So obviously it's very skewed towards the democratic point of view, very liberal and everything.
Yeah.
And it's only after Elon Musk buys over Twitter and he switches it to a, I don't know whether you go on Twitter,
Yeah.
but now it's like,
X, yeah.
on X now. It's very like, the information is there, but please be informed that this, that. And you're like, wow, that is what that is true information. That is
Yeah.
fair information.
Yeah.
Because algorithms manipulate what people see.
Exactly.
And that if you think about it, right, we all live in our little bubbles, you know. Fucking people from Perikatan National, like, yeah, Malaysia is actually majority Perikatan National. And you live in Klang Valley, yeah, majority is, you know.
Yes, yeah. Hey, I have a very interesting thing to tell you. I mean, you want conspiracy, right? You want
I like conspiracy.
Morning of election on the 8th of May, right? 2018. GE 14. Morning of the election.
Conspiracy.
So we all getting ready to figure out, you know, basically all monitoring the situation, what have you. All of a sudden, 7:30, complete blackout on social media. All the phones of all the BN officials are not working.
Really? It's what, EMP burst or some shit, is it?
Don't know what happened.
You're telling me all the BN people phones not working, but your phone is fine.
My phone wasn't working.
My phone was working.
Whoa. But then again, I remember there was a
That's
voting
super suspicious.
and there was a blackout then too. Whoa.
Unfortunately, the blackout was where the camera was taken from. It was daylight. What blackout are we talking about?
Was it? I thought it was in the middle of the night they were counting votes.
Excuse me, where they count votes in the middle of the night? Election over what?
Yeah, but they had to count votes
The
the whole night.
blackout
or
was the
something.
How can you count? You cannot count. There's no blackout because the votes were not in that polling center. Votes were not counted at night. So how?
Was it?
Yeah.
But I heard
So how
there
can
was a blackout, what?
Exactly. Blackout. The electricity was not working. Daylight. You can still see. Blackout, yeah, because the lights are not working. Correct.
Wait. Were they counting in the day?
I thought it was at night.
Yes. No, day.
Whoa.
Which GE is this? The previous
This
GE?
one is GE13.
When was the blackout GE?
GE13. This was the same one with the Bangladeshi voters lah.
Oh, yeah. Hantu or something.
The one that we had, 60,000 Bangladeshi voters coming in to...
I swore. I saw this TV3 guy who retired already, but he was like dying in his eyes, reporting there was a blackout and then semua orang tak tahu apa berlaku.
Again, when they use the term blackout, it's blackout only if it's at night. During the day, it's not a blackout.
Can we just Google that shit? Where were they counting the votes?
You
usually
can
in the
Google
fields?
it lah. I think Guan Eng apologized about the blackout. He clarified about the blackout. You just Google lah. It's actually it's in my book. If you read the book, I talk about the blackout in the book.
You know, there's this thing called the Bernstein Bears or Bernstein Bears.
Bernstein Bears, yes.
Yeah. It's a spelling error that people always think because you say it one way the whole of your life.
Yeah, it become that way.
Is actually not spelled that way, ma. So maybe this whole time, right, we've been living in a world.
Well, that's the same thing about Bangladeshi voters lah. You know, they debunked the entire thing that there were 60,000 Bangladeshi voters that came in to vote in the elections. The fact that BN lost so badly would clearly indicate to you they didn't have 60,000 Bangladeshi voters coming in to vote.
Either that or they were paid off also lah.
That's the bottom line.
Yeah.
And how do you fly in 60,000 Bangladeshi voters?
Where do you start?
I don't know how lah. You know, because Biman and Mas do not have the capacity to fly in 60,000.
It's a lot of flights, man.
That's the thing. So again, this is a war of perception. For elections, they use this as a war of perception. But I can tell you the blackout on BN phones and what have you was true. It happened. And they were supposed to investigate, but because they lost the election, I don't think any investigation was carried out.
Postponed it.
But all the BN leaders, they weren't able to use their mobiles and stuff like that. It was just a blackout.
Yeah, 13.
That's fucking
Sounds very targeted,
It does.
right?
It does.
Which proves that it is possible to, with precision, terminate communications.
No, this is nothing. Then you go there, siasatan TNB.
Siasatan TNB
tengah hari
mendapati gangguan bekalan yang bermula pada jam 12.39 tengah
12.39 tengah hari. Hello.
I thought it was night, man.
Yeah. What the fuck? What the fuck? No.
Tang, tang, tang.
Whoa.
Hold on, go up there. Just now was a lie. See, photograph of blackout on polling day was a lie. The star, okay, hello.
Oh my god.
All of this you don't hear about. Ayo, terrible.
Bro. Whoa.
Adoy. Okay lah.
Dude, why so strange? I'm living in a fucking movie or what? Whatever
I
this
don't know, man.
I don't feel like the protagonist anymore lah, which is quite sad lah.
Hey, Vaiti, you have to protect me when I go home after this. I don't know how.
Did you drive?
I don't know, man. I'm just worried now, dude. I tell you, I must. I don't know.
Grab,
I wear tudong or something. I gotta.
Did you drive here?
Change your name.
Yeah, I got it.
Don't be Roman. Be Roman with the MAN.
MAN.
Yeah, Romen Bose.
Then I kena lah. Habis.
Okay. So while the 14th GE in 2018 proceeds smoothly, does not stop. Well, will the history of GE13 repeat itself in GE15? Always a couple of days away. Can you just command F like blackout and then
blackout was afternoon? There ain't no blackout. Bro.
There's no blackout.
There's
bro.
just no electric, man.
You just open the fucking window lah. Don't be a loser lah.
I mean, it was proven by the Twitter image just now, right?
Yeah, I think it's quite clear, right? So that's what I'm saying. So a lot of this, right, people still believe. They still believe, oh, there was a blackout. Oh, there were 60,000 Bangladeshi voters. Because the thing is, even though it was corrected, in people's mind, the conspiracy, they love it, right? They love this shit. This kind of stuff is great.
This is UFO.
Cells.
Yeah, and although you read the article, say, okay, it's not true. But actually, in the back of your mind, you're still thinking, yeah, it's actually true.
Actually true. And
It's actually happened. Yeah, because this is it. Yeah, this is like that. There is an Area 51 there. Yeah, there are aliens there. Kennedy was actually an alien. I mean, let's be clear. So stuff like this. I mean, you can't get away from it.
It's fucking crazy, man.
It is.
It's amazing. I love it.
It is.
Roman, I feel right. Like my mind today has been fucking blown.
I'm so confused right now. Like
Yeah, what you think is the truth actually is not necessarily the truth. Because
brother.
that's the thing. I mean, and that's the thing, right? It's a war of perception. So as long as you create this perception, then everyone believes. Right? They believe that that's the narrative stuff. But then once all of a sudden you start disproving this and you see, hey, that's not true. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Then what is true? Right? What is true?
What the fuck?
That's the question, dude. That's the question. What is true?
And it extends way beyond politics too.
Of course it does.
Yeah, it extends to anything.
Of course it does.
You should always question
That's it.
what it is you think you know.
That's the fundamental thing. That is the fundamental thing. That's why I say I always advise people, please read widely. Don't only go with whatever's on your Instagram or TikTok feed. Go out there and read what people have to say. And some of it is exaggerated. Some of this stuff, is basically in left field. But at least you know what people are saying about issues.
You know what we should do? You mentioned about Sai Sadeh, right? Remember we talked to Sai Sadeh as well. He did talk about where he rushed to Sheraton, trying to stop and everything. We should see if the information is tally or not.
I mean, you can rewatch the podcast now.
Yeah, I need to rewatch the thing. Because I remember he talking something about
I remember
this. But I can't remember because it's been quite
If
some
it's
time
not
late.
on, bring him on again. No
Then we're
problem,
like,
man.
bro, I spoke to Roman and he said something wrong. Oh, yeah. Right, that'd be quite fascinating.
Calm.
Holy shit.
No, definitely. Because, and the thing is, Sai Sadek knows a lot about what happened.
Yeah, but a lot of things he cannot disclose in front of camera.
Understand.
Exactly.
The difference between a person that's in politics, that's why a lot of people who listen to the podcast, they always look at the glamorous names, which is a sad and unfortunate thing about Malaysians.
Yeah.
So I feel like the people often forget that the bigger the name, the less they reveal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The average Joe reveals a lot more.
A lot more.
Yeah,
That's why they all want to hear about Kelas Kejap lah. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all. So, what to do. I mean, but the reality of the situation is you have to listen to everybody, not just Keluarga Sekejap, because Keluarga Sekejap has got an agenda as well. Everybody's got an agenda, right? They've got a different, and especially if you're a politician, you definitely have an agenda.
That one actually, I feel right. You confirm. I don't know. Maybe it's a Malaysian thing, lah. Okay, but for me, right, the moment I hear. It's not that I'm shitting on KJ.
Yeah. No, of course.
I'm not shitting on him. Whatever he has is whatever he has. I just feel, right, the bigger you have a podcast, right, and it just feels as if you're doing it because you want something out of it.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I feel when I listen to it, I can have that. My gut tells me that as well.
Correct.
Which is so difficult because I'm not a politics type of guy. It's just that when I feel that vibe, I'm just like, you know what, it's not for me.
Yeah.
It may be for you, it may be for you, but it's
Yeah.
not for me.
Yeah.
So that's why I just kind of not go there.
So that's why, when I see all these various podcasts, I mean, I have to take it with a pinch of salt, and I need to verify everything that's said in there. I have to verify because it's very hard. Very often it's all perception. It's mixed in with, and the rule is basically this, So for most people, and it's a psychological thing. Basically, what people do is they have 20% truth, 80% lies, or 80% fiction. And as long as you've got 20% truth, people will believe the 80%. That's the reality. That's the reality of it. The 20-80 rule works all the time.
Burritos principle. It's everywhere in life.
Yeah.
I don't think this podcast
It's a
like that,
20-80.
to be honest.
But it's one of these things. I mean, if you want someone to believe something, all you need to do is make sure 20% of it is accurate, and they'll believe the rest of 80%.
I so far feel like what we've discussed is quite more than 20%.
I think so. I
feel like
because the difference here is that everything that I have said, right, is backed by citations, by evidence. I don't manufacture this stuff.
Yeah.
Literally, I can tell you this is where it's from. If I say this is the article, this is the special report, it's all from here. You can just go take a look at it, read it word for word.
The wildest thing I feel is towards the very end when we're thinking about the fucking blackouts and we're just like, wait, blackout at night, ma? How do you're like, bro, blackout what? Blackout at night? Then I realized like, tengah hari, I'm like, bro.
I really thought it was at night.
I fucking sucker, mate.
That's what I'm saying.
the
Definition
perception
of this.
Exactly, but everyone just says blackout, what? Blackout. So we all think, blackout. Oh, voting.
Wow,
Blackout.
damn wild, man.
Noon. How?
Wild, man. It's so fucking wild. It's so fucking wild. I'm so blown away.
Yeah. But that was the story lah. At that point, that was the
Hey, you're coming in more often, right, to KL?
Can. I'm happy to come on you guys. You guys
Yes,
on your
please,
show,
please,
no
please,
problem.
please, round
You
two.
guys have more. We can definitely do.
Bro, just give us some time to read the book.
Yeah.
hell, just
We have an
do some-
e-copy, so it can read anywhere. No?
Can.
Are you giving me this
Yes,
book?
like, please lah. Of course.
Hey. Good. Thanks for not shattering my hopes.
Yo. Adoy.
We'll get you back on again, man.
Can,
Let me
can.
give me some time to read the book.
No problem. Go for it.
Yeah.
And actually read the first one as well.
I was thinking that first. I'm going to read the first one first, and then I'm going to read the second one.
Because this is the first one. The second one, now I have to figure out what I'm going to do for my third one.
It's gonna
Give us the
be
main
that.
course, Ronan. Come on.
I tell you, but the third one is going to be just explosive. It's going to be the first one is explosive. This one is even more explosive. So you can imagine what the third one is going to be like. I mean, I've not decided yet what it's going to be, but logically it would have to be the back door. And
that would fit.
and
There'll
those
be-
governments.
yeah.
Logically, it would have to be something like that. So,
Is there a date?
No, not yet. I mean, the publishers are keen. They're keen for me to do a third one. So, so we'll see. First one so far, knock on wood, no lawsuits. So, okay.
All right.
Second one, so far also no lawsuits, knock on wood. So we see how it goes.
All right, man. It was a great pleasure having you on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
It's fucking
Yeah,
fascinating.
we learned a
bro.
ton. I'm already excited for the second round.
I can't wait for the TikTok clips, bro.
Oh, it's going to be fun. Yeah. I'm
so
sure
no
the
doubt.
TikTok clips are going to be exciting.
Are you on Instagram?
Sorry?
Are you on Instagram?
No, I'm not. I need to set up. and Instagram. I have to
Because
set
I tried finding you and then I tried doing a bit of research. All I
I've
could
got-
find was
I've
a
got
couple
I've got my Facebook. I've got a Facebook page and a Facebook books page. I have that, but I need to set up. I need to set up a TikTok and a
Instagram.
Instagram page. I have to do it.
I'll get your
have to do
WhatsApp number.
Can,
and then,
can.
That way I can communicate with you. I'm the guy who uploads. So basically you just give me all your
Fantastic.
links and I'll put it in the
Can,
description.
no problem. I'll do that.
Yeah, pleasure,
Do
man.
that.
Dude,
No,
thank
pleasure.
you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much.
I'll
guys.
put your Facebook below
Thank
and then
you.
you can just like, people can follow their Facebook.
Yes,
and all that
please.
too.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
You want to
Yeah,
hold your
post
book?
for the,
Yeah, definitely.
you got post for the main cam over here.
Oh, I see. Da, da, da. There we go.
Yeah, I
Thank
gotta
you.
clap. Dude, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Fun, man.
Fucking